goodness. I'm a little late. I'm doing noon to midnight. I'm way too tired. Spiritually, physically, and mentally to do 24 hours. It can't be done. It's not going to happen. With that in mind, let's get to what we're trying to get to. I am going to be interviewing Ashley Esposito at 5 p.m. Let me make sure I'm locking that in. I've already discussed that with her, but if we can get on like a Zoom or something, that'd be cool. Let me also make a post on Instagram. Make sure people on Instagram know. All right. Perfect. All right. Let's do a thing here. Just so I'm not sitting here in silence. Oh, I should probably make that tab. let me also. I gotta make a progress bar. Hey, Catherine. How are you doing today? I'm just making a quick overlay, like progress bar for donos, for people who want to dono. I'm also going to open a window because it's really warm. You like my shirt? Thank you. It's my favorite shirt. I had lost it for a little while. I couldn't find it, but... What up, Globus? How you guys doing? I'm trying to put a tip goal for like fundraiser goals here. I don't remember how I'm supposed to. This is probably going to be botched, but I plan on doing it again, so it's okay. Hey, what up, Selassie? What up, Kuma? another day of homework. I feel it. On that note, it's cracking Arizona. I don't know why these joints spray open every time I open them. You call me French, I'm supposed to acknowledge that? Fuck you. Fuck French people. Today, obviously the most important thing is I got Ashley Esposito coming through at like 5 p.m. for an interview talk about the Who, What, Where, and Why, BAF. Other than that, I'm just going to do like games with viewers. If people want to play Mortal Kombat with me, people want to play Hunt Showdown with me, people want to do whatever, I'm game for all of it until midnight, I guess, or question marks, because I don't know if I'll actually have the fucking energy to do this for the whole 12 hours. Shit is hard. All the streaming shit is hard, honestly. All of it. I'm trying to make a tip goal. I'm trying so hard to make this fucking tip goal. And this shit is not wanting to cooperate with me. Ashley, just to get that locked in before I do anything else. Exactly, Globus. Like, it's cool, and it's to a certain degree fun for me to just chill here and play video games and rock with y'all, especially because I've curated my community in such a way that it's not fucking painful to sit and listen to you all. But, yeah. Alright. Thanks to Bella Anderson for the stars. Marvy, what's happening? I'm trying to put a tip goal so I can have like goals. But this thing is not cooperating with me. Arun, how you doing? What's up, everyone? Do you guys know how to, like, in Stream Elements, reset the tips? Because it has the, like, tips that I have from the last fundraiser in there. And I don't know how to change. Refresh browser in OBS. Nah, I'm doing it through Stream Elements because I don't know how to do it through OBS. I got it now though. I figured it out. Alright, I got it. Got it. We did it. We did it, y'all. We did it. I did it. Okay. All right. Cool. So we got $20 up in there. Feel free to tip me on Stream Elements at Endless Cemetery. You hit donate. Thank you. I'm also gonna do like. So I need to do like bot commands. So I'm probably gonna do that as well. Yes, Arun is in here. Arun is lit as fuck. You guys like this loop? so I'm gonna end it. Let's look at some Roe v. Wade news recently to get the stream started off, get it going. Before I do this, though, okay, cool. All right. I'm silly. Hang on. Because I used the YouTube link that I have muted like a foolish, silly person. All right, we're going to do some stuff.
After almost 50 years of guaranteeing the federal constitutional right to legal abortions in the United States, leaked documents show that the Supreme Court may be set to overturn the landmark ruling, Roe v. Wade. So what exactly is Roe v. Wade, and what would overturning it mean for the United States? In 1970, a woman identified as Jane Roe to protect her privacy filed a lawsuit against the then district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, Henry Wade. The lawsuit challenged a Texas law that made abortion illegal except by a doctor's order to save a woman's life. The lawsuit alleged that state laws are constitutionally vague and that Texas's law banning abortions infringed on Jane Roe's right to personal privacy, which was protected by the Constitution. In particular, the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment includes a fundamental right to privacy, and she argued that a woman's right to choose to have an abortion falls within that right. In 1973, the court, which was made up entirely of men at the time, ruled 7-2 in favor of Jane Roe, making access to safe and legal abortion a constitutional right. Then, in 1992, a subsequent decision in the case of Planned Parenthood versus Casey largely maintained that right. While abortion has been legal in the United States on the federal level for nearly 5 decades, laws and restrictions vary by state. Recently, multiple states like Texas, Florida, and Arizona have put restrictions in place that limit access to abortion after a certain number of weeks. Now, more than half of states are poised to completely outlaw abortion or weaken access.
Absolutely gutted.
Roe v. Wade is overturned. And 13 states have so-called trigger laws in place, which are bans that will take effect immediately if the court strikes down Roe. If the Supreme Court does in fact overturn Roe v. Wade, individual states will have the final word on whether abortion is legal or not.
Discriminate against women.
Rendering access to safe abortions largely a function of wealth and the ability to travel. Because many believe that overturning Roe doesn't necessarily mean an end to abortions, supporters say it'll simply mean an end to safe ones.
That's facts. Because let's keep it real. Let's keep it 1,000. Rich people will always be able to get abortions. This was posted an hour ago. Let's see what's up with this.
Abortion could become illegal in more than half the country if Roe v. Wade is struck down. That means 40 million women wouldn't have access to an abortion.
Thanks for the tip. I don't know why the alert box didn't go off.
And many states won't even provide exceptions for rape and incest. Even places where it's still legal could eventually be at risk. Here's what the overturn would mean for the rest of the country. 26 states are likely to ban abortion. 13 of them could do it through trigger laws that were designed to automatically outlaw abortion if Roe is reversed. 84% of lawmakers who sponsored them are men. Trigger laws vary from state to state. South Dakota passed one of the strictest laws in 2005. It would prohibit abortion at all stages of pregnancy, and it would take effect immediately after a Roe reversal. Texas and Tennessee have trigger bans that would start 30 days after Roe v. Wade is overturned. Both bans have exceptions if the mother's life is at risk, but not in cases of rape or incest.
That's so
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Trigger law only allows abortions if rape or incest are reported to law enforcement first. These bans surfaced during the Trump administration, when the Senate confirmed 3 conservative judges to the Supreme Court: Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett.
America has a pro-life president, a pro-life vice president, a pro-life House of Representatives.
94% of the senators who voted
it's so wild to me.
Justices were Republican. Another way states can restrict or ban abortions is through pre-Roe laws, are laws that were passed before 1973 and never removed. 9 states have them, including Alabama, Arizona, and Michigan. Arizona's pre-roll law was drafted in the late 1800s. It calls for mandatory prison time for abortion providers. Alabama's is similar. Both states provide exceptions if the mother's life is at risk. With an overturn of Roe, these laws could be revived. There are also 4 states that experts say are primed to outlaw abortion: Florida, Indiana, Montana, and Nebraska. Florida passed a 15-week abortion ban set to take effect July 1st, and Indiana has passed 55 abortion restrictions and bans in the last decade.
Wild. Indiana is really a hellhole.
Exclusive. Some states with trigger bans also have pre-Roe laws in effect. And then there are 9 states, including Alabama and Georgia, that have post-Roe restrictions. These were passed after 1973, but were blocked by courts for violating Roe v. Wade.
I know you feel that way,
They
Kuma.
could be put into effect with a court order if Roe falls. As it stands now, Texas is the only state with a 6-week ban that's currently in effect. Banning abortions would impact 58% of women of reproductive age, especially Black and Hispanic women. Studies show that they get abortions at higher rates than other groups. These communities also experience higher poverty,
The real victims then, the poor and the very young.
which means they'd be less likely to travel out of state for the procedure. So where would it still be legal? 16 states and the District of Columbia currently protect the right to abortion, and they're expected to see an influx of out-of-state patients. California plans to become a sanctuary state. Illinois and Colorado will likely see more patients too, since they're surrounded by states that would ban the procedure. Some states are even trying to criminalize abortion for its residents. A recent measure in Missouri would allow private citizens to sue anyone who offers an abortion or who helps a pregnant woman get an abortion, even if it happens outside of the state. And Louisiana lawmakers have advanced a bill that could lead to abortion patients being charged with murder. Policies like this make the future of abortion rights in America very uncertain, with the nation extremely divided on this issue.
So, Maryland, for those of you who don't know, Maryland is like an abortion sanctuary state, I guess. The right to abortion and reproductive health care services is guaranteed and protected here in Maryland. On top of that, they recently did something in press, I'll pull it up, that says that if any other state tries to subpoena Maryland for your medical record, it's basically to find out if you got an abortion so that they can prosecute you. Maryland's judiciary body will tell them to get fucked and finished. And yeah, you're safe here in Maryland if you need any of that. Indiana sucks. I know you know this, Kuma. The Catholic Church argued successfully in court that a fetus isn't alive until it's born. One of their doctors was charged with murder of a woman and her unborn twins. I have actually found that article. I'm going to pull that up right now. But Selassie I said, it's crazy that Trump and Reagan, confirmed idiots, are the only Republican presidents that have done anything to please their base. The rest are just greedy imperialists. Nixon, too, I guess. Yeah, Nixon was one of the last good Democratic presidents because he was actually afraid of the populace. After him, they figured out that we, as in the average citizen in America, we will not do or give a fuck. We won't do shit. You could do whatever you want to us, and it doesn't matter, as long as your donors are happy. Based Maryland, understanding that Roe v. Wade is primarily about patient privacy, yes. Maryland is based in that regard. Not in a lot of other ways, but just in that one avenue. So let's look at this Catholic hypocrisy. Oh, never mind. Life begins at oh, here we go.
There wasn't one person that went into that ER. There were 3.
Jeremy Stachill's wife, Lori, 7 months pregnant with his twin boys. It was New Year's Day, 2006. Lori was vomiting and couldn't breathe. Jeremy rushed her to St. Thomas More Hospital in Canyon City, Colorado.
Lori looked up at me, and then her head went down on her chest.
In the lobby of the emergency room, she went into full cardiac arrest from a pulmonary embolism.
Damn.
Lori Stachill, just 31 years old, died. And so did her 28-week-long unborn twins.
I didn't even get to hold them. I have an autopsy picture. That's all I've got.
Stodge Hill sued the hospital and its owner, Catholic Health Initiatives, which operates nearly 80 hospitals in 14 states. He filed the wrongful death suit on behalf of his wife and his unborn twin sons. In court, he was stunned to learn the hospital's defense. How many people does the hospital say you lost that day?
One.
Damn.
Since they weren't born, they weren't people. They did not qualify as a person.
That's right. Catholic Health Initiatives has argued that under Colorado law, to be a person, one must at some point have been born alive.
Damn.
A glaring contradiction to Catholic Church teachings, which says life begins at conception. Catholic Health Initiatives would not speak to CNN on camera,
course
but
not.
said in a statement, "In this case, as Catholic organizations, we are in union with the moral teachings of the Church." That doesn't appear to add up in this case.
Yeah, that's
As
the
a
math
Catholic
ain't math in there.
organization, the hospital is supposed to follow the Church's teachings, laid out in the ethical and religious directives from the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. No abortions, no contraceptives, no direct sterilization like vasectomies. And it clearly states, Catholic health ministry witnesses to the sanctity of life from the moment of conception until death. While the moral debate continues, so does Jeremy Stodge Hill's legal battle. After he lost in the lower courts, the defense lawyers for the doctors and the hospital owned by Catholic Health Initiatives went after him for $118,000 in legal fees, garnishing his wages.
Garnishing his
He's
wages.
now bankrupt and struggling to care for his daughter, 9-year-old Libby, on his own.
Tears, the pain, the heartache. Still, 7 years later.
That pain is why he won't give up. He's now appealing to Colorado Supreme Court, asking them to decide if his sons were people under the state's laws. Will it make you feel better to get some sort of answer from
I'll drop a donor link for you.
Catholic Church?
I don't know. Perhaps it'll be closure.
A permanent reminder next to his heart,
That's the footprints of the boys?
a tattoo, 2 sets of footprints, and the words, "Our sons." Children in his eyes, fighting to get
There should be a
state
donor
church
link in the
institutions to
description
see
of the
them that
video,
way
but I'll drop
as
them
well.
for you in YouTube chat.
The Catholic bishops of Colorado would not speak to CNN on camera, but released this statement saying, quote, "We will undertake a full review of this litigation and of the policies and practices of Catholic Health Initiatives to ensure fidelity and faithful witness to the teachings of the Catholic Church, an appearance of backpedaling from the hospital's current legal stance." Hyung La, CNN, Canyon City, Colorado.
Wild. Pretty weird. The right used to have privacy rights at the core of their platform in the 70s. That's because it was about the right to privately discriminate against minorities, and now that shit is against the law. I hate Catholic hospitals. My mother-in-law had to go to one for a valve replacement, and they do prayers over the intercom at all hours of the day. They bring priests around to comfort patients. My anti-theist mother-in-law was freaking out the whole time. Don't let me die here. Sheesh. We will investigate ourselves and find no wrongdoing. That's basically how that works, Globus, just like the police. It was George Bush that fucked that up, Selassie. I think with the Patriot Act, and because they were so horny to like do anti-terrorist shit and fucking, kill Muslims, kill brown people, they were just like, fuck it, well, I'll sacrifice my privacy as long as you drone strike Palestinian children. As long as you're drone striking Afghani playgrounds and weddings, sure, you can spy on all of my fucking text messages and phone calls. Yeah, I got Chris Dorner. I'll show you the tea. Yeah, I got Chris Dorner on my t-shirt. Anti-cop Dorner crew, baby. Rest in peace, Chris Dorner.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas spoke out overnight saying the publication of that leaked draft opinion about abortion has fundamentally changed the court. And it comes as abortion rights rallies are planned nationwide today.
Thanks, Kevin.
NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Chicago this morning where thousands are expected to rally there. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, Peter. Organizers are
feel
expecting
it,
that, and we're seeing the barricades up here already in Chicago on the city's
Wow.
west side, the near west side. This is one of several events planned throughout this country today, part of a Bans Off Our Bodies protest in support of abortion rights. This is just one of several events. There are also rallies planned in New York, Raleigh, Cleveland, El Paso, San Francisco, and many more cities in between. Today's protests, just the latest since that draft Supreme Court opinion leaked earlier this
Thought I
month.
saw
And for
one in
days,
Maryland,
we've seen
too.
groups both in support of and against abortion rights rallying their sides, and some have even gathered outside the homes of certain Supreme Court justices, prompting calls from some Republicans for those protesters to be arrested. And now Justice Clarence Thomas, the latest justice to comment publicly on this leaked draft opinion and what it means for the future of the Supreme Court.
Where now that trust or that belief is gone forever. And when you lose that trust, especially in the institution that I'm in, it changes the institution fundamentally.
And at this rally and those across the country, of course, we'll be looking to hear from people speaking both in favor of and against abortion rights. This is a divisive issue that is not going away. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, real concerns about the further politicization of the court. Jesse Kirsch in Chicago. Jesse, thank you.
Literally, the only arguments that you could possibly make against abortion are moral, and moral arguments are bullshit. Justice Thomas fucking sucks. Like,
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas said that peaceful protesters near the homes of Supreme Court justices are bullying the justices and that Americans are, quote, becoming addicted to wanting particular outcomes, not living with the outcomes we don't like, end quote. Our next guest.
Is he talking about January 6th?
Responded to Justice Thomas during yesterday's House Judiciary Committee hearing.
If Justice Thomas really wants to deal with bullying in America, or this problem of people supposedly unwilling to accept outcomes that they don't like, I've got some advice for Justice Thomas. Start in your own home.
Ooh.
Have a conversation with Jeannie Thomas.
Ooh.
She refused to accept the legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election. Why? Because she didn't like the outcome.
Let's go.
So instead, she tried to steal the election, overthrow the United States government, and install a tyrant. That's bullying.
He's talking about Roe v.
That's
Wade, yeah.
being unwilling to accept an outcome because you don't like the results, because the former twice impeached so-called president of the United States of America lost legitimately to Joe Biden. How did she respond? Instead, she said the Bidens should face a military tribunal in Guantanamo Bay on trumped-up charges of sedition. You've got to be kidding me.
Trumped up, no pun intended.
And lastly, let me ask this question of Brother Thomas. Why are you such a hater?
Oh, yo said, why are you
Hate
such
on
a
civil
hater?
rights, hate on women's rights, hate on reproductive rights, hate on voting rights, hate on marital rights, hate on equal protection under the law, hate on liberty and justice for all, hate on free and fair elections. Why are you such a hater?
Damn, we called him a
You
hater.
think you can get away with it, escape public scrutiny? Because you think that shamelessness is your superpower?
Mr. Chairman, a point of order.
Here's a news flash
Mr. Chairman,
straight from the House Judiciary Committee.
Point of order.
Truth
Time,
crushed to the ground will rise again, and truth will be your kryptonite.
Joining us
Damn, my
now
man
is
was going
Democratic
ham.
Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York. He is the chair of the
I
House
knew he was from
Democratic
New York.
Caucus, a member
I
of
already
the
knew
House
he was from
Judiciary
New York.
Committee, and was an impeachment manager for the first impeachment trial of Donald Trump. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. And that sounded like a moment that had been building for you for a while.
Well, that certainly is the case. I think Justice Clarence Thomas has been.
Oh shit, we reached our goal
from the very beginning.
I didn't even realize because my fucking alerts aren't working for some reason. But we reached a goal. That's what's up. Let's bump the goal. I'm gonna say we'll put it at 200. Fuck yeah, I appreciate you all. Based as fuck. Let's do it.
And I think many Americans across the country feel that way. But the culmination was really twofold.
He's a Brooklyn guy?
One,
Of
this was
course.
a hearing where we were discussing and marking up a bill on the absence of a judicial code of ethics for the Supreme Court. Every other federal judge in the system has to abide by a code of ethics. The Supreme Court does not. They think they can police themselves. We see it's a runaway majority. That's what the leaked opinion suggests. And then Justice Thomas had the nerve to lecture America about bullying and being unwilling to accept outcomes that we don't like. It was just too much to take at that particular point in time.
And this is a judge who has ruled on a case involving his wife's communications with the White House Chief of Staff. That it is against the law. There is one federal law saying that judges cannot, the Supreme Court justices cannot rule on cases involving their spouses. He has already done that.
Yeah, and this is part of the challenge that we have here, that Justice
Your
Roberts
most
has taken a
recent
position
chat's now coming
that
through
Supreme
zero.
Court justices effectively can police themselves. They cannot. And Clarence Thomas and this sordid affair with Jeannie Thomas and her involvement in the January 6th insurrection and the effort to try to hide her records or above public accountability.
Because they do not discipline themselves, the only discipline available for Supreme Court justices is impeachment.
Well, that's the ultimate penalty that should be paid in cases of egregious violation where there's been a constitutional crime committed. But I think the step that we have taken as House Democrats at this moment, led by Chairman Nadler and Congressman Hank Johnson, is to actually put a judicial code of conduct into place for the Supreme Court justices, and then work to try to make sure that there's teeth and accountability if there's a failure to comply. So that was what
No, I'll check that out,
legislation
Zero.
that we were marking up at that particular hearing was all about. Of course, every single Republican opposed it.
So that was that. Zero Up asked about Jane's Revenge. I saw that, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought it was fake the first time I saw it. But let's check it out. I saw they put out a communique. Yes, please, Kevin. I mean, that's what they do. Right-wingers assassinate abortion doctors and bomb abortion clinics. Thought they came to silence me? Nah, not quite. You can't stop the signal. Yes, Kevin. Jump on Discord with me. I'm gonna see if I can find the tweet. I got the communique pulled up here. That music was punishing. I'm sorry, I can't listen to it. Alright. So here we got the communique. But yeah, let me open Discord so you can jump on in here, Kev. All right, let's read the communique. Thank you, Tegma. I just wanna. That was some Wii music. It was. That was some fucking. That was some loading screen music if I've ever heard it. But all right, let's check this out. Base communique from Jane's Revenge, the group who firebombed an anti-abortion organization in Wisconsin. I'm not gonna lie to you all. I'm still up in the air as to whether or not this is real. Because we know the feds are not above doing like false flag shit. So the stream keeps dropping. I'm not dropping frames. My bit rate's high too. You guys might want to refresh. Because I disconnected from my VPN, so. All right. This is not a declaration of war. War has been upon us for decades, a war which we did not want and did not provoke. Too long have we been attacked for asking for basic medical care. Too long have we been shot, bombed, and forced into childbirth without consent. This was only a warning. We demand the disbanding of all anti-choice establishments, fake clinics, and violent anti-choice groups within the next 30 days. This is not a mere difference of opinion, as some have framed it. We are literally fighting for our lives. We will not sit still while we are killed and forced into servitude. We have run thin on patience and mercy for those who seek to strip us of what little autonomy we have left. As you continue to bomb clinics and assassinate doctors with impunity, so too shall we adopt increasingly extreme tactics to maintain freedom over our own bodies. We are forced to adopt the minimum military requirement for a political struggle. Again, this was only a warning. Next time, the infrastructure of the enslavers will not survive. Medical imperialism will not face a passive enemy. Wisconsin is the first flashpoint, but we are all over the U.S., and we will issue no further warnings. And we will not stop. We will not back down, nor will we hesitate to strike until the inalienable right to manage our own health is returned to us. We are not one group, but many. We are in your city. We are in every city. Your repression only strengthens our accompliceship and resolve. Sheesh. Like, if it's real, it's based, but I'm still, like, I don't know. You just woke up? I just woke up too. I literally woke up and hopped on stream. You think it's probably real? There's not much pointing us towards it not being real. People are pretty pissed off and everything has been building towards this. I think people are more willing to believe it's fake just because it's radical action that we don't usually see. That's fair, Zero. I'm pretty doomer pilled at this point. So I'll take your word for it. It's based. American page. Let me just show you this goofy shit that came up in my fucking feed. Good morning, FBI. So he's just snitching. He's a Fed. Off top, my man is snitching immediately. I would like to report domestic terrorism. He's probably a January 6er, right? American Patriot Warrior. But look at this fucking scumbag. Coat hanger, Cotel, third trimester triad, Jezebel Jihad. What a fucking clown, dude. Free men do not kneel. Oh. Praise be to the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle. There's no way this person is a real person. Oh, okay, so he's a Nazi. Okay. Oh my God, dude. Why are people like this so dishonest? No, I don't want to see any more tweets from Right Shark. I am going to log into my Twitter though, but I'm not going to look at any of my notifications because I know Twitter is an absolute fucking cesspool right now. My Twitter is probably ridiculous. But I'm going to sign in really quick just so that I don't get weird notifications like that. Damn, I don't have any Twitter notifications. It's a Christmas fucking miracle. Alrighty then. Oh my God. This chair, bro. This chair. So if the bug out boys start a revolution, is that helpful or not? Nah, it's not going to help anyone. They'll starve to death in 2 weeks. They'll run out of their goofy little MREs within a month, and they'll be fucking starving to death. They're going to do... Remember what happened to Jonestown? They're going to fucking eat each other in 6 months. Chair fundraiser next? Yeah. I'm talking about Twitter? Yeah. We're not doing that. It's a fundraiser stream. It sucks that everything is shit, but something like this should give us hope that others are also feeling the way we are if they are willing to carry out actions like this. So that's the other thing, right? Is that there's so many unionization efforts happening across the country right now. The most popular one, the most famous one, obviously, is Chris Smalls. But you got Apple, you got Starbucks, you got, there's lots of unionization effort happening just in Baltimore. So much that me and my co-host, my comrade, have been interviewing people to try to get information about, try to talk more about. When Bundy's took over that forest post, ran out of food and begged for snacks, yeah, these people are not as prepped as they think they are. Yeah, Apple unionizing is wild. I know one of the co-organizers of the Apple store that's unionizing here in Baltimore, in Towson. He's going to come on. I think I'm going to try to have him on like next week because he also games. He plays Final Fantasy 14. So I'm trying to figure out how to get him on in a comfortable environment for both of us. Because I might just have him come through like I did with Gary and just sit with me. If I can get a second microphone going instead of having to swing this one back and forth between the two of us. But yeah. I'm going to see if I can find anything more about Jane's Revenge on YouTube. Whoa, hold on.
Now to that ABC News exclusive. Abortion rights rallies held nationwide over the weekend as Roe versus Wade faces perhaps its biggest challenge in the Supreme Court session beginning this morning. And we're going to hear from the woman known as Baby Roe, speaking to our Lindsay Davis. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning to you, Robin. Good to see you all. This is a woman who has carried just an incredible burden for decades. Something that Shelley Thornton says she has tried to ignore, but it just won't go away. She has felt that people would blame her for the actions of Jane Roe, her biological mother, whose lawsuit gave women the right to have an abortion.
A lot of people didn't know that I existed.
For decades, she's been known simply as Baby Roe. Now, at 51 years old, Shelley Thornton is breaking her silence, talking exclusively to ABC News in her first broadcast interview.
Your mere conception brought about arguably the most controversial Supreme Court ruling in history. What's the impact on you now?
It doesn't revolve around me. I wasn't the one who created this law. I'm not the one who created this movement.
Her biological mother was Norma McCorvey, a.k.a. Jane Roe, a cleaning woman from Katy, Texas. Her desire to terminate that pregnancy caused Norma to file a lawsuit against the state of Texas. She never did have that abortion, and by the time the Supreme Court ruled in her favor in 1973, the baby had already been adopted and was 2.5 years old.
My whole thinking is that, oh God, everybody's going to hate me because everyone's going to blame me for abortion being legal.
What kind of weight was that burden for you to carry that for so many years?
What?
I feel that it was always hard for me to form relationships with people because I felt like I was always holding something back. I still carry that. And I probably always will.
There have been several challenges to the ruling, but none as serious as recent legislation passed in Texas, effectively banning most abortions. This morning, a new Supreme Court term is set to begin, and the constitutional right of a woman getting an abortion will largely rest in the hands of a conservative majority on the bench.
And tonight we'll get into that abortion debate. You'll also hear Shelley talk about a fear that she still has about people on both sides wanting to use her as the face of their movement. We'll also introduce you to a sister that she never knew she had, another child that Norma had given up for adoption.
What was it like sitting down with her?
Oh man, you know what? She's really compelling. And you really feel for her. She talks about how this still weighs on her. She never met Norma. We're going to talk about that tonight. It's really fascinating.
Wonderful job. And you can see more of Lindsay's exclusive interview tonight on ABC News Live Prime at 7 p.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, and later tonight also on Nightline.
Nah, there's no commercials for Nightline on here. That's so wild. Let's check out what Democracy Now's got to say.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Saturday marked the 49th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, the landmark Supreme Court decision that legalized abortion in the United States. Will it be overturned by this summer as the Supreme Court signals its support for extreme restrictions? On Friday, thousands of people joined the annual anti-choice March for Life in Washington, D.C., and celebrated a possible end to the constitutional right to abortion. There were also counter-protests during an overnight prayer vigil by religious groups Thursday at the largest Catholic church in the country. The abortion rights group Catholics for Choice projected pro-choice messages onto its side.
Up the voices of the majority of Catholics in the United States who support abortion rights and do not want to see Roe versus Wade struck down. 1 in 4 abortion patients in this country identifies as Catholic. We need to start listening to them. We need to think about the human toll of not having access to reproductive health care. And as people of faith, we need to be loud and we need to be bold and take back the narrative from this right-wing Christian nationalist, anti-feminist, white supremacist movement.
Whether Roe v. Wade will mark 50 years next year depends in part on a ruling expected this June from the Supreme Court in a case called Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which challenges a Mississippi law banning abortion starting at just 15 weeks of pregnancy. On Thursday, the Supreme Court rejected another attempt by abortion rights advocates and providers to block Texas's 6-week abortion ban. At least 26 states, more than half the country, have laws in place to immediately ban abortion if the court overturns Roe. For more on what life was like before January 22, 1973 ruling in Roe that gave Americans the right to abortion, we're joined by 3 guests. Tia Lesson and Emma Pildes are the directors of The Janes. It's premiering tonight at the Sundance Film Festival, virtually around the globe, and will air later this year on HBO. It tells the story of the Jane Collective, which was formed in 1968 in Chicago when a college student and civil rights activist named Heather Booth sought help finding a doctor to help a desperate friend who needed an abortion. Heather Booth also joins us now. This year's Sundance, which kicked off Thursday, is also featuring a dramatic film called Call Jane that stars Elizabeth Banks and Sigourney Weaver, and also features a film called Happening, about a woman getting an abortion in France in the 1960s. 3 films at this year's film festival on choice, on abortion. Heather Booth, let's begin with you. You're featured in the Janes documentary. Talk about how you ended up founding the Jane Collective.
Amy, thanks for allowing us to talk about what life was like both before Roe and about what life could be like. And the key lesson we have is that we need to take action now. We need to organize. And if we organize, we can change the world. Before Roe, I was involved in the civil rights movement. I went with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to Mississippi in 1964 when Northern students were recruited to support the courageous struggle for Black
I have no
people in
idea why the fuck the
Mississippi
notifications
for the right
aren't
to vote.
going.
And
Let me see if I
learned
can.
3 key lessons from that. One is that even in desperate times, that when people come together and organize, we can change this world. In the civil rights movement, we want a Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act. The second lesson I learned is you really have to act on what is morally correct. You need to try and build a beloved community, work with compassion and caring for others. And the third lesson is that sometimes you have to stand up to illegitimate authority. It's that background and those lessons that were, I think, operating for me when a friend asked me, could I find a doctor to perform an abortion for his sister who was pregnant and nearly suicidal, wasn't ready to have a child. I found a doctor through the Medical Committee for Human Rights, the medical arm of the civil rights movement, a Dr. T.R.M. Howard, who himself had been a
I'll
civil
look into
rights
that,
leader
Zero.
until his name appeared on a Klan death list in Mississippi, and he came to Chicago. I made the connection between my friend and that doctor, really just out of a wish to do a good deed, kind of the golden rule. You want to treat others as you might want to be treated. I've never faced the situation of needing an abortion myself or wanting it. And I didn't really think much more about it until someone else called, because word must have spread. I made the connection again, and then someone else called.
What the fuck? What happened to the...
And so I set up a system.
Oh my God.
I learned much more about what was involved. And after a
I know
while,
the bar reset.
Dr. Howard was no longer available, and I found someone else whose name was Mike. And the calls kept coming in. More and more people were coming. And I was involved with, I was in grad school at that time. I was working full time. I was about to have my first child out of a movement marriage that we've had for over 50 years.
You were married to the great labor organizer, Paul Booth, before he died.
Yes. He worked with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees for over 43 years. And he had been a student leader. We actually met at a sit-in against the war in Vietnam. And at that time, I realized we need to bring more people into this. I couldn't still manage the counseling of the women who were coming through on my own. And I recruited other women and trained them in what I had learned about the procedure and how to support the women who were coming through. Over time, as more and more women were seeking this help on the most intimate decision people make in their lives about when or whether to have a child or how many children to have, at that point, the women found out that Mike wasn't himself a doctor. And they realized that if Mike could do it, they could do it. And so the women of Jane, which is what we call this building collective, the women of Jane
Shout out
ended
to
up
Big Richie
performing
Lizzie.
over 11,000 abortions between when I made that first contact in 1965 and 1973, when Roe became the law of the land. And Tia Lesson and Emma Pildes do an extraordinary job in documenting this in the remarkable movie, The Janes.
Now, Tia Lesson, you're Oscar Emmy-nominated filmmaker. You really, in this film with Emma, bring together how the movements come together, how the Jane Collective, as Heather was describing, came out of these different movements, the anti-war movement, the civil rights movement. H.R.M. Howard, the doctor who was imprisoned several times for performing abortions at his clinic in Chicago, and he himself had fled Mississippi, targeted by the KKK. Can you talk more about that?
Well, thank you, Amy. Yeah, I mean, Chicago at that time was the epicenter of so much turmoil, so much organizing. You know, it was the headquarters of the Young Lords. The Black Panther Party had an enormous chapter there. Martin Luther King came to the city in '65 and '66 to wage the Freedom Campaign. And there was also a burgeoning women's movement. And of course, in 1968, Mayor Daley's thugs beat down the protesters at the Democratic National Convention. And out of this, context came, so many of the Janes. Heather, as she described it, was a volunteer at Freedom Summer. Patricia Novick, Reverend Novick,
Fluff. Rochelle Maru, what's up?
In the southwest of Chicago that were so viciously, assaulted by the white supremacists who lined the streets. Marie Leaner, was a paralegal for Bobby Seale as part of the Chicago 8, defense team.
Whoa.
These women, forces of nature, were all, the members of Jane, and many, 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 many more.
Sure enough,
they came
it's
out,
black women.
The women's movement, the anti-war movement, the student movement, the civil rights movement, these were the training grounds for these women.
Emma Pildes,
Fluff.
you are so key to this documentary in so many ways, aside from co-directing it. You were the family connection to the Janes. Talk about Judith or Hannah.
Well, she's an incredible woman that did an incredibly brave thing, as they all did. I have, like you said, I have this family connection to the film. My brother.
Oh, it's
Urameshi.
What up, Urameshi? You moved to Germany. Yeah, it's been a minute. Good to see you.
Seemed like he would
Glad you could join
likely
us.
pack the courts and said we're in trouble. So I think part of the reason that these women spoke certainly was the family connection we had, but I think the real reason that they spoke was because they were feeling the same way that we were feeling, and they were seeing the same things that we were seeing, and they were terrified. And so I feel like they were likely perhaps feeling called to duty again, as were we. T and I are filmmakers. That's the arrow we have in our quiver, and we knew that this was something we could do. We could bring this story of organizing, of bravery, of taking care of your sisters and brothers, and remind people that when things are feeling dire and you're feeling out of control and it feels like the country isn't valuing women's lives, that there's things that you can do. Jody in the film says so beautifully, they felt the need to disrespect a law that was disrespecting women. So that's always an option. And these women were incredibly brave and inspiring. So we feel really lucky to have been able to make this
Hell yeah,
film.
Fluff, I appreciate
I
you.
want to go back 2 years in Democracy Now! When we interviewed Alice Fox, a former member of the underground abortion group Jane, who talked about her own experience calling the abortion collective when she found out she was pregnant.
At that time, there was no question of me remaining pregnant. I was in a new relationship, and abortion was already legal in New York, so I knew I had enough knowledge to know that that was an option for me, and it was not a decision I had trouble making, that I needed to have an abortion at that time. I was fresh out of college myself. And interestingly, and I'm not sure I remember my thinking around that time, it didn't really occur to me to come to New York. I really was in an independent state of mind and felt I could take care of my own life, and saw an ad about pregnant, called Jane. And immediately I felt confident, and from that initial interaction over the telephone.
What did you say? You called up,
I
said
called
you were
that
pregnant,
number.
and what did the person say? Who
I
was
think
it?
it was a message. The first one was, please leave your name and maybe the date of your last period. I don't remember what the actual information was that I left on that time, but I was called back pretty promptly. I don't recall being in a state of waiting very long, and I then met with a counselor.
I just have to say this really quick, because shout out to Black Block Polly on Twitter, based ass comrade, a real brother. He was saying that because I know I had what is perceived as a controversial take, that the collapse of the United States government would be more beneficial than harmful to a lot of the most marginalized people in this country. And some people push back on that a little bit. And to that I say this, because it's the same thing that Black Block Polly said. That's why I appreciate him so much, because we're always on the same time. The thing that you have to understand is the worst things that you imagine happening in the aftermath of the collapse of the United States government is shit that marginalized people have to live through every day already, as it is, as a consequence of the of the existence of the United States government. And we've always had to form our own networks and support systems for things as serious as this, right? As serious as abortion. So with that in mind, the people that would most affect would be the most privileged and the most supremacist people in the country, because their means of oppression of others and their means of enriching themselves would be poof at that point. But for us, it would be Tuesday, right? Just had to say that.
At that time,
South America would flourish without U.S. intervention.
She
Facts.
gave me all the information about what would happen, and
Exactly, Marvy.
I was in her home with her young children running around, and I felt totally comfortable, confident, not frightened. You know, I hear these stories of what the worry and the fear that what lay ahead was some nightmare. I don't recall feeling that for a moment. And felt very proud of myself for taking care of myself.
And what happened? What did she do in this home with her kids?
So she laid out to me exactly what would happen in the procedure, that I would be taken care of, that I would exactly all the steps that would happen, that I would be driven to a place that would be that I would be safe and taken care of, that someone would be by my side the whole time, and
True.
that she described the procedure itself, which at that time was DNC, and that I would be, I think I was taken with a group of women, so that I wasn't by myself. There was a few women, maybe Laura can correct me, but that's my memory, that there were a few people each time that procedure was scheduled, and she described the procedure in detail, which again was an incredibly, I don't think I'd ever been described a medical procedure before by someone saying this is exactly what's going to happen, and
that's pretty crazy.
I was prepared.
So that's Alice Fox, a former member of the underground group Jane, and she's referring to Laura Kaplan, another member who wrote the book, The Story of Jane,
the video is only 10 minutes longer.
Service.
If you want to hop in after.
The way
I'm going to use the bathroom in a sec
Lesson,
too.
She talks about the procedure. Heather just referred to Mike, the so-called doctor. At least people thought perhaps he was a doctor at the beginning. But tell us this character who you amazingly were able to speak to. And then we're going to talk about the arrests. And you got one of the cops who arrested the women, like Judith.
Well, listen, I mean, you have to remember that at that time, you know, in the 60s, you know, especially in the early 60s, abortion was illegal in every state of the country except Hawaii. That slowly began to change in 1970 when New York legalized abortion. But, you know, doctors or people who performed abortions, you know, risked arrest. They risked prosecution. They risked jail sentences up to, you know, 10 years per count. It wasn't simply performing an abortion that was illegal. It was actually advertising, circulating information about abortion. And so there were many doctors, you know, who were just, you know, not willing to take this risk.
Their security culture had to be on point.
Offices or clinics.
On point.
And those that did, many that did, charged, you know, exorbitant rates. And, you know, frankly, women were subjected to, you know, all sorts of sexual exploitation, financial exploitation, you know, and they couldn't guarantee their own safety, you know. So women were risking potential injury, you know, infection, and even death. You know, countless women ended up in the morgue.
Yo, Zero, thanks for the dono.
Abortion wards in Chicago and every city of this country. When abortion was illegal, because when abortion
I'm having the same problem again where I have two different dono links, but yeah.
It just means that, you know, women have a really hard time finding safe, you know, affordable abortions. So
perhaps it means
I'll show you
women,
all, just so we're transparent.
Women still get abortions, but they die.
That's right. They die. And so the provider that Heather found through doctor friends of hers was quite skilled. He was born and raised in Chicago, and he was very adept at the procedure. He called himself Dr.
I'm gonna
Catherine.
add $20 of my own money, but
And
here's
so
where we're
I
at.
think the women assumed, rightly so, that he was a doctor.
I added 20 in the
And
thing
in
so
fact,
that people would donate to it
he
and think
was
it wasn't empty.
not a trained medical professional, but he was trained by a surgeon, and he was a salt of the earth, very good guy, and he certainly was in it for financial reasons, for financial gain. But the Janes were able to negotiate, charm him, and also
I'm not entirely
offer
sure,
up some
Zero, but I'll
volume.
cover that. Don't even worry
And
about
he
that.
discounted the procedure greatly, and so they were able to offer the procedure, which cost at that time the equivalent of thousands of dollars,
It's a
for
punk
cut
stream.
rates, safe, affordable, and also protected in some cases from police until they weren't.
And
Protected from police.
Heather, the power of when realizing he was not a doctor, the women said, hey, then we could do this. And the idea that there were 11,000 women who got the procedure and no one died.
Wow.
Unlike the rest of the country.
In fact, there was a study that was done after Roe became the law, comparing how safe Jane was compared to procedures that were done in established medical facilities. And Jane was even more effective than the official establishment, because Jane was
It's going down. I'll
women-centered,
check that out, Zero. I appreciate you.
collective. It was not done for profit. It was, as much of the medical system is done now, and it was done out of caring and concern and a moral commitment to the women. And we should realize how common abortion is. 1 in 4 women now of reproductive age will have an abortion. So if you see 1 in 4, you count 1, 2, 3, 4, one of them is likely to have or select an abortion in their lifetime. So
Can you link the It's Going
is
Down
not
link? Because I
rare.
can't find it on Google.
It needs to be safe and legal and accessible. And I want to go back to one thing that Alice Fox said on that clip that you played. She said that she didn't think of going to New York, and so she
Never mind, I found it.
found Jane in Chicago. But in fact, people with means, people who were in middle class.
Just to interrupt this video really quick to explain this, I actually terminated my affiliate contract because I don't want ads on my channel, and I don't want to split all of that money with Twitch. And it's one of those things where if I become big enough to become partner, then I'll consider doing that kind of stuff. But to me, it's much more valuable for me to have the least barrier to entry is to my content as possible. That's just part of me focusing on trying to build the quality of my content, not making you all sit through ads. And if you want to support me, I have a Patreon. You can tip me to one of my donor links. Not today, because all of my donos today are going to Baltimore Abortion Fund. But yeah, I terminated my affiliate contract just because it didn't line up with my principles in terms of what I'm trying to do here and everything else. If it becomes a thing where I can live off of my stream, then yeah, I'll think about it. But yeah, I was affiliate for maybe like two years, I think. I think I became affiliate in 2019 and then terminated my affiliate contract in 2020 or 2021, excuse me. I terminated it last year. So yeah, thanks, Marvy. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that because a lot of people come through and they're like, how come I can't do bits? How come I can't sub, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, the other side of that is that I'm multi-stream. I'm also live on YouTube, Facebook, Trovo. I try to multi-stream because you guys know me. I gave this speech last night. My primary concern with this platform is community building, right? I designed this space as a safe space for Black people, a safe space for Black revolutionary thought, and people sympathetic to all of that. So if you're a Marxist-Leninist, you're a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, you're a communist, you're an anarchist, whatever. If we're on the left, you're safe here. You're not going to get fucking brigaded by groypers. It's no drama, no goofy shit like a lot of these other sockdems and so-called leftists that just want to react to other people reacting to other people reacting to things. I actually give a fuck about curating and building an actual based community here. And that's why you're all here and why I'm rocking with y'all in chat, because you're rocking with me and you fuck with the vision without me even needing to tell you what time we're supposed to be on in here. We all just know. All of us do community work. All of us give a fuck about the community. And my goal is to unify, to create the coalition, right? Because that's how we win. It doesn't have to be this fucking national vanguard party that we're all instantly on the same time with. We have this union from Starbucks talking to this union from Apple Store, talking to Food Not Bombs, right? We're all communicating with one another. We're all on the same time until eventually we can work our way up to something like maybe, for instance, a general strike, right? Because we have power in numbers, and I'm trying to get us all on code because this space, there's room for that here. It's a niche that is not being filled because we have people that are more interested in clicks and clout. And that's why you have certain other things that I've criticized. I was criticizing yesterday, and that's what's happening on Twitter. We don't necessarily need to talk about that. And because this is a fundraising stream, I want to focus on the mission. So the less said about that, the better. But yeah, that's the time that I'm on with this. I want us all to unite, and I want us all to be on code and actionable. Our only leverage is our labor, true, but it's the thing that they need the most from us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? So we gotta collectivize. We gotta work together. We gotta figure out that we have power in numbers, because that's the barrier to shit getting better, right? Is that motherfuckers don't have class consciousness. We gotta wake these motherfuckers up.
Class or in more secure situations or had family or other support finally could go to New York or Colorado or Hawaii or abroad to Sweden and find a way to get an abortion legally. But people who were poor, people who didn't have means, who didn't have support, they had almost nothing to turn to.
Right.
And we're now facing that kind of situation where women in Texas at 6 weeks, not only would they be denied the ability to make this most intimate decision in their life, but it's even worse than that. There's now a kind of vigilante bounty hunter rule in Texas that says that neighbor can report on neighbor and gain up to $10,000 as a bounty if you report on someone who's actually trying to make an arrangement about getting or receiving an abortion.
And I just got to say right there, I got to stop it right there to let people know if anyone's watching. Like I said before, you've seen the title of the stream. This is a fundraiser for the Baltimore Abortion Fund. That's what I'm raising money for. The Baltimore Abortion Fund exists in Maryland. Maryland is itself a sanctuary state, I guess you could say, for abortion and reproductive health care. Those rights are protected here in Maryland. And on top of that, in response to what she's saying here about the whole bounty thing where your neighbors can snitch on you, it was also recently released that Maryland is, not going to release anyone's records if they are subpoenaed for that. So basically, Maryland's not going to snitch on you either. So that's your rights and your privacy are protected here in Maryland.
And so this disproportionately impacts people who are poor, who are have less healthcare options available to them, and don't have the kind of supports that would let them have fuller life and full participation in the society.
Emma Pildes, I want to end with you and the arrests. What happened to the Jane Collective? I mean, the arrest didn't end it, but I mean, what the women faced, Heather was not among them at the time, who got
as
arrested.
a community, Globus.
How many years in prison, accused of providing abortion or conspiracy to provide abortion?
Yeah, so it was 11 counts each of abortion or conspiracy to commit abortion, with 10 years or the possibility of 10 years.
Yeah, hang on, I'll
every
jump for you.
count. So each of the 7 women that were arrested that day were facing 110 years in jail. So that was terrifying, and a position they should never be put in. This shouldn't be on their shoulders to be providing, medical care, health care, basic health care.
110
for
fucking
women in
years,
this country,
crazy.
and then possibly be facing jail time.
And then
being away
explain what happened, of course, the significance of what's threatened today. It's not that they went to trial and they were acquitted.
Yeah, so there is listen, in addition to this being, an incredible story and timely story, it's just a great story. There's a lot of natural drama, and one of those moments is, there was a bust. They got busted, and they were waiting for trial, but Roe passed, and so they were exonerated. And in this same moment that women across the country were freed, the Janes were freed.
Yo, jackass with the 50. I appreciate that, big dog. Let me go ahead and update the. Hell yeah, let me update the goal now. Let's get it to 300. Fuck yes, yes sirski. Shout out to Jackass with that 50.
It's just heartache all around, the women.
On that note, we're going to have to end, but I highly encourage people to see this movie when it comes out on HBO tonight. It's premiering at the Sundance Film Festival. Emma Pildes and Taya Lesson are the directors of the Janes. Heather Booth is the founder of the Jane
Teamwork make the dream work.
as a student in Chicago. It will air later this year on HBO.
There's a protest at City Hall too. I might try and hit the live there. You guys know how I do with my phone, how I was doing it during the George Floyd and Freddie Gray stuff.
Before we begin our next.
So let's talk to Kev about some legal stuff, because I also just saw that they're trying to attack abortion rights here in Maryland. Surprise, surprise. Let's drag Kevin. Yo, Kev, the superior Kevin. What's happening? All right. While he's muted, let's take a look at this.
Oh, I was about to say, please don't call me the superior Kevin. Please, it hurts my soul. I didn't realize I was muted.
It's all good. There's this thing I'm looking at now. Let me watch this really quick.
We need at least 25,000 signatures by midnight on May 31st, and then we're going to need another 50,000 by midnight on June 30th.
The Campaign to Protect Women is a brand new pro-life grassroots operation looking to drum up 70,000 signatures in order to bring a new state law expanding abortion access to referendum. Organizer Deborah Bricado calls HB 937 a bad law.
We don't like the lowered standard by removing the physician requirement to do abortions.
They also don't like that the law requires insurance to cover the procedure with no copays or deductibles. Pro-life Republican Sally Taylor says she was working on her primary campaign for state delegate in District 5 when she heard about this on the radio.
And this is a very important issue to make sure that our extreme laws here in Maryland don't become more extremes.
As those opposed to abortion access were gearing up to gather on Lawyers Mall, a pro-choice rally was already in full swing on the campus of Towson University.
This is from 2 days ago.
We're very upset about the potential of Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Students leading students in a call to protect abortion rights. Dozens of
The
supporters
youth are
took
always
part,
based.
and some of them talked to 11 News.
We want to make sure that our counterparts all have access to safe and legal abortions. So we're here just to kind of build a community of people who are like-minded and want to support the cause.
I saw a Slayer
Folks
t-shirt.
organizing this petition campaign told us that they are aiming for more signatures than they actually need. They know some always get dropped in petition campaigns. They want to make sure that their issue gets on the ballot and gets in front of voters in November. Reporting live from Annapolis tonight, I'm Kate Amara, WBAL, TV 11 News.
So we got that going on. Let me undeafen really quick. All right. The Campaign to Protect Women is a brand new anti-abortion grassroots operation that on Saturday started collecting 70,000 signatures in an effort to bring a new state law expanding abortion access to referendum.
Oh boy.
The event's organizer, Deborah Bricado, called House Bill 937 a bad law. While the intent of the bill was to increase access to abortion, we do not think that women and girls should have to suffer a lowered level of safety when they seek that kind of surgery, Bricado said. And that's the talking point that they just teabagged in that Democracy Now! Video. The talking point that they use is that that should only be done by a doctor. So then nurse practitioners, other types of medical professionals will not be able to perform that particular operation. And then they just start revoking licenses of people who actually do it. So you literally only have access to abortion on paper because none of the doctors who be able to do it actually exist. But the group also doesn't like that the law.
That's a problem.
Yeah, they don't like the law requires insurance to cover the procedure with no copays or deductibles.
I mean, I was about to say this is some slippery shit because, you know, because the thing is that as an attorney, you know, this is the kind of stuff that this is the kind of stuff I wish our profession didn't do because it's just absurd, like just how hell-bent these political people are in trying to create laws that strip away a right that people have had since the 1970s,
right,
with Roe v. Wade. And from that monstrous opinion that Justice Alito penned that was leaked, you know, it's just... And here's the thing, like, I'm looking at what Globus the Elder says, you know, increase barriers for entry, increase cost. Who does that affect?
Oh,
like,
yeah, we already know.
Yeah, that's absolutely the goal of this, because at the end of the day, you know, the only people that this is going to hurt are people who are unable to afford, you know, high-end doctors that Republican politicians use for their mistresses. But, you know, in more serious, less shitposty terms, this is going to harm everybody because it's going to basically erect all sorts of barriers to abortion.
Yep.
So even if it's in a state that allows it, the practical result is you're not going to be able to get one no matter how hard you try, just due to all the barriers they put up.
Yep.
And just for your reference, this is something that they've been doing for decades under the auspices of Roe v. Wade. Planned Parenthood versus Casey actually is a case that's important because state Republicans and state legislatures in general have been trying to find ways to limit abortion rights and limit access to abortions, regardless of what Roe v. Wade said. And Planned Parenthood versus Casey basically legitimizes this approach, you know, by saying, oh, well, if this isn't an unreasonable restraint on a woman's ability to get an abortion, then this is perfectly kosher. So, you know, that's why you have states like Texas, as an example, that have almost no abortion clinics, which would have made it impossible for people to get an abortion regardless.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why I'm not at all surprised that they're going with this approach now in, the states that are considered safe havens for people who want to exercise their rights, because they know that if they bring that vote directly to the legislatures as they are going to shoot that down. Whereas if they astroturf a campaign, that's like, oh, well, we're just trying to pass this to the people. And the abortion is bad, y'all. Just listen to us in our propaganda. Then they're hoping to sway people emotionally on this issue.
That's like why the fake clinics and stuff exists, is so that you just get, yeah.
Well, that's exactly right. And they've been doing this for ages. So, just to give you a little bit of history on the main plaintiff in Roe v. Wade, Roe actually made herself known in the 1990s. And even though she was a fierce advocate for the right to an abortion, like afterwards, and I think she admitted that her change of heart was due to the sums of money that she was paid by, these conservative groups or these pro-life groups. She basically worked for pro-life clinics, and these clinics were set up right next to abortion clinics that she used to work at. And the only purpose of these pro-life clinics are to trick and manipulate women who go in there.
Yep.
Restrict the rights that they have.
It's just scummy behavior.
Well, I mean, it absolutely is. So, I guess, what did you want me to talk about specifically? Because this kind of stuff is not all that surprising to me. And I'll probably have to look up these state laws that are being introduced and like go through them piece by piece at some point. But
yeah,
like the whole point of like my main concern about what's happening with abortion rights in this country is just the fact that you have Roe v. Wade and you have Planned Parenthood v. Casey, which, established abortion as a fundamental right protected under the Constitution, based on multiple rights to privacy, right? And my concern is that, if Alito uses this very ass-backwards historical analysis to say, oh, well, the founders wouldn't have respected a right to an abortion back when they made the Constitution. So under this textualist lens, we have to overturn it because it was never to be supported in the first place.
Right.
And that's basically how this leaked opinion Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization reads. They go back as far as the 1300s and say, oh, well, look, there are laws against abortions there, and there are laws against abortions in the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. Oh, it was never acceptable until right before Roe v. Wade. So, historically speaking, this has never been supported. So this is not a right you're entitled to.
Yeah.
And that's my problem with original. Well, exactly. And it's slippery for two reasons. One is, if there are fans of my channel in here, you'll know that I have a bone to pick with originalism or textualism. And it's because originalism is and I'm going to say this with all the due respect and courtesy that train of thought deserves, it is the most brain-dead, stupidest, just absolute, like, most simplistic and fundamentalist approach to interpreting law that I have ever seen.
It strikes me just as cover for people's individual prejudices, given the fact that the founders of the country had their own particular sets of beliefs about society that happen to be congruent with theirs.
Well, exactly. And, just in terms of because here's my rundown, because of course, the absolute piece of human trash, Antonin Scalia, was the one who popularized textualism in the Supreme Court. Reagan appointee Antonin Scalia. And, his train of thought was tested out in a lot of different ways, but particularly in a Supreme Court case that was asked the question, hey, is medically assisted TOSing, and I just say TOSing just to not, trigger any
the bots.
Trigger the bots.
TOS bots.
Exactly. So is there any constitutional right to medical assisted TOS? And essentially the Supreme Court said, oh, well, no, because taking your own life is something that was never legally supported in, ye olde times when people thought that witches were a real thing. So we shouldn't take that seriously here either. And I'm going to read what Big Dick Richie says here.
Yeah, Big Dick.
Who the fuck thinks Thomas Jefferson and his colleagues wouldn't be getting abobos left and right? So, oh no.
So there's that aspect, but the other thing that you have to remember is like how slavery actually worked, where like if you were a slave, that means your kids are going to be slaves and their kids and so on and so forth. So like if you get one female slave, that's infinite slaves for you. That's the cheat code.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And this is the thing that really bothers me about this opinion. So they basically used an originalist lens to take away, a previously granted fundamental right under the Constitution. So if that's the case, and they're willing to go as far back as the 1300s and look into English law, who, by the way, we revolted specifically to get away from. If they want to go that far back, then what's stopping the Supreme Court from taking a look at other fundamental rights, like, not only birth control, but gay marriage, the ability to have private gay relations, period, since Lawrence v. Texas was decided in 2003. What's stopping them from that? What's stopping them from reinstating bans on miscegenation? What's stopping them from overturning Brown v. Board and being like, oh no, separate but equal is actually a just thing, actually.
Right.
So, it's an incredibly slippery slope, and obviously there's an element of, some people would call it an element of being hysterical. You know what I'm saying? But honestly,
it's all plausible. They're talking about it. They've been, I think, gay marriage actually recently got brought up as something they were looking at, like last couple of days. I think I remember reading that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing that I'm worried about, and that's the thing that I want people to understand, is that, under the Dobbs opinion, even though they brought up, even though they distinguished the right to an abortion from other fundamental rights that are not directly mentioned in the Constitution, like, contraceptives, gay marriage, gay relations, the right to marry people of other races, like, the difference between abortion and those, in their opinion, is that abortion takes a human life, which is entirely based on fifis and not on any legal principle that we can,
right,
justifiably determine, at least in my opinion. There's state laws on that, but
I was going to say, we just covered that dude that tried to sue the hospital. It was a Catholic healthcare provider that his wife that was pregnant with his twins died, and he tried to sue them for wrongful death for 3 people. And their argument was that you have to be born alive to be a person, and they won. So that's cool.
Well, exactly. So, and if you don't mind sending me that news article, actually, like in your own time, but
I'll find it really quick because I was just reading it earlier this stream.
I gotcha, but I mean, that's some fucking hypocrisy there. And see, there is no consistent principle here, as in, if it doesn't affect, like, basically, if it affects conservatives or religious people, specifically Christians, because let's not kid ourselves, like, that's who wants to try and run the country.
Right.
You know, if it affects them in a negative way, then, oh, well, that wasn't a human being that you're suing over. Screw it. But if it's people wanting to have a right to an abortion, then that's a totally different story.
Right.
And I'm sorry if I'm just like rambling instead of like us having a conversation.
Oh no,
So-
that's kind of what I wanted you to do, because this is one of those things that's kind of outside of my lane. So it's just like today I'm just like asking questions and hearing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Dad
I mean-
the Noob. Thank you. Hold on, let me drop
Hey. There we go.
There we go. Appreciate you, Dad.
Hell
Noob. Hope
yes.
you've been well. We got a game together soon. Fuck the GOP. Hell yeah. Shout out to Sugarfoot Thomas. Thanks for the dono. Let me increase the amount of bread that we have. I think. Hang on.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. That's really cool. You know, and while you do that,
Yeah. Keep rambling some more.
okay. You know, like that's my whole issue, and something that I learned from I think I first heard about this on Last Week Tonight, but then I actually like did some more digging on my part. But you know, the thing that bothers me the most is that the entire reason why, you know, the anti-abortion movement, you know, is, and yeah, I agree with Kuma. You should probably put exclamation point
I just
donate
did
in the
that.
stream title.
See, you guys can tell I'm a noob, and I don't do this often. I've only done this like twice before, 2 or 3 times before. I'm trying to get better at doing this because I want to do it more often.
Yeah, I mean, I was told the same thing by one of my chatters when I participated in one of Seaweed's fundraisers. So it's absolutely no problem. But you know, the whole thing that bothers me is just the fact that, like, with some abortion rights, or excuse me, but basically in the 1970s, like before Roe v. Wade was decided, the general opinion was that both Republicans and Democrats didn't have an issue with abortion and the right to an abortion. This was something that was not a big deal. So fundamentalists who noticed that religious people weren't getting politically involved and they wanted to broaden their voter bases, what essentially happened is that they got together, strategized, and decided to make abortion their big issue to bring in more voters. So they made, you know, they did a whole bunch of things. They did a lot of programming. They also made like
Hell
a
yeah, Dad
whole
Noob, I appreciate you.
propaganda movie or documentary series about abortions and why they're bad.
Wild.
And, you know, and this was after segregation was no longer, you know, socially acceptable as a thing to use your political influence against. So, you know, it's wild that the whole reason why the right to an abortion isn't, you know, wasn't actually ever a big concern with Republicans until after the passage of Roe v. Wade was because they wanted another reason to cynically bring people into their movement, and they used that as the perfect tool when being bigoted against black people was less and less socially acceptable, basically.
Right.
So I want you to basically just keep that, you know, in the back of your minds when you hear about, you know, the growth of this anti-abortion movement that was, you know, catapulting forward from the 70s onwards and just growing in strength. And then I want you to also think about the Christian fundamentalist presidencies of Satan himself, Ronald Reagan, as well as George W. Bush and what's that orange guy? I forget his name. So yeah, like those 3 presidents were historically known as like the 3 major Christian nationalist presidencies that put fundamentalist evangelical priorities ahead of everybody else because they knew that that was a big voter base that they could take advantage of. So, historically speaking, like, that's the reason why abortion became a big ticket issue. And yeah, exactly, Dad the Noob. The whole televangelist thing, and who said the whole televangelist
That was
thing?
Globus.
Yep, Globus nailed that. The televangelists, you know, played their part in the 70s and 80s, etc. And then Dad the Noob brings up a good point in saying that, you know, the Federalist Society, who helped influence the nomination of conservative Supreme Court justices on the bench, you know, really made that happen. And that's true. You know, and Jane Mayer's book, Dark Money, is actually an excellent resource in kind of getting the history of how, you know, libertarianism and fundamentalist, you know, conservatism grew from being a widely ridiculed thought process to being like one of the dominant forces in the country. And Democrats didn't really ever learn how to raise money to the scale that conservatives did, you know, until Obama.
Right.
But there's like no framework there for that, for like people to actually make a good impact on their cause. We'll catch you later, Dad the Noob. Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. I also was thinking, because I was just having this conversation the other day about how when people, because first of all, abortion is not, I was actually having this conversation with my podcast co-host. Abortion is not generally used by average people as like contraception. Like, I'm just going to have sex, and if I get pregnant, I'll just get an abortion. That's usually not how that works. And the caricature of that person was always, it's just like the term welfare queen, like where we can look at the statistics and know what that person actually is, like who that actually represents. But when it's invoked politically, it's a dog whistle.
Well, I mean, it absolutely is.
Yeah. So
it is
like,
a dog whistle.
Yeah. So when you're talking about people who use abortion as contraception, in your mind is the welfare queen, like, which is also fucking weird how the criticism of like black society or black culture is that you just pop out kids so that you get tax benefits. But at the same time, we hate ourselves so much that we're willing to just kill our own children, which is what abortion is presented as. But like, yeah, it's very like, it's bizarre that people have these beliefs that they don't question just because they low-key hate poor people and hate black people.
Well, I mean, that's how it is. Kuma. Yeah. You know, that's absolutely how it is. And that kind of hits the nail on the head there, because, and I know I shouldn't use like such tired cliches to express my points, but you know, that's absolutely true. And I think the scariest thing about that is that, again, a lot of that messaging came about in the wave of, you know, people preaching about personal responsibility and, you know, coming from the Christian fundamentalist presidencies that have really impacted the way that American politics plays out in the last 30, 40 years. That is without a doubt something that we should be concerned about.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I think I have rambled endlessly enough. And so I'll let you get back to it, but I wanted to just pop in and give my 2 cents on this issue. So thank you so much for letting me do that.
Yeah, it's always appreciated. I appreciate you, Kev.
Yeah, buddy. Any way to support the cause that I can, I want to do it. So
yeah,
I hope you have a great rest.
I appreciate you. I was going to say, this one's kind of botched, and like, I'm probably going to do more than one of these anyway for this organization specifically. I want to do like, I don't know, I might just pick like 4 days a month for 4 different organizations to do like monthly fundraisers for. But we'll see how it plays out. But I appreciate you coming through, and you're always invited, and I will try to involve you in whatever way I can, whatever I do. So
absolutely, whether it be research or rambling for hours on end, just
about
let me know.
Your research. I appreciate both. Both are well desired.
Yes, sir. So I'll catch you later.
Thanks, Kev. All right, make sure you all are following Kevin FM if you're not already. I'll drop his link in chat. I'm getting bored. I'm kind of running out of stuff to talk about here. Well, I'm not getting bored. I'm fidgeting. I'm always bored. I have ADHD. But also, let me make sure the tags for this are proper. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick in a minute here. We're gonna get right back into it, and I think I might play some Mortal Kombat. You guys want to watch me play Mortal Kombat, and we can just have just vibe. Nuclear physics, sheesh. I don't know. You might want to talk to Katarina about that one. They're pretty good with that. I am a filthy peasant, literally. I'm working class as fuck, not even college educated. I'm fucking stupid. 3D printing stream? I can start a print now if you guys want. I'm going to be streaming for another 10 fucking hours, so it'll definitely be finished by the time we always try and watch me jacks off, bet. I feel it. Let's do a little bit more like news coverage and just to get us up to speed in the situation. Because at 5 p.m. I'm going to talk to Ashley Esposito, I think. I'm just double checking to make sure that's all. Everything is good with that. She hasn't responded to me yet, but we set a time for 5 p.m. today, like a week ago. So let me put something else on for y'all to check out while I make my brief leave. Oh, this looks absolutely fucking garbage. We'll do this first.
We start with that big news from the January 6th committee. They have finally issued subpoenas to their House Republican colleagues, including the top House Republican, Kevin McCarthy. You know, the one who said he would urge Donald Trump to step down because of his role in inciting the riot, but then fell in line and has worked to undermine the 1-6 investigation ever since. Yes, that Kevin McCarthy has been subpoenaed. Subpoenas also went out on Thursday to Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks, who urged rally-goers on 1-6 to kick ass just hours before the riot began, and to Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, who had a 10-minute phone call with President Trump on the morning of January the 6th. Also on the subpoena list, Scott Perry of Pennsylvania and Andy Biggs of Arizona. Now, it's hard to imagine that any of these people will comply with the subpoenas, so are Democrats ready to send another batch of contempt referrals to the Justice Department? And is Merrick Garland ready to pursue them? I'll ask former Senator Barbara Boxer in just a moment whether Democrats are ready to have this all-important fight. But first, can the Democrats codify abortion rights into law through Congress? It's the question we're all wondering right now as the fate of Roe v. Wade hangs in the balance. Kevin. On Wednesday, the Senate voted 51-49 against codifying Roe. Every Republican plus Joe Manchin, or is that including Joe Manchin, voted to block the Democrats' bill. But sometimes it's not a matter of having the ability to do something. Sometimes it's really a matter of having the will. When then Senator Barack Obama was on the campaign trail in 2007, he said passing the Freedom of Choice Act, a bill that would have cemented the right to choice as law of the land, was important to him. How important? Have a listen.
What would you do at the federal level, not only to ensure access to abortion, but to make sure that the judicial nominees that you will inevitably be able to pick are true to the core tenets of Roe v. Wade?
Well, the first thing I do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing that I do.
Well, guess what? It wasn't the first thing he signed into law.
Damn.
But it was still a top priority, right?
Freedom of Choice Act is not my highest legislative priority.
Damn. What? Come on.
Well, if there was ever a time to codify Roe, the start of the Obama administration was that time. President Obama won the White House by an 8 million vote margin. He came to office with hopes and dreams and a mandate. In fact, upon his inauguration in January 2009, Democrats held the White House, the Senate, and the House for the first time since 1993. They even had a filibuster-proof Senate majority. That would have been the perfect time to protect the landmark ruling from a decades-long Republican effort to undo it. But they didn't do it. They didn't do that. They didn't pass that bill. Then in the 2010 midterms, Democrats got crushed, shellacked, as President Obama said, and never again had that large a majority. So why didn't they try and do it when they had the power and maybe the votes too? Perhaps they didn't notice that Republicans had pushed since the Reagan years to overturn Roe. Or maybe they took it easy, underestimating, as they always seem to do, the ability of Republicans to manipulate the political system to get what they want. Obama's vice president, Joe Biden, was clear in his support for Roe v. Wade, even though he's a practicing Catholic and doesn't personally support abortion. Then Vice President Joe Biden is now President Joe Biden, and sadly he doesn't have the votes to overcome a Republican filibuster. That's the reality. So you'd expect him to now get behind abolishing the filibuster to save women's reproductive freedoms, would you not? Not quite.
President, can it do away with the filibuster to codify Roe?
I'm not prepared to make those judgments now about, but you know, I think the codification of Roe makes a lot of sense.
What I heard there was, now is not the time. In fact, and I'm sorry to say, you'd never know what a critical matter this is if you look at just the president's Twitter timeline over the past week or so. Since a leaked draft of Justice Samuel Alito's ruling was published on May the 2nd, Biden has tweeted plenty about inflation, internet expansion, manufacturing, you name it. But only on 2 occasions in the last 10 days, has he tweeted out about the fact that after 50 years, millions of women may have their reproductive rights stolen. And perhaps for generations if nothing is done to stop it. His latest tweet from yesterday says, quote, to protect the right to choose, voters need to elect more pro-choice senators this November and return a pro-choice majority to the House so they can sign their Women's Health Protection Act into law, codify Roe v. Wade. That tweet came after the Senate failed to pass a bill codifying Roe on Wednesday. Joe Manchin, our trusted Democrat in name only, voted with Republicans, but the failure of the bill to pass was ultimately because of what else? The filibuster. That's what stopped so much legislation. Yeah, the one that Biden said he's not ready to decide if it's time for it to go or not. When there's no will, there isn't going to be a way. That sadly was the story of President Obama on abortion in 2009, and it's the story of President Biden today. After the draft ruling was leaked last week, a viral tweet captured the sentiment many are feeling right now in this moment when it comes to Democrats asking people to vote for them. Quote, how can your response to this be vote, LMAO? We did. It literally didn't work. Joining me now, former California Democratic Senator Barbara Boxer. She served from 1993 to 2017 and spearheaded efforts to codify Roe v. Wade. We also have lawyer, feminist and activist Terry O'Neill. She's the former president of NOW, the National Organization for Women. Thank you both for joining me. Senator Boxer, let me start with you. You were there in the Senate in 2009, championing abortion rights. Obama comes to office promising to codify Roe on his first day in office. It doesn't happen on his first day or any day. And here we are today in 2022 playing catch-up, dealing with a filibuster. Why didn't it happen back then under President Obama?
We did not have the votes. And I might remind you of something that you may have forgotten because, believe me, we all want to forget the Great Recession. We were losing, seriously, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and everything was falling apart. And it's just like everything else. And the fact is, we never had 60 votes. We didn't have 60 votes then. Even in the 72-day period when there were 60 Democrats, we didn't have 60 votes to overcome the filibuster. Do I think there should be a filibuster anymore? No. Did I then think it was important to have it to protect women's rights and all kinds of other things after Newt Gingrich tried to destroy this country? I supported it at that time.
So
it's very easy to say,
wild,
woulda, shoulda, coulda, why didn't we? The fact is, the first bill that Obama signed into law was the Lilly Ledbetter Equal Pay Act. So we were onto women's issues. Last point I would make is this.
That's
Casey,
bullshit, though.
Which was a rough decision because
Like,
it
it's
really
not nothing,
did say
but,
the
like,
states could do
it's
more
not
to
abortion.
get in the way of women. Casey did, in fact, underscore the importance of Roe, and he kept Roe. And it was a very, very important decision. And we didn't think at that point when Kennedy changed his mind that we were about to lose this right. But I always say last point. I promise you, very last point. I do think it's about the election. And I don't agree with that last gentleman who tweeted. We need more Democrats. And
what the fuck is she talking about?
Say no to the filibuster at this time.
Let me bring in Terry, former president of NOW, the National Organization for Women. You actually became president of that organization, I believe, during Obama's first year in office, when he decided not to pursue the Freedom of Choice Act anymore. Senator Boxer there reminding us about the recession and some of the other context of that time. Do you believe, looking back, that was a major missed opportunity?
I do. And let me just say, and Barbara Boxer is one of my heroes of all time. I had the luxury as president of NOW to be advocating for really what women, and as we now say, women and anyone who can get pregnant, transgender individuals, non-gender, non-binary people, and so forth. I had the advantage of being able to advocate for what we need. Senator Boxer had the responsibility as an elected official to get things done. So I understand there's a really big difference. We were deeply concerned about the continued failure on Capitol Hill to make abortion care, in fact, the entire range of reproductive health services available to all who need it. We really were concerned about that. I get realpolitik, but also it's one thing to lose a vote when you come up for a vote. It's another thing to say, oh, it's not a high priority. I think that was a failure on the part of the president. He was a great president, will go down in history as one of our best, but
he was a trash
that was a
president.
failure. The same failure of messaging is happening now.
It's not a failure of messaging.
We are on the verge of completely losing our democracy because in January of this year, the Democratic leadership refused to go to the mat for voting rights. Yes, they held a performative show vote in the Senate. And then when they lose, like we all knew they were going to lose, they shrugged their shoulders and moved on. That, I think, is a real problem.
I truly don't get how you can just straight up explain how and why Democrats are useless and then finish that off with, well, we'll just get some more in there in November and it'll be good. It's either because you are in politics or you like or want to be in politics. The Dems had a supermajority, but it's Obama's fault? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it really depends on what you're voting, like local elections and shit. There's absolutely no fucking reason for me to vote in presidential elections because my state's going to go blue either way. It doesn't matter how I vote. But, like, local elections, sure. But, like, a lot of the time, for me personally, I can't reconcile the fact that I have to participate in a system that's waged war against me. Like, my grandmother was a fucking slave. I'm one generation away from 4 straight generations of slavery. I can't ethically participate in that system. It makes no fucking sense to me. On top of that, like I said earlier, people in marginalized communities, and this is what irritates the shit out of me about libs, is the infantilization that occurs. And don't get me wrong, it's not unique to libs, because Marxist-Leninists do this weird fuckery too when it comes to invoking marginalized communities to make excuses for their bullshit and treating us as a monolith. But just like this specific issue here, abortion, and how we learned earlier about how there was an entire underground network and community of people who were not even doctors that were able to get this safely done through mutual aid with no deaths and no serious injuries in the many years that they were doing it, right? Truly impoverished people, marginalized communities would benefit massively from the collapse of the United States government more so than any other thing, right? Because the first thing you think of when you think of the negative aspects of the collapse of the United States government is shit that marginalized people have to live through every day as a direct consequence of that system, right? Like here in Baltimore, there's kids born with lead poisoning, kids that get lead poisoning, right? People don't have running water and electricity sometimes. People can't stay in their own homes during the summertime because of the mold problems, right? I've seen a conspiracy theory that parts of Baltimore City are straight up social experiments to see what would actually happen in the event of government collapse due to climate change. And it's plausible to me, right? So on top of that, it would be twofold. You would have the elimination of the system of oppression that the most privileged people have to wield their privilege, and you would more or less eliminate the need for self-defense from people who are trying to do mutual aid and exist in these marginalized communities to get this work done. It's easier to deal with individual white supremacists than it is to deal with an entire system of police and military and so on and so forth. Poverty should be a war crime. It's not. Poverty is a goal. Poverty is a consequence of capitalism. There will never be... Poverty will always exist where capitalism exists. It's just a fact. You need people to be hungry enough to go to work. You need to keep people... I think Noam Chomsky called it the precarious proletariat. You need people on the verge of getting thrown out on the street and suffering all of the worst social ills that occur with that condition. You need people to be afraid of that or be on the verge of that so they can make them work at Starbucks for $10 an hour or work at Amazon, right? Yeah, for sure, jackass. Eagles. Yeah, you can't have landlords and no homeless people. As long as housing is a commodity and not a right, you will always have people in the street. And even if it's just one person on the street, that's still completely fucking unacceptable. Yo, Mythic. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you all. I appreciate the raid. How's everybody doing? Today, you're libs and proud. I feel it. So today we're talking about Roe v. Wade. What up, Endless Cemetery? What up, Mythic? What up, Politiconvict? What up, Viper Pie? What up, everyone? I'm doing a fundraiser today for Baltimore Abortion Fund. You can type !donate into chat. All of my donos for today will be forwarded to Baltimore Abortion Fund. Mythic abused you for 14 hours straight? Sheesh. 16? Sheesh. Don't do it to him. Don't fucking do it to him. Thanks for the follows and everything, everyone. I appreciate you all. But yes, like I said, today I'm doing a fundraiser for the Baltimore Abortion Fund. Matter of fact, since we got some new people in here, let me go ahead and read for you what they got going on. Very based, very anarchy-pilled. As you all know, as has been a talking point for the last week or so, Roe v. Wade is under threat in the Supreme Court in America. They will leave the issue of abortion up to the individual states. As we know, there are several states that will have very, very oppressive restrictions, if not outright bans on abortion. Matter of fact, let me show you guys a map really quick before I get into describing the Baltimore Abortion Fund. So, Roe v. Wade is a threat of being overturned. Here's a map of the United States and abortion rights with access. If this were to happen, um, 69 viewers. Yo, Viper Pilot, I appreciate your contribution. So, yeah, obviously the states in deep red will be where abortion is outright banned. The states in the brighter red will be restricted access. The blue states are where abortion is protected by law. You can see here, Maryland has abortion protected by law. And the gray states are just kind of where they're like, we're not pressed. We're just doing us. Which is, you know, not great, all things considered. So with that in mind, let's talk about the Baltimore Abortion Fund. They're an abortion fund that's in my backyard here in Baltimore, based here in Maryland, where, as I said previously, your right to an abortion and reproductive health care is protected by our state legislature and is secured, as is your right to privacy. No one's going to snitch on you from the state of Maryland if you travel from your state to this state to acquire an abortion or reproductive health care services. Let's talk about Baltimore Abortion Fund and go into, you know, kind of the who, what, where, and why before we interview Ashley Esposito, because they're very based. I don't think any of the stuff that they talk about as their goals and their reason for existence is anything that anyone in here would find disagreeable. So let's just cover it really quick. It's the Baltimore Abortion Fund. It's a mutual aid, grassroots, nonprofit organization that provides financial assistance and practical support to people who live in or travel to Maryland for abortion care. They're part of a network, a national network of abortion funds, which consists of 70 plus independently operated funds across the country. They use an intersectional reproductive justice lens to dismantle white supremacy and remove systemic barriers people face when accessing abortion care. As we all know, the abortion issue will most affect poor black women, period. We know this. It's not up for debate. It's not a question. It's just a fact. Southeast is especially fucked. Yeah, it's not looking great. So that's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I know that there will be a lot of people who need Baltimore Abortion Fund and funds like this, either to acquire transportation and lodging and so on and so forth to Maryland, or just, you know, to support the people in my backyard. Thanks for the follow. So this is what they do. BAF operates a confidential helpline. There's the number there. It's 443-297-9893. Where their case managers make financial commitments to help callers pay for their procedures, as well as provide information on how to access abortion care. So probably the number one thing, if I had to venture a guess, the number one thing that they do is just provide information, honestly. Yo, Fett in the building. What's happening? But also, they provide financial commitments to cover a portion of the caller's abortion care. Their case managers refer callers to area health clinics that provide reproductive health services. They provide practical support like transportation, accommodations, and translation services to remove barriers to abortion care. Remember the language barrier. People sleep on that language barrier, but it's very fucking important. People who speak Spanish, people who speak French, whatever. BEF actively works to reduce abortion stigma within Maryland and participates in the broader conversations in shaping local and statewide policy affecting our callers. So, why abortion funds are important. Abortion funds ensure people have the resources they need to make decisions that are best for them and their family. Abortion funds are independent nonprofits. Abortion funds will partner with any national abortion federation provider. Oftentimes, these are independent abortion clinics. Independent abortion clinics provide care to 3 out of 5 people in the U.S. who have an abortion. And as we learned earlier today, 1 in 4 women has had an abortion. Removing financial barriers is critical to protecting access to abortion care, which is, we're doing a fundraiser, right? So these are the Baltimore Abortion Fund's values. Let's read this part. These following values reflect how we want to be as an organization and the way we work with one another. These values can and will have overlap to the work we do as a direct service to communities. So their values are collective power, balancing autonomy and collaboration, intersectionality, decision-making transparency, honoring humanity, and joy. There's not a single one of these that's disagreeable. If you consider yourself a liberal, you consider yourself a leftist, you consider yourself a communist, an anarchist, whatever. All of this is the exact shit that we say we claim we fight for every day, right? Fuck capitalism. Yeah, that's always the vibes in here. What up, Mouty? Thanks for coming through. And these are their values as a direct service provider. The following values reflect more about how we do the work of BAF, which is funding abortions, giving practical support, fundraising, community engagement, and etc. These values may also overlap with how BAF operates internally as an organization. So they're client-centered, they value reproductive autonomy and justice, and they value healthcare as a human right, which it is. You hate joy? Yeah, I feel that. I love joy. So let's learn more about their values. We can break down each individual talking point. So their first common theme is collective power. It's about creating relationships of power with each other, not power over each other. Creating systems and processes that enable us to come to group decisions so that we can speak with a credible and unified voice. Right? Balancing autonomy and collaboration. We respect and honor each other's contributions and work in a way that is responsive to the work and the values other people hold. We recognize that role clarity intentionally balances power and respects the unique wisdom of each person. We check in with people who will be directly impacted by our actions before we take them. Intersectionality. We understand that experience, insight, and impact are all different based on the various identities, which is race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, immigration status, socioeconomic background, people with disabilities, etc. We speak from our experiences and we center folks with marginalized identities to ensure that our decisions and actions are creating a truly inclusive environment. Common theme number 4, decision-making transparency. We maintain a decision-making process in which everyone knows how decisions are getting made, who is making them, and how they can participate in decision-making processes. The information people need in order to participate in our organization is made accessible. Number 5, honoring humanity. Acknowledging the lives and circumstances of collaborators, holding space for messiness, having reasonable expectations of one another, and understanding we are all balancing different things in order to show up for this work. While creating balance, we aim to be open and honest about our personal capacity and having reasonable expectations of one another while remaining accountable to BAF's overarching mission, values, and goals. And 6 is joy. Our work is public, positive, and relationship-focused, which decreases the stigma for abortion seekers and for us. Yeah, I feel that politic-convict. I pretty much have been a communal anarchist my entire life. I'm sympathetic to communism, and a lot of that shit is valid, but I wouldn't consider myself a communist. No, I consider myself more an anarchist. I'm not anti-communist, I feel like is the more important thing to state there, because there's a lot of weird fucking anarchists. You love communists? I love communists too. You consider yourself an anarcho-communist? Me too. Me too. Or like an anarcho-syndicalist or something like that, I guess. Something very heavily communist adjacent, but I still like to have space to do my own thing. And I am a fucking student of the black anarchists that exist. Like, I literally hashtag a lot of my shit anarchata. Incomes are based not only just based on like, so incomes are based for two reasons. Incomes have based positions, right? But also incomes are always the main ones, boots on the ground in the trenches doing shit, whether it's Food Not Bombs, jail solidarity, Baltimore community fridge, well, not Baltimore community fridge, but any type of community fridge, any type of community action that's like a stopgap measure between the voting booth and the people on the street. It's always incomes doing that shit. Always. And just like I was talking with Frackle about Food Not Bombs earlier, the reason why they do that shit is not to create a dependency on them through the community. They'll use that relationship with the community to organize on, we'll say, labor action, right? But the whole point of the existence of an organization like Food Not Bombs is to create a society to affect people's material conditions to the point where Food Not Bombs is not necessary anymore. So they have the foresight to understand that in a perfect world, we wouldn't need to exist. We would still be doing our job, right? People who want to cook, want to feed people, want to talk to people in the community, et cetera, et cetera. Those people would still be doing their thing, just in a completely different context, right? Completely different context. Everyone will be taken care of. You think anybody looking at our current reward system and can tell it's flawed as fuck or based? Yeah, I feel it. Incomes are brothers in arms, so to speak. I feel that. Anarchism is found throughout the path to communism. You can't get through socialism toward communism without anarchism. That is facts, Carpe Pax. That is 100% facts. But you think we're ready for socialism with direct democracy and no involuntary domination? I would say that I'm a student of the Black Panthers, so I think that we need to have a robust system for self-defense if we're going to go that route. Like, I'm very much pro self-defense, and as stated previously, you guys might not have been here for it. It's been considered kind of a controversial take for me, but I think my reasoning is sound. Shout out to Black Block Polly, because I saw him say this same exact fucking thing on Twitter the other day, and I unliked it so I could like it twice, which is that when we're talking about marginalized groups, right? We're talking about trans people, people living on the street, no matter what intersection you have, youth, so on and so forth. No matter what intersection you have, we're talking about people who are forced to live in abject poverty, right? The number one thing that would help them is the collapse of the United States government. For marginalized people, that would be the thing that would help them the most. Because number one, all of the worst things that you would think would happen if the United States government collapsed is shit that these people have to live through every fucking day as a direct consequence of the system that you claim you support, right? Just like I was saying about Baltimore earlier, there's people who live in lead-poisoned houses. There's people who live in mold-poisoned houses. There's people who live without food who live without water or electricity in their homes because they don't give a shit about those areas, right? And so the only people that would affect are people who are already privileged and lived in a certain level of means very, very far above the mentally ill heroin addict living on the street that has 3 jobs and still can't afford a car or a home, right? Good morning, Ellie. We have the technology for direct democracy. That's true. We just don't have the access to it yet. You feel like with the way things are going, people are getting more and more ripe for revolution, and to be honest, it's time. Poverty has no group but poor. You kind of like the Green Book idea for direct democracy, split issues into categories and allow anybody to vote in any category they care about. That's chill. But the thing about revolution is, so number one, the revolution will not be televised, right? So understanding that, it doesn't just mean like the news networks and stuff aren't going to cover the revolution when it happens. There's that meaning in that as well. But also the meaning within the meaning is that the first thing that has to change is our attitudes, right? We have to change minds first. And that is also happening. Like I've been saying earlier, there's lots of unionization efforts happening just here in Baltimore. Me and my podcast co-host, my roomie, we've been doing interviews with people. We're going to continue doing interviews with people. We're going to continue to cover unionization efforts across the country. But also, these organizations like Food Not Bombs, Baltimore Community Fridge, all these stuff, we were learning about the Janes earlier in the stream in direct relation to Roe v. Wade and what we're talking about in the fundraiser here. All this stuff is the community rising to the occasion to meet the needs of the community and us doing for ourselves and building dual power. And the more that exists, right, the less we need to rely on the suppressive system, despite what the liberals tell us about how we need to vote, right? So that in and of itself is the revolution. Stuck Infoned, I feel like the revolution is already underway. Revolution is a long fight and cannot be won overnight. Exactly. So when and this is why shit gets fucked up, is because when people think of the revolution, they think of like maybe 2 or 3 nights to a week of like people throwing Molotovs and violence in the streets and, you know, crazy shit happening. And that's literally not it, right? That can be it. And that's what it looks like when the state wages war against citizens a lot of the time. But just like Stuck Infoneb saying, like, the revolution's already happening. And it's centered around care for the community. That was the part of the Black Panthers 10-point program, right? The revolution is not us getting a bunch of fucking guns and getting ready to overthrow the government. The revolution is us figuring out what the community needs and providing for that need as best we can so that we just straight up don't need the government and we do our own thing separate from the government, right? The revolution we see on TV is the end of a years-long process. Exactly. Sometimes generations long. Generations long. Like I said, my grandmother was picking cotton from sunup to sundown, was the daughter of a sharecropper, the granddaughter of a slave, and the great-granddaughter of a slave. My grandmother lived and escaped from the same plantation her mother was on, her grandfather, and her great-grandfather. That's 4 generations. 4 generations on one plantation doing the same work, picking cotton from sunup to sundown. I'm 1 generation away from that. 1 generation away from that. And we still got black people picking cotton from sunup to sundown, right? Problem with the collapse of the government would be that the whole country is completely dependent on a very complicated supply chain and imports from overseas. The whole country is unable to sustain itself at this point. Yeah, that's true. But in a lot of ways, like I said, I have more faith in the resilience of my people and the people that I have seen who have existed in those conditions already than I do the government's ability to provide care for those people that they tell you every day they don't give a fuck about. Violent uprising won't work. The police have been militarized. The Canuckoids are doing it from within. Yeah, that's how it has to be done. Fucking Stone was TOS, so you're stuck and phoned? Okay, that's funny. That's fucking funny. You think once people realize that all value comes from labor, we won't even need to fire a shot? No, I would say that if the police didn't exist. Thank you, Gluttonous Machina. Gluttonous Machina. So, absent a police state, absent a system of white supremacy and individual white supremacists who are also militarized with their own militias and stuff, I would agree with that 110%. But the thing you have to remember is there are people that directly benefit from all these systems of oppression that exist, and they will fight to maintain their power. And we are not, that's why the Black Panther Party existed. Like, we're not just going to roll over and let them do that shit. That's why communists make sense, right? That's the one thing that communists hold over anarchists and anti-authoritarians, is that violent revolution is the most authoritarian thing that you can do, right? If you take control from the white supremacists, from the statists, from the imperialists, from the colonialists' powers, right? If you somehow wrest control from them, they're not just going to give up and let you do you. They're going to fight you back for that power. They're going to try to use their military industrial complexes to maintain their power and control. And you're going to have to defend yourself. That's just what it is. It took me a long time to accept and wrestle with. I had my fucking debate pill arc where I was like, nah, we could just win against those people in the marketplace of ideas and convince them that the world that we're advocating for is good for them too. But you have to remember, you can't reason a person out of a position that he didn't arrive to by way of reason. You get me? You can't speak sense to nonsense. And if they gave a fuck about facts and morals and ethics, they probably wouldn't be white supremacists or colonialists or imperialists in the first place, right? Yeah, and this is why every single ANCAP on planet Earth is fucking sus, is because they're not real anarchists. They're neo-feudalists. They want the revolution to happen, but they want it to be violent, and they want to be warlords. They want to be tyrants. They want to own the fucking toll roads that you got to pay $20 fucking to walk a mile or whatever on. They want to own the private sidewalks and shit like that. That's ANCAPs. They see the commons as a commodity to be owned. Ellie, thank you for the dono. We're getting close to that $300 goal. That's what Huey was doing, shadowing police to make sure they didn't harm the people, never had to fire a shot. That's the work, isn't it? Cop watching, making sure that people are safe, protecting the community. You don't need to fire a shot. You need to be armed. What's the quote? You're not peaceful if you're not capable of great violence. If you're not capable of great violence, you're not peaceful, you're harmless, right? So it is what it is. I'm gonna finish reading this really quick though after I read a few more chats. The truth is usually the best story. Facts. Right-wingers never win the moral argument, so they frame it along the economy or the law. That's also true. They want their own kingdoms. They dream of a Mad Max dystopia. Facts. We already live in like the Blade Runner dystopia. It's just that you have to pay rent. The amount of ANCAPs that falsely label themselves as ANCOMs makes you want to throw up in your mouth. Yeah, me too. They're armed because they intend to subjugate the unarmed. That is facts. So, here we go. It's a common theme of their values as a direct service provider, talking about the Baltimore Abortion Fund here. Just so everyone remembers, this is a fundraiser for the Baltimore Abortion Fund. All of my tips and donos for today will be donated to them. That's what the little bar is. To my left here, well, it's my right on your screen, but it's my left. Trying to get them as much money as possible because abortion funds across the country need our support right now, especially with Roe v. Wade on the line, and they will definitely need our continued and unwavering support if Roe v. Wade is overturned in the event that actually happens. But our work is fundamentally about serving abortion seekers. We listen closely to what they need. We do our best to create systems and processes that meet them where they are at. When a client is not met by our systems, we prioritize them over our systems to create an individualized response and may even take it as an indication that we need to reevaluate our systems. We want our services and our advocacy to be truly accessible. This means listening closely to the people for whom we want to create access so that we can make processes that don't create barriers. In doing our work, we honor what abortion seekers may be going through and strive to be supportive both emotionally and logistically. Common Theme 8, Reproductive Autonomy and Justice. According to Sister Song, reproductive justice is the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. People of color often face the highest barriers exercising this human right. Having the autonomy to decide and control contraceptive use, pregnancy, abortion, and childbearing is vital to reproductive justice. Baltimore Abortion Fund acknowledges the ways that identity and one's position with oppressive systems create barriers to realizing reproductive autonomy. Reproductive justice uses this acknowledgement to remove these barriers and repair harm. We seek to disrupt systems, processes, and ideas that impede reproductive autonomy. BAF is committed to the creation of systems, processes, and ideas that repair harm to folks barred from reproductive autonomy and create and restore reproductive justice. Excuse me. Healthcare is a human right. We believe that healthcare should be a human right, not a commodity accessible only to some. Abortion is healthcare. All right. And this is the donation page. I will drop the link here. You can, of course, still donate to me if it's easiest for you, but I'll make sure to drop this link in Twitch chat right now. And if you leave a little note, I guess, just make sure to tell them I sent you. I don't care. You don't have to do that, but it would be cool. You wish we had or would get Blade Runner, but that would need at least somewhat capable people running companies, and we don't have that. The future looks very much Mad Max. That's true. That's very true. We should just make a foundation to bribe Manchin. I mean, that would probably be the most effective way to deal with him, honestly. That's the only thing he understands. He just follows the money. Your favorite, and by favorite you mean most horrifying joke, is that in Blade Runner 2049, the guy's AI girlfriend is constantly advertising new products to him to buy while flirting with them. Yeah, it's just like in Futurama where like your dreams have commercials and you gotta pay a subscription fee to turn the commercials off in your dreams. It's fucking nuts. Blade Runner is one of my favorite movies, but it's the worst future imaginable where humans aren't extinct. Facts. Mad Max 2's Boss Humongous was actually pretty based. He was, I don't remember Mad Max 2, but I'm sure he is probably alright. Cloud is accepted but not required. The work is what matters. Yes, I mean, obviously. Blade Runner is in the alien canon, so the xenomorphs is how we go. Yeah. I didn't know Blade Runner and Aliens took place in the same universe. That's pretty cool. But yeah. Shout out to Dungeon Ruins. Shout out to my boy Alex. Thanks for the promotion. All food is synthetic or bugs. I actually don't have a huge problem with eating bugs, but I definitely don't want to be forced to eat only bugs and fake things. I would really like to have a diet that's not that. The ubiquity of corporate fiefdom in classic Western cyberpunk is terrifying to you? I mean, the literal corporate fiefdom we live under right now is pretty terrifying, but I get what you mean. Like Amazon is pretty much gonna be Wayland Yutani. Like the analogs between Amazon and Wayland Yutani are way too fucking nuts for me. Your ideal future will always be a post-scarcity one where people aren't first to serve useless billionaires. Me too. Blaze Runner. Yeah, Japan or Korea have billboards and ads and shit everywhere. Is this a bud stream? Did this just become a cannabis stream? Start early and get a yeah, I'm trying. Have I seen Snowpiercer? I gotta check that out. People keep recommending that to me, but I actually am getting into. You see I'll show you guys my friend. This is Mitch. He was given to me as a gift, and I'm just kind of seeing if I can even keep him alive. But you guys see back there my 3D printer, I'm actually looking into 3D printing like hydroponic and aeroponic stuff just to see if I even can, but I really want to get into that. Mitch is handsome as fuck. Mitch is chill. All right, you guys want to watch me play Mortal Kombat and talk some more, and I take some more donos? I'm going to play some Mortal Kombat. All right, let's do Mortal Kombat. Nah, Mortal Kombat's not TOS. Mortal Kombat is actually perfectly above TOS. Parasite was good. I did enjoy Parasite. I haven't seen Snowpiercer, but I liked Parasite. I love Blade Runner, Shadowrun, Ghost in the Shell. All that stuff is cool. Some homies have been talking about. Shout out to Aston Mac. If you guys aren't following Aston Mac TV, check out Aston Mac TV. But he's been talking about getting a game of Shadowrun, like a tabletop game together. He wants to DM for a Shadowrun game. So, made by the same author. Okay. All right. Let me. Junho, yeah. I love the music from Ghost in the Shell too. From Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, that shit was tough. That's some of my favorite anime music. Dot hack was pretty cool. Oh, that wasn't what I meant to accidentally open Dead by Daylight. So now I gotta close this and jump in Mortal Kombat. Big Richie Lizzie. Overlord was good. Was Overlord the one with like they had the mutated like Nazi zombies? Because that shit was tough. I fucked with that. It had Kurt Russell's son in it, right? I can't remember his name. Like Justin Russell or something. He looks like a Justin. He's straight. He gives strong Justin energy to me. Alright. I'm also doing games with viewers. If you want to join in, hop in a game with me. You're going to watch Urotsuki Doji? Urotsuki Doji. Urotsuki Doji. Sorry. Ooh. Season of the Saurian Rebirth. Oh, you're talking about Overlord the anime. Okay. Yeah, Overlord the movie was tough. I'm not going to spoil it, but basically it's about a secret mission that the Allies did, the American group did, against a radio tower that the Nazis had. And there's a little bit more there that meets the eye. And it has Kurt Russell's son in it. Real good movie. It's called Overlord. It's pretty sick. If you're into horror, if you're specifically into like body horror and like zombie stuff, you'll enjoy that. Overlord the game is also sick. Overfiend? Oh no, chill, TOS. F-Zero is an actual anime? That sounds kind of cool, because I fuck with the game, especially the soundtrack. Uh-oh. Not Baraka. Jax. He's gonna poke my little feet. Oh my god. Of course. My man counter picks. That's all good though. I like a challenge. He might be a nice noob Cybot. He might bust my cheeks. We'll see. F-Zero Falcon Densets. Yeah, I'll check that shit out. Sounds tough. He'll grab me immediately. I knew he was going to grab me right there. Alright, let's do something. Oh my god. This is how we're going to play? Alright. Nope. Riot Ribs. Macross Plus? I'll check that out. I've heard good things about Macross too. Are you fucking kidding me? What happened to my button right there? I was blocking low. Macross Plus has an incredible soundtrack. Oh yeah. I'm really into techno. I might play some of my music in a sec after this. Let me fucking sit on the edge, because my chair is falling the fuck apart anyway. I hate this chair.
Round one, fight.
Nope. Good round.
Round two, fight.
I knew the grab was coming. Tight. Shit. My boy is pressing them buttons. Are you fucking kidding me? I love to listen to techno. Eminem was wrong.
Fight.
I don't know how that happened, but good game. This is a dope fatality. That's probably one of the best fatalities in the game, honestly.
Cybot wins.
Jump kicks and uppercuts? Nah, don't do that against me. Don't do that against me. I'm a little out of practice in this game. I'm not going to lie to you all. I haven't played this game regularly, competitively, in a long time. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, because I am, but... Yeah, hell yeah, Marvy. Thanks for coming through. Matter of fact, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back, y'all. Chair stream. All right. Let's get some more Combat League games in. Combat League. What up, Tegma? How you feeling, bruv? I am declining this match. I am not accepting that fucking match. Absolutely not. E.D. Big Meat. My man's name is Ed Big Meat. Shout out to Big Richie Lizzie. Just got done with a workout. I feel that. That post-workout, it could go one of two ways. Uh-oh. He's going to pull out the toolie. He's going to shoot me. I'm definitely going to lean back into hitting the gym this summer. I just kind of do like little basic workouts like pull-ups and stuff on a dock at work, but... Ooh, riot ribs off Bucks. Bank, 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 bank. Bank, 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 bank. Bink, 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 bink. Shout out to Bink Princess. Yeah, it's a lot of cool people in here. Mythic Politics rated me earlier. I should have grabbed. Use up all your bullets. I definitely uppercutted that. What? Good round. What's my routine usually consist of in the gym? I don't have one. Like high key. I just do pull-ups and fucking push-ups and curls now because that's the only thing I can do. Fade Runner is the one that actually has like a regimen, like a whole joint that he does when he goes to the gym. So I probably just do whatever he does, honestly. I'm just trying to work on my fucking belly. I can't say it's a beer gut anymore because I quit drinking 4 years ago. Yeah, surgery will do that. Bullshit.
Round 2, fight.
Okay, my command grab didn't come out. That's cool. Good game, or a good round rather. Southpaw boxing routines, kickboxing, and cardio. Yeah, I want to get back into kickboxing for sure.
Fight.
Stop it. Oh, come the fuck on. Are you fucking kidding me? Boxing is fun. Good game. I'm still getting warmed up. You were a pro, had 2 fights and quit. Yeah. So that was the other thing. It was like I wanted to do MMA. Like I had a homie that I was in high school with, that I used to train with and shit when I was a senior. That like I wanted to do UFC. Like I wanted to be on the Ultimate Fighter. But everybody who fucking does that shit roids, and I wasn't trying to roid, and I also wasn't trying to get beat the fuck up by a roid like person. The shit sucks. Mosh Pit Sherry, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I mean, they at the time, I'm well past my prime now in terms of like, you know, mixed martial arts. I'm 32 going on 33, and I haven't trained in that realm for probably a decade at this point. But that when I was coming up, that was like a very serious problem. You have motherfuckers like Sean Shirk in a game. The fuck am I going to do with somebody like Sean Shirk, even at my best, even on my A game? The fuck am I going to do with a fucking, you know, what am I going to do with a TJ Dillashaw? Like, there's nothing you can do. Even if you're the same skill level, those motherfuckers are roiding. You know what I mean? It's not even that they're built different. They're just out here juicing. I think fitness streams will be tight. I've talked to Alec Gunter about this because Alec Gunter is really dope and into fitness and just like doing just, you know, just like fitness panels or anything like related without a focus on like image or anything like that. Just actual fucking fitness. Gotta block sometimes, bud. Can't keep spamming. Gotta block. Gotta block sometimes.
You ready for this?
Your dad would be a dope fitness streamer, Kuma. I think that would be sick. You gotta block, bruh. Gotta block sometimes. Good game.
That's sad. Jax wins.
At the pro level, footwork doesn't matter. It's like a chess match. That's true, and yeah, I could see that. You're 5'9", 158 pounds. Your 5 brothers are all assholes and 6'1", 200 plus. You had to fight them a lot growing up. That's who I had to fight like in my years. Immediately after I graduated, one of my best friends was a fucking like Navy Special Forces dude from SWIC who fucking like squatted 500 pounds. It was this absolute fucking beast of a human. And I would have to fucking go one-on-one with him all the time. He would knock me the fuck out. That shit was crazy. Getting ripped, cut, lean muscles like Brian Silva. Gra-ta-ta-ta.
What do they call you back home?
They call me Grandmaster.
Round one.
I'm just a straight up street baller. I never had any real formal training. We used to box in the fucking joint. Or not in the joint, but like in the... I didn't go to prison, but like... we used to get drunk and fight at this fucking cemetery near the house where I grew up. Really though? Fuck. Nope, go round. Fights at the pits? Hell yeah, Hobbs. Good to see you, Hobbs. It's been a hot minute. I hope you're doing well. Hobbs is where I'm from. Me and Hobbs came from the same bottom. We're from the same fucking goofy-ass, suburb-ass neighborhood. Motherfuckers thinking they were hard and shit. Bink, 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 bink. Shut up, Bink Princess. Bink, 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 bink. Damn, that makes up. Damn, yeah, Politiconvict. You don't win against that shit. Yeah, that's how Brian Silva got those muscles from fucking dudes. Oh, I didn't realize I already won. I would have did a fatality. Let me mute up because we might get some people to talk some shit, and that's always funny. Oh, that shit sucked, Hobbs. I forgot you were in the car with us for that. Damn, what the fuck? How did that happen? When did this happen? How did we get past the goal like this? Let's go. Let me update it. What the fuck is happening? Why is my goal not updating? Or why is my alerts not happening? I think Merrick wants to jump in. Eli, what's up? Yeah, you were definitely like, what the fuck are these kids on, fucking Hobbs? That shit was geeking. We had some crazy. You remember when I stopped drinking 4 years ago, but I always remember this. I always tell people about this. Do you remember when I drank that Jack Daniels and chased it with milk? I was mixing Jack Daniels with milk and just chugging that shit. Jax. Yeah. Darkest days, facts. But yeah, with Merrick, I didn't approach her about that just because other stuff came up that I was reminded of that makes me comfortable that it's sketchy that Fam just like deleted his tweets and his YouTubes and shit, but he's putting in the work. I know he's putting in the work behind the scenes, and he's doing it the way you're supposed to do it. He's doing it quiet, and he's doing it at the behest of the people he harmed or would have harmed. You know what I mean? Oh, the micro duck right there. That was saucy. Oh, the anti-air. I didn't realize he could anti-air me with that right there. This Snoop Sidebot's nice. Oh, come on. Fucked up and learning from his behavior, yes. Yeah, I was drinking the Jack and milk. I was out here reckless, fam. Let's go. Cardiac NRS suck cock. That's funny. Oh my god, the micro ducks have me dealt with. This man is a G with Noob Saibot. Just got back from the abortion rally. Lit. There's one of those happening here as well. Oh my god. Fuck. My man was just spamming down 4 or down 3. ACAB, yeah, let's get some ACABs in chat. Y'all see the shirt. Y'all know the vibes. ACAB, you already know the vibes. But you debated a bunch of pro-lifers? That sounds like a nightmare. Even more of a nightmare than in milk and Jack Daniels. All cats are beautiful. R.I.P. to a real one. Hell yeah. It was fun. Sometimes it's fun. It's good content sometimes. That's not what I meant to do. He keeps falling for that low. Bang, 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 bang. Oh! Damn, that was close.
Round 2, fight.
Riot ribs. One guy was screaming that black women should be ashamed of abortions. He was not black. Of course not. Cringe. Ah, and I used my bar. That sucks. Damn. Fucked my shit up. The brainless fatal was easily readable. Ah. Fucking with cops is. And see, this is why conservatives fucking suck, because they forgot their own history, dog. Remember when conservatives used to run from cops? Remember when conservatism was about saying fuck the police and telling the government to leave you alone? Yo, Jason Society, hope you're doing well. I just see you, my dude. Stuck and phoned. What up? Assassinate cops at birth in GTA 5? Yeah. GTA 6 even. Yeah, I don't play with police either. I move very different with police. Forced birthers are fucking weird. What up, Slumdome?
Funny way to gain my trust.
In combat, our true selves are revealed.
All right, put your cards on the table. Round 1, Fight.
Nope. I hate Jade. Wait, what's that? Fuck. Hard reads. What up, Punishment? Who is my main? Jax is my main. Why am I sucking so hard against this Jade right now? They came highly underprepared. Yikes. Yeah, I worried like a lot about my family if I do anything like anti-cop or any shit like that.
Fight.
Are you fucking kidding me? How did that even hit me? Nope. Big slams. Yo, Arun, thanks for the raid. What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing? Thanks for the follow, everyone. Jax is a Chad. No rolls. Good rounds. That was my fault. I was going for brutalities. Jax's design in this one is dope. Facts. I appreciate you, Arun. It worked. I got it. You did 2 raids. I fucking hate Jades who play like this. Good game. Oh, thanks, Arun. I appreciate you. So, this is a fundraiser stream for the Baltimore Abortion Fund. Donate link is in the stream title, or the donate command is in the stream title for those of you joining from Twitch. All of my donos for today will be forwarded to the Baltimore Abortion Fund. And yeah, I'm just kind of rocking. I've been streaming since noon. The goal is to go until midnight. We'll see how that goes, though. Help when we get abortions like Jax aborted that lady's head. Sheesh. Sheesh. It's Brian Silva. The one time I tripped by myself was actually pretty dope. But thank you, Fet. I actually am kind of a psychonaut, and I kind of fuck with, I don't know. I have no clue who I just picked. We'll see.
Black Market Alley.
And of course, you guys, if you're on PS4, you want to join up in a game, you're more than welcome. That's also true, Gluttonous Machina. I would say that for anything other than stuff that, like, can actually kill you.
Round 1. Fight.
This fucking cabal, bro. I feel it for the comments. All these fucking shenanigans. I don't get how they can be negative. Well, I guess it's the move I'm doing.
Round 2, fight.
What? Too easy. Reads, bro. Reads. Hard reads. He panicked right there.
Final round, fight.
Too slow.
Ah, I didn't realize he had reached me that far. It's all good, Fade Runner. People who got their space right, I mean, that's why I just throw them in the corner and make them guess wrong. But if you saw the end of that second round, I fucked his spacing up pretty bad. I made that man panic.
Round 1, fight.
Seizures are not cool. You don't want to get a seizure. Bruh.
Catch up.
There we go. Just throw him in the corner.
Round 2, fight.
How did that hit me? I duck to that shit every time for no reason.
Go back to hell.
Bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? I thought I was about to step on him. Oh, that missed! Oh my fucking god, dude.
Final round, fight.
That should have hit him. I don't understand how that hit me. Fucking bullshit, dog.
Too slow.
You bodied me.
Anyone stop me?
Cabal wins.
Drink some Jack and smoke some dabs and Grand Theft Auto. I feel it. I'm from Baltimore. We have a heroin problem here. We have a heroin epidemic in Baltimore. Cabal is a pain in the ass to fight, but just because that fucking little the slate gas shenanigans in the air, and because I, for whatever reason, keep ducking directly into that shit on the second hit every time, because I'm out of practice on this game.
Jax. Cabal.
I would like to state, for the record, I've only been streaming for 4 hours, and I'm already almost at the same amount of money that I raised in my last fundraiser. So
Black Dragon Thug.
Round 1. Fight.
I knew I should have blocked right there. Wake up attack. And he's in the corner.
Round 2. Fight.
I blocked that. Should have read the wake up attack. Yeah, so I had a friend, one of my oldest friends, overdose, and the pill that he got wasn't even heroin. It was 100% fent. How did that miss? And why would he waste that? It's cool though. Fent got your dad. I'm really sorry to hear that. Everything is cut with Fent now.
Jax wins.
I was trying to explain that to a dude on the dock the other day. Some dumb is that if you're like someone overdoses and dies off of your shit, then it actually is good for business. Because they were like, why would you kill your customers? And it's like, when the fiends hear about your shit killing someone, that means that they know you have the good shit. It's unfortunate that's how it works, and that's why we need to end the drug war. So that people don't die, so that we actually do harm reduction. Like what the people who came up with the term harm reduction actually meant, and not fucking talking about voting for Democrats. Because Joe Biden is less scary than Donald Trump. Wake up attack. My spacing with this guy. This is a cabal who does not know his spacing. You can see the difference here. Hold that. He doesn't know what to do about that. It's obvious.
Round 2, fight.
I was blocking that shit. He always follows that shit up with a fucking grab. That shit's goofy.
Final round, fight.
That wasn't the brutality I was going for, but I'll take it. Yo, QDS, thank you for the follow. How you doing? I'm doing a fundraiser for Baltimore Abortion Fund. I'm good. I'm doing all right. Doing this fundraiser. It's an ancient medicine suppressed by capitalists because they don't want poor people having access to free medicine. I'd buy that. I'd buy that one. I'd buy that for $1. That's fucked up, Ellie. Not fucked up on your part, but just fucked up that that's how our prison industrial complex and our military industrial complex operates. To escape the school to prison pipeline, you just have to join the military to fight for stonks and other people's resources. Abort SCOTUS is a dope piece of graffiti I've seen. I think we're going to play some Dead by Daylight. I think Merrick's going to help me play some Dead by Daylight. Assuming that I'm not about to do an interview at 5. Damn, shout out Derek Bryan. I don't know why it's not coming up in... I don't know why my donos aren't coming up in fucking chat, but... whatever. It's lit. Yeah, that's exactly why they want to criminalize abortions. It's so that they have more raw materials. On that note, let me do something that I can't really do in the context of this stream.
Baraka. Sarai Ryu Fire Gun.
Oh, okay. That works. I don't care who you pick, bro. I promise I don't care. I just did it so you couldn't counterpick me. I don't get going hidden when the person before you is already hidden and already picked. Like, I truly don't understand that shit. He picked my worst matchup anyway, so it's not like I would have unpicked when I saw who he picked.
Round one, fight.
He's got the DBZ costume on. Why is my... Okay. Bullshit. Probably shouldn't have used that, but it's whatever. Still won.
Round two, fight.
Ah, should have known that was coming.
Don't cut yourself.
Final round. Fight.
That's a W.
Round one. Fight.
That's lag. That was fucking lag. The lagged out Z-hat, I guess, is the tech now. Just hit the lag switch with the Z-hat. The lagged out Z-hat. Tight.
Round two. Fight.
The brainless wake up fatal. Watch, ready. Yep. This dog, like, he's very obviously lag switching.
Final round. Fight.
Nope, riot ribs. Wake up attack. Nope. Wake up attack. Oh. Going right back in the corner, bud. Wake up fatal blow. That's my fault for going for brutalities. I wanted to step on this kid. Wow.
Clearly, I'm better.
Couldn't
This fucking lag switching bullshit. He's lag switching. The first round was completely fine. Now suddenly in the second round, it's all this lag and he's just Z-hatting over and over again.
Round one, fight.
This is tech. This is finesse. Look. You see this? Mario when he dives into the snow. Put the fucking Z-hat away, dog. Nope. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. Holy shit. I fucked him up with that.
Round two, fight.
Put the Z-hat away.
Need help, Jax?
Riot ribs. Look at this lag, dog. Look, he's about to quit. See? He knew he was about to lose. You want to play Deadies with me and Merrick? I think Merrick's about to hop on for some Deadies. The biggest, literally the biggest cat. The biggest cat. The supreme capper extraordinaire.
Rambo. Black Dragon Fight Club. Round one, fight.
They hit him with the Walker Texas Ranger kick. get ribs. Rambo ribs. It's Fade Runner. It's Fade. Nope. That was a quick round. The ground Rambo ribs. I'm gonna own a restaurant called that one day. Rambo Ribs. It's just gonna be vegan ribs. Made out of like plants and bugs and shit. Nope, don't do it. Nope. Why would you corner yourself like this? Nice. Oh. Dirty. Dirty.
Round 2, fight.
You're just gonna get command grabbed to death, bud. Nope.
First blood.
That's gotta sting.
You want a wing or a leg? You want ribs or you want some legs? You want ribs or drumsticks? I clapped that dude's cheek. I detonated his cheeks. He's mad, confirmed. He was just eating all them command grabs. I don't know why he was doing that shit. And then when he finally tried to micro duck or down one, he got smacked with the overhead attack throw. Nice to meet you. Terminator's in the game. I don't have Terminator, but... Hey, Gales Berserker, thank you for the follow. Speaking of Berserk, tell me how you feel about this. Hola. ¿Qué tal, mi amigo? Hello.
Scorpion. Jax. Chronicles.
Blacks.
Another realm screwed us both over.
Then we are of the same mind.
Road trip.
Round 1. Fight.
I'm down for Blood Hunt. It's going pretty well. It was going well. Now I'm getting clapped by this fucking Scorpion. He knows what he's doing. Look at the micro ducks. My one didn't hit register right there. That's crazy. That's crazy too. That was a sick read.
Fight.
Oh my god. Yeah, it was a micro duck. Damn. What a sick read right there. This man knows what he's doing. All right, let me tighten up. Let me tighten up against this dude. Protect the streak, because I'm on a 4-win streak. I should have up 2'd. That's what I should have did. See if we can't get something going here. That micro jump. Dog, them micro ducks. He knew what I was trying to do. I don't know why I decided to do that. Why did I duck? Why did I press 2 instead of 1 right there? And why didn't my 1 input register right there? Crazy. He's probably tilt? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm playing Combat League right now, Breaker or Berserker. Cheek. That's the crazy thing is he wasn't even really a cheek buster. I was just playing. I wasn't playing smart. I wasn't playing conservative. Yeah, I'm down for that, Gales Berserker. Are you on PS4? I'm on PS4.
Scorpion.
Nah, my main is Jax. And my name, you can see my name there. It's Endless Cemetery. What up, Bink? How you feeling, Bink? BBC in here. It's BBC. Your nose is running? Damn. I think SDL is going to hop on as well. So that's cool.
I'm supposed to feel good about that?
Her enemies will become ours.
Round 1. Fight.
Nope, put it away. Get grabbed. Nope. Get grabbed. Nope. Get grabbed. Get. Oh, I thought I was gonna grab him again. Nope. Good round.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, he's gonna do that. Okay. Get grabs. Bink, 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 bink. Shout out to Bink Princess. Yeah, I'm the Jax. I'm doing that. That's me. That's me, Gales. That's me.
Jax. Kotal's Coliseum.
This kid's probably so confused, man. He's like, oh man, who goes from Scorpion to Sindel?
Salty Sunday tomorrow.
I'm having fun this season. Mixing shit up. Button mashers, man.
Listen to how mad he is.
Oh my god, he's just hitting his buttons.
Dog, if I'm mashing this block. He's Joker pilled. He is Joker pilled right
Kid's all about grabbing and hitting buttons. Poke, 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 poke. He loves his poking.
Why wouldn't I poke?
Poke, poke.
Unhinged and Joker pilled.
Dude, who else are you good with, man? Come on. Poke!
I can't believe I got hit with that.
Poke!
Joker pilled.
Oh man.
Joker pilled. You know I'm gonna talk
Jax. Shit. Good job, buddy. You won. Teabagging. Fucking Apex Legends kid, man.
Damn, you lost to an Apex Legends kid. That's crazy. Hold that L. I know it's hefty.
Oh, now he gets on the mic. Oh my god. It's about time.
Unhinged and Joker pilled, my dude. Straight Joker pilled.
Kid probably thinks I'm upset that I lost. Has no idea what I've done in this game. You have no idea what I've done in this game.
I know. Why don't you show it to me? You should have showed it to me. I'm not seeing it.
Did you platinum Elden Ring yet? Let me check your profile, bro. Let me see.
I don't play Elden Ring. I play Mortal Kombat.
Oh my god, he's played it for 5 minutes. Dude, what's wrong? Is Elden Ring too hard for you? It's too hard, man. I can't figure it out.
I prefer Mortal Kombat. If you want some lessons sometime, hit
fucking
me up.
scrub,
$20
man.
an hour. Oh my god. Somebody clip that whole exchange, please. He was mad. I didn't even platinum Elden Ring. What the hell even was that? He was mad. Super trash, MK mops. Petty. Petty. How is that? Oh, man. How was that even an insult? He was like, you suck at Elden Ring. And I was like, I know. I'm good at Mortal Kombat, though. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm a scrub because I didn't plat Elden Ring. I didn't play the game I don't even play. Pretty damn good at Mortal Kombat, though, I think. That was heavy. Do you know who my father is? Energy. That was just a vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's just a vibe. Just heavy. Do you know who my father is? Energy. This dude was mad. That's why I mute my mic, because I can't wait for him to hop on the mic mad, and then they get mad when I hop on the mic, and it's even better. Fade Runner dropped the clip in chat if you want to check out what just happened. I beat the brakes off. I 2-0'd that dude, and he was mad. That's what I'm saying. You don't even know what I've done on this game. What are you talking about? Lose? I haven't seen what you've done on this game. Why don't you show it to me? Dude got clapped so hard he turned into the Joker. He became the Joker. That guy was tilted. Full Joaquin. Full Leaf Phoenix. He should have played as the Joker. He might have won. Let me check Discord really quick.
Round 1. Fight.
This Jax is going crazy. Sheesh.
Round 2. Fight.
He was Joker laughing. What?
All right, let's do this. Final round. Fight.
That's just sad.
Jax wins.
Yeah, thanks, Globus. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for rocking with me for 5 hours.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, he got me. That's what that feels like. I should have did the low. Nice combo. Have you platinum Elden Ring yet? Bro, what? Yeah. My man was unhinged and Joker pilled. There we go. I'm right back in the corner. He was coping so hard, he brought up a whole ass other game. That's how they be on this game, though. That cope is little. That copium. Bro, what is this lag? What is this lag, bro? Good game. What? I did the wrong move. I'm sick.
Finish him. Jax wins.
I was going for brutalities. That was my fault. I should have just did it down one. I shouldn't even have let me beat me that first round because all he's doing is lag kicking me and fucking shoot me in the chest with little fireballs. Ultra instinct oof. Goofing and oofing.
Round one, fight.
Get command grabbed. Nope. 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 No, not the riot ribs. No. Oh, that's what that feels like. Yo said he smells neck bones. I'm sick. The Charles Barkley of commentary. Nah, we can interrupt that. We need the Binkies. I need the blessings of the Bink Princess. I don't know how that fucking... That's a sick brutality, though. I haven't done that one yet.
That's just sad.
Jax wins.
That was robbery. That was pure and utter robbery. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak. I'll be back in 2 seconds. You still want a game one, Gales? You're on the game? Bet. Shoot me a friend request or something, and I can, or I'll tell you what, I'll just make a lobby, and you can join the room. Rooms just call it endless. I'm also going to hit up the Dinamitas because these things are banging and I need a quick snack. You know what I'm saying? I can't get dinner yet. Sorry, I'm crunching. Motherfuckers are hot.
Liu Kang. Jax. Retro Kid.
You're lagging? I'm not going to pressure as hard. Because it sucks trying to deal with Jack's pressure in the middle of lag.
Round one. Fight.
That micro duck is mean. I just didn't do shit. That read was hard. was that a mid? That was some robbery. That was kind of nuts.
Round 2, fight.
I have not been fucking with GTA 5 that much. I can't believe that Biscuit actually came out even though he hit me with that teleport. What a hard read. I'm reading the fuck out them tellies.
Fight.
Good game. My bad, Gales. I'll mercy next time. I meant to mercy. Liu Kang's shenanigans in the corner is actually pretty good because he also has a command grab. He has mix-ups and a command grab. Yeah, that was Gales just now. I don't know if I mentioned earlier that I'm like a tournament ranked player. Like I'm like 31st in North America on this game. The brutality is fun. Muchas gracias, mi amigo. Call me pressing buttons. The low though. Damn. That was supposed to be a command grab.
Round 2, fight.
Oh yeah, it's 5. After this match, I gotta see Ashley Esposito is still gonna do the interview with me. Ooh, nice parry. Ooh, what a read. The friendship. I don't have the music turned on though. Let me check my messages. Nervous, yeah. When you get put in the corner, like I can't play good in the corner either. I'm not very. I mean, you just saw how I folded in the corner. Like, I will fold in the corner ASAP.
Imagine if I had autonetic legs.
Trust me, it.
Round 1, fight.
Ooh. What a read. That's like my main game plan, just to get you in the corner, honestly. I suck at Tekken 7. I can't play Tekken 7.
Round 2, fight.
That was supposed to be a command grab. Nice corner combo. Ooh, nice round. Nicely done. Pretty nasty was Raven. Yeah, Ellie. I mean, I admitted that myself. I have to get warmed up whenever I play this game, especially because I don't play it as often anymore. Nice reads. Ooh. Damn. Good game. Yeah, we all knew who that was gonna go. I had a mercy back though. That would have been crazy if I would have robbed that with the magic pixel like that.
Sonya's got a lot of faith in you.
Coming from her, that means something.
I think you're still untested.
Round 1, fight.
You want to play sub after this? I dropped that. I can't believe I fell for that. Nice. Oh, you get mad? I don't get mad. I don't know if I should have done that, but Hot Wheels Unleashed. Fade and I were talking about getting that and playing it. That's definitely on the list for sure.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh, nice read. Plus frames, I keep forgetting. It's not weird at all, Pile of Maleficarum. I do the same thing. I literally play the game and I still do it. My tick throws aren't coming out. Yeah, MK's gore is tight. This fatality is lit. You just explode.
Fatality. Liu Kang wins.
Yeah, good match. Muy bueno, mi hermano. I have Soul Calibur 6. I can play that too. I just suck at it. I only play as Taki, and she doesn't really have shenanigans like that. Oh, my camera.
Sub-Zero.
Sorry about that. There we go. I accidentally kicked the AC adapter for my camera. What about the interview? I just messaged her. She hasn't responded. I don't think that's actually happening now, unfortunately. But we are interviewing her on Tuesday for the podcast, so yeah. That sucks, but I kind of figured that would happen. I didn't check back in with her like all week. We just kind of made plans. What was this? May 5th? It was like 2 weeks ago, so. Oh, for sure, Pile of Maleficarum. Yeah, I still get to talk with her, but it's going to be about the MICA unionization stuff. I don't think it'll be about... I'm sure it'll come up, but...
Commander Briggs.
We should be fighting on the same side.
Only if you prove worthy.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh, okay. Ooh. Good game. One of the funnier streams you've ever done, where you were chatting, you don't even remember what, and one of your friends went to the bathroom, accidentally kicked the cable, which crashed the whole stream. Had way too much fun dunk on him for it. That's funny. In the first fundraiser that I hosted, lo siento. In the first fundraiser that I hosted, I accidentally pressed the button on top of my PC, right at the end of the interview with my boy Gary from Food Not Bombs, and it ended the whole stream, even though it was supposed to be a 12-hour stream.
Round one, fight.
I'll play next round. I'll play with Scarlet. She's not my main either, but I'm trying to get good with her. The armor. Oh, sheesh. Theft. Did they ever buff Shao Kahn? Low key, they did. Ooh. Yeah, that was a close match. Shao was ass. He only had a down 2. That was it. That was all he had. Ooh, nice flawless. Damn, that round. I'd be super down for that, Ali. I would be super down for that. I don't know how that happened, but Oh, I have the music turned off, so I can't even play the jaxophone. Hey, what up, Manticore? How you doing? So the purpose of mercy is like to give him a second chance. Oh, never mind. Ashley's here. Let me... thanks for the games, Gales, but I gotta do this interview now. And I'm a little unprepared for it, so this is gonna be... We're gonna see how this works out. You're trying... Well, I mean, you're trying to win, yeah, but it's like, if it's someone you don't know, it's kind of like disrespect, like you're giving them a second chance and you're still going to beat them. But if it's just like friendly games, then like, yeah, why not? If you, yeah, Mercy is just fun. It's just for fun. Let me see. If I can make a Zoom call. Uh, I gotta make an account with Zoom. Sorry, y'all. We're about to get into the interview with Ashley Esposito. Just asking about the Baltimore Abortion Fund. She works with that organization. If you guys have questions, what's the flag behind me? It's the Baltimore County flag. The dude just teabagged you, insulted you in the DMs. That's wild. That's funny. All right, gonna have to, let me go ahead and, because this is gonna eat up my mic, or eat up my camera. Let me do this really quick so that I can use my camera in Zoom and you guys can see both of us. now how do I invite people to this? Right, there we go. Thanks for dropping the link, Ellie. And of course, you can donate to me, and all of my donos for the day will be forwarded to Baltimore Abortion Fund. Hey, here we go.
Come here, bud.
Hey. Hello.
Hi.
How goes? Nice to meet you.
You too.
So cool. So, just, I guess, for everybody in chat, just like tell everybody who you are and, the organization you represent and stuff.
Yeah, so like I'm not necessarily like here
A representative,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like a current board member
Right
on Baltimore Abortion Fund, and yeah, I've done some activist-ish work like around like abortion, like with my own situation. Like, you know, I helped craft well, not craft the whole thing, but I worked with one of my legislators to help craft some legislation to help with like abortion access and fertility access. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Was that like just for the city or like state of Maryland?
State of Maryland.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate you. How's your doing? How are you doing today? How's your day going?
Good. It's been crazy. I've been running around like.
Yeah, I can only imagine between like this and I guess you're coming through again on Tuesday to talk with me and Robbie. Yeah, that'll be cool. That's awesome. Yeah, so I was kind of, everybody knows like you know, Roe v. Wade's potentially gonna get repealed. You might be able to explain better kind of how Maryland works in terms of its status, like legal status for abortion. So if you could just like run through that or to the best of your knowledge, might be cool.
Yeah, so from my understanding, and I'm somebody that comes from it with like lived experience.
Right.
So I'm like a reproductive justice like employee, or I don't an organization. So I know a lot of folks understand the legal argument a lot better than me. But what I do know is that, you know, I'm somebody, I'll tell you a little bit about my story and then I'll make a lot of sense.
Tell whatever you want to tell. Yeah, people are really stoked. So
yeah. So me and my partner have been together since 2008. Yeah. So we're like a couple, we're like thinking, where are we going to live? Like we want to have kids.
Normal stuff.
So, yeah, like we wanted to have a house first, but you know, so we have somewhere for them to live. And then what happened is like, you know, we were so excited when we got pregnant and everything. And then around 20 weeks, I think, because usually like they give you all these tests, like blood tests and things. And they're like, oh, you know, you're like this, your baby doesn't have Down syndrome, your baby doesn't have this. And then, so you go through all these screenings. And then at 20 weeks, we went in for a scan and nobody said anything. Like it was like creepy silence. And we were like, what? Like I wasn't alarmed yet. It wasn't until they came like back in the room and then they were like, they turn on the lights and they're like, the prognosis is poor.
Ooh.
Yeah. We were like 20 weeks along.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. We were about to send out baby shower invitations, all that. And I mean, we had been together for so long before this pregnancy. And so like there was basically, for anybody that's been pregnant or knows somebody that's been pregnant, And if you explain this to anybody that has been, we had no amniotic fluid.
Oh,
like
wow.
Zero. Like there was no, they were trying to find pockets of fluid, everything. And usually that happens when, this is an interesting thing that I found out. Babies, like when they're developing, the amniotic fluid is actually like urine.
Oh.
So it's like, it's a mix of like a bunch of fluids and stuff. And so usually that's an indicator that there's something wrong with the development of like kidneys, urinary tract, things like that. And so it was devastating. And, you know, we went for like more opinions and things like that. But ultimately, and this is the gray area that I fall into that you rarely hear about. Usually people are cool with later term abortions if the mother's life is on the line. But they don't talk about whether or not it's like viable. Like there's a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the anti side that are like, oh, well, it's just special needs. I'm like, no.
The baby cannot live. Like,
yeah, not at all. Like last time I checked, you can't live with like a bunch of missing organs.
Right. Yeah.
So,
and it's just horrible to make someone go through the process of, you know, delivering a baby like that.
Yeah, and I, you know, I've met people that have been through like similar circumstances, and you know, from the pressure of like their families or whatever, they're like, oh, doctors don't know everything. That's one of the things that we also heard. It's like doctors know too much. Like, you know, they're doing all these ultrasounds.
That's literally their job.
Yeah, and it's like, and people are like, yeah, back in the 70s or like 60s, we didn't do all these things. And I was like, yeah, and people had stillborns all the time.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, and so basically, like, best decision for me, especially in the headspace that I was in, I was so devastated. I was, you know, they gave me a couple options, and I chose to have a DNE, which is like an abortion procedure. And it was the most compassionate thing I've ever experienced, surgery, you know, wise or whatever. But one of my biggest takeaways is that even though I'm in Maryland, our OBGYN and doctors who evaluated us, the fetal medicine folks, were in Anne Arundel.
Okay.
And so when they're the ones that figured out that like the baby was like really, really not even going to make it. And as soon as that happened, I was too far along for them to provide an abortion for me in that county. So imagine if I didn't have a car, I didn't have, you know what I mean?
I didn't know that, because that's news to me, because I didn't know that there was like a variance in like restrictions between counties in Maryland. Wow.
And it's not restrictions. What it is access. So, you know, even though it's state law, it's like, oh, you can have abortions. They still, even this happens in the South too. Like they kind of ice out access, and as a result, like people are denied care. You know, so they, like, before they even outlawed it, they were still preventing people from accessing care that they needed, which is a problem.
Yeah, I was just talking to another streamer, my friend Kevin FM, who was a lawyer, and we kind of went over like how Hogan's veto got overturned when they were trying to make restrictions so that only physicians could provide that care and not like nurse practitioners and so on and so forth. And yeah, that's kind of really disheartening. I shouldn't be surprised, but like it makes sense, because we earlier in stream were watching about the Janes and stuff, and that was one of the things that everybody thought was really based about BAF, the fact that there's such a focus on like the individuals in that regard to meet individual needs.
And especially like meeting all the needs, like the scenario I just explained. Like imagine if I didn't have a car,
or a place to stay, something like that.
Yeah. So if, say I lived on the Eastern Shore, I could call Bath and then have access to the other things outside of like the actual abortion,
right?
To make sure that I can access the care that I need and deserve. So and also like when we're talking about like these choices, they make, I don't think that they should be making laws around what they think is ethical and what they don't think is ethical, or what they think people should have access to and when.
Agreed.
Because even like I actually had the same thing happen 2 years in a row.
Oh wow.
So, and this is where it gets wild. So the second time around, I was in a much better headspace. And also I trusted my gut because I went back to the same doctors in Anne Arundel because they had like the doctor that we had, we really liked because they had like water birth and things like that. So I was picking them because they provided a different type of like care for the actual birthing part. But as far as their abortion views is in conflict with me as a person and what I would seek for like each scenario.
Right.
So we went back to them. One of the doctors, the second time around, I said, give me another ultrasound because I was like, I've seen this before. Like this feels like Groundhog's Day. And he just like ignored me, dismissed me. There were times where he talked to my husband instead of me.
Oh, that's so gross.
Like almost like as if I weren't in the room. And so we went to Hopkins and luckily they figured out that we carry a genetic condition. So every time we were to try to get pregnant, like we have a 25% chance of that pregnancy carrying something called Fraser syndrome. And so we were 2 for 2. And
oh no.
Yeah. And so at that point, like the second abortion was very different. I chose for myself during that time, I chose to go through labor and delivery. And that was right for that pregnancy, you know? So,
right. I mean, that's the point is that it's your choice, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And as a result of those 2 abortions too, like I know anti-choice folks like to run around and be like, they're using fetal tissue. Let me tell you, the tissue that they took from both babies, first of all, they took to figure out what we carried.
Right.
And also
biopsies are like extremely common for fetuses or literally anyone else.
Yeah. And I have a son now through IVF and genetic testing. And we would not have known what we carried because literally there are only 250 or 300 cases on record of this disease.
Oh, wow.
So any test that we took, like we actually had to fight our insurance company to even get the test to identify what was going on because it's like it's called whole genome sequencing. And they're like, we don't feel like you need it. And then even when I went for IVF, they were like, oh, you're fertile. You've been pregnant before. Just keep trying. I'm like, yo, like
that's not how this works.
Yeah. And so that's why we had the bill change. Like we're working on changing the state law so that folks that are carriers of genetic conditions have access to fertility treatment for, you know what I mean? To prevent.
Yeah, for sure. That's part of reproductive health care for sure.
Yeah. And I gave a speech a while back about our experience and stuff. And I had some legislators there. Van Hollen was there.
Oh, wow.
Ancho and a bunch of others. And they kept talking about Maryland like Maryland's okay. And one of the things that I got up there and said, I was like, we are not okay. Because even though I was able to access an abortion in this state, y'all violated my privacy over and over and over again. As soon as they said the prognosis was poor, you could feel politics in the room.
Oh, yeah.
They couldn't treat me. So I did not sign a consent form for politicians to be in my exam room. So, you know, I think that they should be legislating privacy and full autonomy for folks and not like what is viable and what my religion is comfortable with. Like, it's just foolish.
Yeah, it sounds like it because like, and I'm glad we got to have this conversation because it's obviously foreign to me. I can't get pregnant, but like all of the like news and stuff that I've seen that we've been talking about on stream here has made it seem like Maryland is like this excellent like sanctuary state for abortion access and abortion care and reproductive health care. And I legit didn't know that situation is how you've described. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's safe and accessible, not Maryland, but like Baltimore and like Montgomery, like right around DC.
Of course.
Yeah. So everywhere else, like you couldn't just travel anywhere in Maryland.
It makes sense. Carroll County, you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. Yeah. And then also like after I had these 2 abortions, like I said, I wasn't in the reproductive justice space or anything like that. I'm just
personal experience. Yeah.
And probably before that, I probably would have said abortion's not for me, but I was always pro-choice. Like I was like, I'm not about to tell somebody like, like I know their life
Right.
better
Yeah.
than them. Yeah. So I'm a little bit weird. Like my friends know that I'm a little.
We love weird. It's cool.
Yeah. So I ended up joining an anti-choice group
Oh, wow.
after my abortions, and I spent almost a year in there because I was like, I had just gone through these 2 abortions, and I couldn't wrap my mind around why they're attacking mine, like my type of abortions and the stage at which I was aborting and not having my life at risk. They strongly disagree with that. Like they think that is like cruel, that we're just like all of a sudden deciding that we don't want to be pregnant anymore.
Right. Yeah. It's the narrative that abortion is contraception.
Yeah. So I joined these groups because I just wanted to get an idea of like what was up with these people. And so so I spent almost a year in there, and I would do surveys. So I would say, like, do a poll in this Facebook group and be like, on a scale of ban all abortions for any reason to only abortions where the mother's life is on the line, to, like all these different scenarios, like where's your comfort level?
Right.
And there were so many like young guys who were saying ban all abortions for no matter what the reason is. And
of course,
when I started digging and having private conversations with them, I found out that they were very religious, that their church was actually helping facilitate them doing the March for Life. So there's actually, like, they're being indoctrinated and mobilized and all these things. We're getting out organized, honestly.
Yeah,
like on that side,
it seems like it.
That's why we're here right now. And so I saw this years ago. And so I sounded like Chicken Little running around. And I'm like, yo, they are plotting. Like,
I went to Catholic school, so I'm like very well. I went to Cardinal Gibbons in 2003, 2004, and 2005. Yeah, so I'm very well aware of that propaganda that they push. I went to several different Catholic schools, and it didn't matter what age it was. It was like as soon as you were old enough for like sex ed, that entered that like political position was in the conversation.
Yeah. And like I said, they're like, I always say, people always laugh at this comment, but I'm like, they literally have no skin in the game. Like a lot of them are like bragging about being virgins and things.
Incels.
There's so many things they don't understand. So for them, a strong stance on like things like pregnancy, and I was trying to figure out where it was coming from. And then on the flip side of it, you had like a lot of grandmothers who were, I guess in their view, and they were religious, but also 2, they were like, they're aborting my grandbabies. How dare you?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So, and it was weird because like I spent the whole time kind of blending in, and then towards the end of it, I basically, because they had built a relationship with me through this group, I was like telling them the story, but not telling them the ending, right? So I was walking them through all these appointments and painting the picture of like what it was like, and like, oh, this appointment, they told us this. And then so I went and sought another opinion and all this stuff. And so I kind of disrupted the group because the moms, the people that had been pregnant before, walking through that scenario, some of them changed their minds.
Oh, wow.
On their stance, especially about later term abortions. And they were jumped on by folks that were like, no abortions, never. Like, and so there's all this infighting. It got really weird. I deleted all history of myself in the group. Every comment I blocked, I probably have 1,000 people blocked on my Facebook page. But I blocked everyone. And I was like, I think I have enough information. And
for sure.
And one of the things they were talking about is the legal stuff of how they were working together to overturn Roe. So this is years ago. And so for us to be here now, like, I mean, I was still like hurt by it and stuff, but I wasn't surprised. Like I was seeing us get out organized in like these very like tight knit communities, where it's completely off the grid for a lot of folks that are in the RJ space.
For sure.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I remember definitely first hearing about that like in the early 2000s, where it was like I was in middle school and we were talking about Roe v. Wade and stuff, and it's just like, this is a weird vibe. I don't know. But of course, it was only weird because, like, yeah, I'm like, why am I supposed to have an opinion on this? But because it was, a religious institution and all that stuff, it's like you kind of get sucked in there because you can't really say no. We're going to tell your teachers or your parents, no, I'm not with this. Like, yeah.
And on the pro-choice side, we're not imposing anything on anybody.
Exactly.
like the only way it would make sense for the people to be as strongly against our whole movement is if we were trying to force abortions on people that didn't want it. Like, that's not the case.
Right.
Like, we're just
that's
making
kind of their game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's absolutely insane. I feel like they watched Handmaid's Tale and they were like, yeah,
that's
we
it.
need to up.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
It's absolutely wild. It's also frustrating politically because I do know that, for example, like Steny Hoyer, Nancy Pelosi, folks are supporting an anti-choice Democrat
in Texas. Yeah, I heard about that. Can you talk a little bit more about that, or do you really not know anything?
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember who's running against him because I want to make sure if anybody wants to donate to her, please do. Cisneros, or I don't know how to pronounce it.
Cisneros, maybe.
Yeah, and his name is something
Kuehler. I remember the last name Kuehler. I think it's like Tom Kuehler, some like white bread ass name.
Yeah, I forget how to spell it, but
Cueller, I think.
Yeah. So he's running against her, and she is very, like, I understand because I'm from the Southwest, so I do understand a little bit of what they're doing. Like, because I think their concern is that if it's somebody that's very progressive in Texas, they could lose Texas.
Right.
But at the same time, do not try to pretend that just because somebody has a D next to their name that they're allies. Like, I mean, Cinema,
Joe Manchin,
and Manchin, are
right.
terrible.
Right.
And Cinema's from my home state, and I'm just like,
that's a tough one.
Trash bird.
Yeah.
So.
Also, I just Googled it really quick. It's Henry Kuehler. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Henry Kuehler, and then Jessica Cisneros is who's running against him.
Yeah. So if y'all want to, and also there's PAC money being funneled to him.
Oh,
so
naturally.
I don't know how many listeners are on or anything, but if people want to drop her some fundage, and also Steny Hoyer has a challenger who can win. So Michaela Wilkes is from Waldorf. Steny Hoyer, Steny Hoyer has been her representative her entire life, and has done like nothing for the community. Like, he's very wealthy, and he's kind of like one of the power players in like this jacked up like political system that we have. So I know that the last time that she ran against him, she did win in the in-person vote. So that means the second time around, she can win. The only thing she needs is volunteers and donations, in my opinion.
Right on. I'm putting her link in my chat. There's like 30 people in here, so.
Yeah, Michaela Wilkes, like 100%. She, like I said, she beat him in in-person votes, like for a first-time candidate.
Wow.
That came out of nowhere. And so this second run, like, I think if we really want to have some like serious change and send a message, like removing him from office and replacing him somebody that's like grounded in the community is, because like I said,
crucial.
he's probably like one of the top 5 like establishment folks, and
interesting.
And she is very pro-choice. Yeah.
That's cool. Because that's every time people come in, or like new people come in to check it out, I kind of go through the the points of like the about on BAF, and like the thing that we have to talk about, like that I talk about with them the most, or that we all agree is like the part that's like the most awesome part, the most radical part, is that the focus is on like individuals and bodily autonomy, and like breaking through systems of like oppression, and like focusing intersectionally to make sure that basically like poor women of color get taken care of.
And I feel like they're a very like gender inclusive space too. Like,
this is
my second year being a board member, and when I tell you, like I came in with just my lived experience, and it has been like life-changing working with these folks. Like every single person on that board has like amazing skills, or just is interacting with other organizations and resourceful, but also like we find a lot of joy in the work.
For
Like
sure.
there is a lot of like self-care that I feel like a lot of these folks are like caught up on like restorative practices. So I've found myself being probably pretty quiet on Baltimore. Well, I mean, I guess not quiet on Baltimore Abortion Fund, because last year I was creating a lot of the graphics and memes.
Oh, nice.
So that's my like contribution and my skill set.
Sick. That's my skill set as well, so I can appreciate that.
Yeah, and if anybody's looking for a job, they're actually hiring a communications manager right now.
I might get in contact with them.
Yes, yeah, I would say definitely apply, like, because I mean, this is the first year that we have staff, and we're moving from like a working board to like a governance board, and it has just been like incredible, like how much like the people that are applying for jobs with BAF are like passionate about the work we're doing, and how much of a good fit they are. Because I feel like even our process for like finding talent and stuff.
Yeah, because I was reading about that too, how it's like purely like totally democratic and everything.
Yeah, it's very transparent. Like everybody is like involved in one way or another, and there's like, you know, I don't feel like there's any like, I don't know, like favoritism or anything. Like we're getting like a diverse pool of candidates, which is amazing. That's
really cool. Because I mean, Maryland's a really diverse state, especially Baltimore. Baltimore's a really diverse city.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what happens, like, because I know when all this stuff went down with the Supreme Court, like the thing that helped me keep it together, because I mean, I was devastated because I have, I'm in groups for people that also carry genetic diseases that are in those states where all the bad stuff is
like
happening.
Support groups.
Yeah, so to be able to, you know, I'd asked the folks in BAF, and I was like, oh, can I post like that we exist? Like, because I don't know if the girls in the South know. And they were like, absolutely. And so I shared in the genetic carrier group, and I was like, yo, like y'all can come to Maryland, because most of them don't find out until like 20 weeks.
For sure.
So just them getting that news when they were having anxiety and stuff, they were so grateful. Like, so yeah, it's all coming
That's really
together.
awesome. That's kind of what I've been trying to do with this whole thing too, is like link with other streamers and other people in other states, let them know like, yeah, you can come to Maryland if where you're at is not a great situation, whether it's that or anything, you know what I mean? It's nobody's business really. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah. And it's still a temporary situation, because at the end of the day, your access to care shouldn't be determined by what state you live in.
Exactly.
Like, period. Like, and that's why I'm such a strong like person to say, stop trying to like say this many weeks. Legislate privacy and safety for all of us. Like, flip it on the people that are coming at us. Like, build a wall of protection around us.
Right.
Like, treat this as if it's any other medical condition, because I'll be damned if I go into somebody's gastric bypass surgery consultation and be like, oh, I feel like you
what
do better.
number weight they are. Like, that makes no sense.
That's how it feels. That like that's how intrusive, and like, if you want to simplify it, that's how crazy this is.
Yeah.
Like, the audacity of me to go into somebody's like prostate exam and be like, I think I have a stronger opinion, you know, like,
right. Yeah.
Like people that aren't clinical should not be making decisions on people's medical treatment. It's just not.
Sounds basic. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, the one, because I saw also that there, I guess, is people trying to get a petition signed. They're trying to get like 70,000 signatures to basically reinstate the restrictions that Hogan was trying to get across, to where only like doctors would be able to perform abortions. I don't know how many signatures there are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because nurses, like, I mean, I think one of the conversations is around like the pill, like the abortion pills and stuff. And it's like that type of stuff is, they can definitely distribute that. Like, I mean,
Well,
leave it to the doctors if doctors are saying yes, we can expand this to them and allow them to provide this treatment and it's like totally safe. Believe doctors, not freaking Larry Hogan.
Right, for sure. And that was another thing that I was looking at that I didn't know about until I watched the thing on Democracy Now, like about the Janes, is that they were doing that themselves too, like the surgeries and stuff, and there were no deaths. So it's not as if, like obviously we want doctors and people who are licensed and stuff like that to perform it so that the quality of care is ensured, but it doesn't seem like something that would be drastically affected to the point where, like it basically just seems like another way to restrict access. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense what I'm saying? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and even the Republicans that are operating in Maryland, like even with my fertility bill that I helped draft and everything, when we introduced it, like Maryland Right to Life showed up and was like, I was like, I wanted to cuss her out so bad. Because here I am telling this story, and you know, some of the delegates are like moms, and so they understand like this process that I'm talking about, and that, you know, for me, abortion was it was no different than taking a family member off of life support.
Right.
100%. You know what I mean? Like people don't even blink an eye with that, like having to make that difficult choice, like when somebody's suffering. And so for them, they were like, totally get it. Like the only thing they were concerned about is they wanted to bring in medical staff to kind of like add nuance to like what I was saying, but from the medical perspective. So it was just me on my own being like, we got to introduce this bill to expand fertility access. And here she shows up and is like, oh, we believe that you're like wasting embryos. It's like, obviously you've never been through this process. People
right.
To have embryos. We're not just like, that one, like, and there's also this like misconception that we're making designer babies, which is not even a thing.
Right. I was going to say, like, I don't think that, as far as I know, the eugenics is in the opposite.
Gattaca, or is it Gattaca?
Yeah, it's Gattaca. Yeah, I was like, as far as I know, the eugenics moves in quite the opposite direction, where they're like sterilizing people without their consent and stuff in the South. Like, I don't. It's always so weird how they point to stuff like that doesn't even exist and completely gloss over the actual like people's rights being violated.
Yeah, the attack on abortion rights is like the biggest like gaslighting campaign I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
like it's absolutely insane. Like we're framed as being the perpetrators,
baby killers.
Like, yeah, and it's like, no, I'm allowing you to choose not to have an abortion. Like, focus on you.
Right.
Like, if you don't want to have an abortion, cool.
Don't get
like,
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't like abortion, then don't get one. And if you don't have to,
I actually wrote. I'll have to post the link. I wrote an article.
Please do.
Medium, and it was like This is like my petty stage.
If you send it to me on Instagram, I'll read it out after.
Oh, okay. It's very short, but it's pretty epic. Like at least I felt like it was. I was like,
it probably is. Yeah. Thanks for coming and talking with me.
Oh, it's called The Pro-Lifer's Guide to Stopping Abortion. Here we go.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, I'll check that out. I'll have it queued up for whenever.
It's only like a paragraph. It's good.
Ellie, one of my chatters wants me to ask you about trigger laws, if you know anything about trigger laws.
Oh, okay. So is that, I'm trying to remember if I understand this correctly. Are those the ones that are going to go into effect as soon as Roe is like
overturned? Yeah, there's like, I think it's like 13 states that have that on the books where if Roe's overturned, abortion is automatically banned.
Yeah, so I know my home state definitely has one. Well, I think they might have like introduced it.
There's a map that I was looking at earlier because WBAL actually had like a map state to state.
And like I said, these folks have been organizing for a long time for this. Like literally in this group that I told y'all about earlier, they were talking about ways that they were going to throw every law possible to see what sticks. And every time there's a law that inches a little bit, to use that as like a blueprint for the next one. And so they've been chipping away at this whole system. Like, and there's definitely like a lot bigger entities involved. Like I'm not
like super PACs and stuff.
Yeah, because this coordinated effort, like, I mean, the people organizing that's going on, churches are very strong, like especially these like radical ones. So we need to really just lean into talking and normalizing these conversations about abortion and supporting abortion funds. Like when you donate to an abortion fund, you should blast your whole family and be like, hey, you want to match my donation? Even your uncle that is against abortion.
Right.
Like we need to normalize the support because they have been normalizing their position for a long
Decades,
time.
generations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be trying to make like a monthly fundraiser because the last fundraiser I did was for Baltimore Food Not Bombs. And I was going to do Baltimore Community Fridge next, but then this happened like the day I started planning that. So, yeah.
And if anybody donates to my Bath fundraiser, I also do pet portraits, like pet royalty portraits.
How, what are your fundraisers?
Let me post my link here. So, yeah, like people have been donating. If you donate at least $25, I will crank out like a pet royalty portrait. And I mean, I'm pretty proud of like some of the work I've done recently. I was like, yes, this is the one. and usually when people receive them, they're like, ah. So it's a funny thing to do for Abortion Fund. But like I said, Bath is very like, I don't know, it's just so positive. Like,
yeah, it's a coin. The kids are saying based these days. It's very based.
And our prom was amazing. Like the prom that we had at Peabody Brewery, like that was amazing.
That sounds pretty dank.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, like we had all been kind of like in our fields and stuff, so it was just fun to get together, dance, and
just have a good time.
Celebrate, yeah.
Be around friends, yeah. That definitely is necessary many times.
Yeah. And I'm just hoping that, I don't know. I don't know what we can do because I also don't think that like abortion funds are like necessary, but I don't think I think
it's
in an ideal world, like we shouldn't have to have this like sense of urgency. Like I feel like it's to constantly being like working this hard just to like help people have like a bare necessity. It's just
right. Exactly. For sure. Another streamer friend of mine, we were talking similarly about like Baltimore food, well, just Food Not Bombs in general, but specifically Baltimore Food Not Bombs, about how like one of the goals of the organization is to create a world where that organization is not necessary anymore. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and I've been trying to like, I don't know, challenge folks that I know too, because I always see stuff on a very like high level.
Yeah.
Like even some organizations that I've tried to organize within, I'm like, I'll get in there and I'll be like, yo, this is a cult. You know? Like
I feel that.
Yeah, because there's some things that I think we're messing up because we're not going to like a very primitive way of organizing. Like a lot of our organizing structures are based off of the system that we're trying to dismantle.
Yeah.
Which is like just totally foolish.
You can't use the master's tools to tear down the master's house.
Yes, exactly. And so any organization, first of all, that adopts bylaws, you're foolish. Like if you adopt bylaws or have people do Robert's rules, any of that foolishness, that is a barrier to people's participation. And if you're talking about including like the masses and everyday folks, like that is so off-putting and pretentious. Yeah. So I'm hoping that people rethink these structures and like how they're creating these spaces for people to organize in, because like, I mean, the folks that are organizing spaces based off ideology and like radical ideology, like their structure is kind of off the grid. Like, I mean, think about it, like they're nonprofits and, you know, they're, everybody is aware of what it is like going in, but for the spaces where everybody else needs to fluctuate to, like we have to make it inclusive.
Definitely. And that's always what I push as like the purpose behind any type of organization that I encourage people to get into or involve themselves in on my platform is like, you have to focus on the mission. Like the care and like putting the work in has to come first beyond any type of structure or like trying to build a vanguard party or anything like that. Like,
well, I actually like just like so like I don't think it needs to be focused on the work. I think that's where we're messing up. I think it needs to be focused on the relationships.
yes,
Like, so I
yes,
think the individual relationships and us, I think we can win if even in our every day to day, we are able to like do restorative things and lean into conflict with each other and in a loving way, because that doesn't exist with us. And that's why there's so much chaos. Like, that's why I see so many groups that are progressive or leftist, like fracture. And because the moment somebody's challenged or the moment somebody feels like a bad person, rather than leading into that like discomfort, like they're like, I'm going to create my own thing.
leaving a room for messiness. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why we actually need to stop it with all like, I mean, I love a good logo and merch, but stop making these new groups.
Right. Yeah. I feel that.
We're all fighting over the same resources and everything is membership based. So that's just, we're literally cannibalizing each other.
Yeah. I feel that 1000%. I don't have pro run out of time. Do you want to keep it going or do you want to just like,
yeah, what do I do? Just rejoin?
Yeah, for sure. I'll make a new link or whatever, I guess, and then
I think if we rejoin this one, it starts a new one.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's the dog snoring.
That's so cute.
And she sounds like a big dog. She's.
Oh. There it is. Hold up. Hold up. Ashley does rule. Yeah, Zoom puts you on a time limit if you don't pay. It kind of sucks. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there she is. It did the thing. All right, cool. All right, we back. We bike. We bike.
Yeah. Ugh, that was a whole rant. And my dog's snoring was great. Like, she sounds crazy. She's only probably like 12 pounds, but she is supposed to be like 8 or 9 pounds, but she's like a little sausage.
Got a lot of love in that home.
Yeah. And I have a toddler, so he's sharing his food. I watched him give her like half a corn dog.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's actually like yelling. He might be yelling down the stairs. What are you doing?
That sounds cool though.
Yeah, but I really appreciate you doing this and just like having the conversation about this stuff.
It needs to happen, you know. I've been trying to push more streamers to do stuff like this, and a lot of people are receptive to it because it's a weird space because it's like it's called Twitch politics. So you would think that people would actually be wanting to get involved in their communities and like do more fundraisers and shine light on these issues and stuff, especially huge stuff like this. But like, unfortunately, a lot of people in this space just kind of want to like, read a headline and watch MasterChef and make $100 a week doing that, or like, start drama with other streamers and then react to other people reacting to other people reacting to what this streamer said about this other streamer. And it's just like, it's a mess, but
like life is hard enough. Like,
right. Yeah, exactly. Like it really is. But yeah, that's kind of been my goal in the space. That was because I started off as just like a fighting game player. I told you I was playing Mortal Kombat earlier, and George Floyd and Breonna Taylor happened, and I was streaming like cop watching on the streets then, and January 6th and all that stuff happened. So it kind of made me really want to refocus my content, because I saw other people in the space doing like politics stuff, and I saw an opportunity to like, I can turn these clicks into dollars that lots of organizations I support need. So if I could also encourage other people to do the same thing, that'd be really cool too.
Yeah. Especially like I feel like Baltimore Twitter is like so much potential.
Truth.
Yeah, Baltimore Twitter is no joke. And
I love Baltimore Twitter.
They're like, is this like a separate Twitter? I was like, no, it's just there's a network of folks that are just foolish.
It's the same. The people are just built different. Yeah.
You can definitely like see like just the like, I'm not from Baltimore, obviously. Like usually people call me out and they're like, where are you from? Like, but
I'm a county boy, so they do the same thing with me, even though I'm literally from Baltimore. But
yeah. Yeah. So, but I loved it because like you are so straightforward. Like I love, like in my little neighborhood in like Southwest Baltimore, like the friendliest people, their delivery is so harsh and blunt, but it's like, if you're not from here, like you don't, or if you're not used to it, like you don't know how to take it. You're like, you just like, are you trying to cuss me out, or are you trying to be my friend?
Like dummy is a term of endearment. Like, yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I think that's, I don't know. I'm kind of hopeful that in Baltimore, like you start repairing some of that stuff, and I don't know, like bridging the gap between the divide in Baltimore.
Yeah,
that's what I see a lot. Like even. And it's not necessarily like an ethnic, racial divide.
It's like a socioeconomic one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because there's conversations that I have in my neighborhood with folks that are like stuff like this, or talking about critical race theory. And
for sure.
I'm just the type of person that I'm not maybe because of where I grew up in Southern Arizona, like in a really rural area. I'm not triggered immediately, like when I engage with those folks.
I feel it, because you got to kind of meet people where they're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And yeah, those relationships, you can change people's minds if they trust you.
Right. Exactly.
Like, and I don't trust folks that are progressive that won't check their own family. Honestly.
Hello.
Make Thanksgiving uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah. Even if you don't go anywhere, to at least broach the subject, it drops a seed in someone's mind.
Yeah, and that is like the strongest. Like, ooh, that was dinosaurs. Like even in like my organizing brain, like the way that I see things, because I had a walk with like another organizer in my neighborhood, and like we had this interaction with like some neighbors that I had never met before. And they're like, oh, aren't you going to like pitch your organization and get them involved and plugged in? There was such a rush. And I feel like that's what a lot of folks do. And I was like, no, like
it's kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah. But also you don't necessarily have to be the one to have the relationships with everybody. Like,
that's also true.
The strongest pitch comes from somebody that they already have a relationship with, that is actually authentic, that doesn't have an ask.
Right.
So it's better to be somebody that watches people and understands where those relationships already exist, in my opinion. Yeah, because sure. I know if I want to get the word out about something, like I don't have to go. Like for example, we picked like a gas station's butt in my neighborhood. Like we prevented them from being able to build their gas station. And part of the way that we did it is that, I was pretty aware of like which folks were related to who. And so when I would ask them to sign the petition, I was like, can you contact these family members? And you ask them, every person that I asked to ask somebody in their network that I knew was in their network to sign the petition, their names would pop up.
Oh, because for sure.
It would have been much different if I would have asked them directly.
Yeah.
But So those relationship things, like I wish we focused more on that than like organizations and meetings.
Definitely, because that's how we actually win.
Yeah, and so abortion stuff, like that's the only way we're going to be able to get it together. People need to start making, and anybody in their family or circle that has those strong views, don't give them space to have those views or to share those views with your kids. Like, I can't tell you how many people that I know that will use like a grandparent that is like either racist or
right, yeah, for sure,
for daycare. So they'll have access to their kids for how many hours a day, knowing that they're going to teach them those same views. So yeah, I like popped off on one friend. I was like, do not use racist grandma daycare. And she was like, how? I was like,
that's funny.
Yeah, so I think with the anti-choice movement, I think that's how we actually, make like reclaim our time or something.
Right, just kind of fight fire with fire because they have access to everyone else's kids all day, every day.
Yeah, and I think we call them on their bluff too. I think that, for the kids that they're indoctrinating and stuff, why not have like counter argument, flyers that we give them and let them, let them take those home and do their own research. It's not like we don't have to indoctrinate them, but we can also provide them with the truth.
Yeah, because kids are way smarter than the average person gives them credit for. Yeah. They can, if they have the information given to them, they'll make the right decision for sure.
Yeah, and definitely these school board things and, all these conversations about critical race theory on a much bigger scale, it does have a lot to do with, like, it is kind of, I see it overlapping with the abortion thing because those people carry those same mindsets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, those views usually exist within the same person. So
yeah, Carroll County, they have the pride flag banned there because they were mad they couldn't fly the Confederate flag. So it's like there's definitely lots of overlap.
And they're definitely infiltrating like school boards. So
for sure, no doubt. It's a lot of, and the weird thing is, it's a lot of people who don't even have kids. They just want to control the narrative from that perspective.
Hi. Say hello. Yeah. And so I'm hoping, like, I don't know. I think they should trust their kids more because, like, obviously what they're selling isn't good if they have to have such a heavy hand.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, if you have to, like, beat it into your kids, they probably don't really want it anyway.
Yeah.
Ellie Fried Comrade in my chat saying, to Ashley, I had my views about abortion views born from my mom who taught me how to take women safely. She's since turned into a MAGA chud. Wonderful to watch family 360 turn on what were fundamental values. Sorry. And that's really weird too. It's weird. It's kind of like how hippies grew up to be like Reagan voters, right? It's just like a weird switch.
Yeah, and see the MAGA stuff, like I know folks that have been like sucked down that rabbit hole or whatever.
It's like the Q pipeline through Facebook or whatever.
Not only that, but they're folks that, like, outside of like critical race theory about like just being about race or whatever, but just critical thinking in general.
Right.
Like, there is a common sense chip missing from folks that have been able to flip, like, and it's also like the way that we receive our news and how often we're online and things. True. And our unwillingness to have those tough conversations. Because I feel like if you can learn something, like, you can definitely like reprogram yourself. I've done that. Like,
likewise, yeah.
Yeah, there's some views that I had like when I was, in the Southwest that I definitely don't have now.
Yeah, and anti-intellectualism is just kind of enshrined in American culture where no matter what side you're on, the average person is just like, I'm going to pick this person or people to like inform me of my beliefs and values, and then I'm just going to go with that. And it's really weird. Like whether it's
the only way to make them dig a little deeper, make them uncomfortable.
Exactly.
Like uncomfortable in a good way. You know what I mean?
Like take them out of their comfort zone. Yeah.
Yeah. So when they're saying things like when I say like don't give them space, checking them, be like, actually, like this is, and it's exhausting that we even have to do that.
Yeah.
But the more you do that, like either one or two things are going to happen. Either they're going to shut up and they're just not going to like spew their bullishness, which is great because then they don't get credit.
Yep.
Or they're going to start being like, that can't be true. Let me Google it, which is what some of my neighbors. And then they come back and they're like, oh my gosh, like what? Like I've had a couple conversations with folks and they're like, I will never, like I had a really deep conversation with one of my neighbors who's probably like close to 70 about saying like she didn't see color.
Oh, sheesh.
Yeah. So like we really broke it down. Like, cause I paused her and I was like, can we talk about that?
Right. The most recent one for me is the trans woman athlete thing, because it's like, oh, if you want to ban people, let's ban Michael Phelps because he has an unfair genetic advantage, right? He's got a longer wingspan and stuff, and then you kind of have to walk people through that.
Yeah, I don't even go down that.
Yeah,
I'm just like, just say you don't like those, like
exactly. Yeah,
and
you have to get to there eventually, but.
And I think it would serve them well to like expand their friend group, because a lot of the people that have like radical views like on both sides are people that their friend bubble is very like not diverse at all.
Right,
like
for sure.
So, I know one of my family members got to meet like some trans folks and really was like, oh. Like, yeah, you're being and a full. I don't know where they're at right now, but as far as like their views and stuff, but I don't know.
I take for granted being from Baltimore too, where there's people I come across doing this. I'm like, oh, I forget that it's entirely possible that you don't know any black people, or you don't know any trans people, or you don't know any queer people, or whatever.
And I think that exposure is like, for people to have that epiphany, like, oh my gosh, I am such an ass. Like, I had all these things, but I really like this person. It's like, yeah.
Right.
So this whole boogeyman you were running around, like, you were willing to harm them. You like this person, but you were willing to harm them either through legislation or like things that you were saying out of your face hole. So it makes people rethink that stuff when they can meet people from the others. So I on my side of the political spectrum, I try to push people to, like, I actually did a training on deep canvassing, and it was kind of weird because some of the attendees were like, their takeaway was like, I could never do that, because I was talking about like some scenarios of like I sat in a right-wing blogger's living room and talk to them about my abortion. So they were just like, I would never be able to do that. Like, you're a saint. And it's like, no, I'm not telling you. What I'm telling you is that you can do this on a smaller scale, and it should start like with your own circles where these people exist. So
right, yeah,
they have to be willing to do the work, because even if they're not willing to be uncomfortable, like, they're complicit with letting this stuff thrive. So.
Exactly, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, do you have anything else to plug or anything you wanted to talk about?
I guess, just donate to Baltimore Abortion Fund. And then if you donate, definitely take a screenshot of your donation and challenge folks to match your donation. Because that seems to be such a good, like, the peer-to-peer fundraising seems to be really strong in our little space.
Definitely.
So, and like I said, if you donate to my fundraiser, I will give you a pet royalty photo. Just like, I love making them. Like, it really makes me happy. So
that's awesome.
And there's other folks like that create crafts and things where you can buy things that you like and also support, the work that we're doing. So yeah, I just really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody like listening and asking questions and making comments and stuff.
For sure. I'm definitely going to do this again. I'm not sure if I'm going to do, if you want to come back anytime, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for coming through and thanks for talking with us.
Yay. Bye.
See ya. Have a good day.
You too. Say bye.
So that was Ashley Esposito from BAF, who was on the board of BAF. Let me reactivate my camera so you guys can see my ugly mug. But yeah, that was dope. That was really dope. I think, yeah, thank you, Mouty. I was really nervous because I didn't know what to ask, because it's like So with like Baltimore Food Not Bombs and other stuff like that, it's like it's more relatable because I kind of have congruent experience. But like in terms of like abortion care and like reproductive health care, I don't have that kind of plumbing. You feel me? I don't need that necessarily. So it's weird. I have no problem asking questions. It's just like I don't want to feel like I'm stepping on toes or that I'm like himboing or any crazy stuff or that I seem goofy. Like I just don't want to seem goofy, and I want to make sure I'm asking the right questions and that I'm actually doing the right thing. I'm very concerned with doing the right thing. So I'm gonna see what Merrick is up to now. See what time Merrick is on. If she wants to play some Deddies. Let's see what Seaweed's doing. Seaweed might be on. Lost Sue, thank you for the follow. Awesome, totally awesome, hell yeah. So now what you guys want to do? Y'all want to see me play Dead by Daylight? You want to see me play Mortal Kombat? What's up, Lost Sue? Thanks for joining us. We're just doing a fundraiser for a Baltimore Abortion Fund. The donation command is in chat, or is in the stream title. It's ! Donate. All of my donos will be forwarded to the Baltimore Abortion Fund at the end of the stream. And also, you can donate directly to them with, there's links all in chat. I don't know what I feel like playing. I kind of want to play Hunt Showdown. Or actually, you know what? I'm going to go back to Mortal Kombat. You guys want to see some more? Ooh, you guys want to see some more Mortal Kombat? Let's do some more Mortal Kombat. Because I'm already on Mortal Kombat. So let's do that. Combat League. I know that word, Sue. Susie Sue and the Banshees, or the Sioux Nation. I learned it a thing or two. I got a little bit of an education. I'm a dirty peasant, but I know some things. Big Richie so kosher. Gotta peep the salt. Oh, I hope Fade is still in here. About to play against this Shao Kahn. Sioux Nation is correct. Hell yeah. Solidarity with the Sioux homies. Me and my homies love Sioux homies. Me and my homies love the Sioux Nation.
Ermac was to kill you.
As if ripping my arms off would do it.
Round one, fight.
I'm smoking.
Why'd he let me command grab him to death like that?
Round 2, fight.
Nope. I know he's mad. I know he's mad. Salt. That's some salt. That right there is what you call salt.
Round 1, fight.
Bink, bink, binkus, bonk. Damn, it fucked me up that round.
Round 2, fight.
Bink, bink, binkus, bonk.
Final round, fight.
That was lag. The lag made me drop my combo, but I'm gonna still get the brutality. Never mind.
Fatality.
Smacked him.
Jax wins.
Smackaroonie. Ooh, so it's time to go to the crypt. That bacon baseball. And I got the rank up off that. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I love Mortal Kombat too. Let's do the crypt. Let's go to the crypt. Let us go. Let's go. How did I end up out here? I thought I was actually near the spot where I gotta put the severed heads. There we go. Alright. Well, now where's Shao Kahn's goofy ass? Goof Khan. There it is. Ooh. Some skins. Do I have any more severed heads to put up? No. No more. Oh, how close am I? I'm close with Sonya. See, I was friendshipping people. Yeah, this is, they added in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, I think it was. They added in this thing called the Crypt. Ooh, I'm close to him. I'm close with everyone, pretty much. They added in this thing called the Crypt, and it's basically like a grid. You select different areas in the crypt to unlock stuff, and from that point on, alternate costumes and unlocks and stuff has just been kind of traditionally been locked behind other stuff. And in this version of the game, the crypt is, yeah, this is the crypt. It's cool that you get to see the original combatants too. You got Sonya Blade, you got Raiden, you got Liu Kang. Of course, you got Big Goro, the Big G-Man. Then you got Kano, Johnny Cage. And that could be either Sub-Zero or Scorpion, I guess. So let's get back to the Combat League stuff. Oh, America's still alive. Right now. I was just peeping. Nope. Oh, sorry everyone. I'm a little tired. Just a little bit. But it's okay. Finally, a worthy opponent. I have been streaming for a while. I've been streaming for coming up on 7 hours now, with 5 more to go. Yeah, it's longer than I usually stream, much longer than I've ever usually streamed. But at least I stood up, walked, take a pee-pee, you know what I mean? I might go get some food in a minute, eat some McDonald's together. You guys want to get some McDonald's in a minute? I'm kind of hungry. I might go get some McDonald's.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, I'm always about McDonald's fries. I like the bacon McDub chub. I ate vegan yesterday, so I can eat sloppy tonight. Nope. Nope. Reads. I can't believe that actually worked. Hey, what's up, Frackle? Yo, Jason Society, what's good, bro? It's dabbing time. Correct. Correct. I don't have any dabs, though, unfortunately.
Round 1. Fight.
You'll dab for me? I appreciate you. A real comrade. Nope. I win. I know this dude is mad.
Round 2. Fight.
I didn't have any meter. I'm silly. squishy their brain. Squishy W's. I Joker pilled that dude earlier. Sheesh. Noah Ledesma.
Jax Tournament.
Jax.
Round 1. Fight.
Why would you do that? Man, thought he was finna teleport on me. Oh my god, this chair.
Round 2. Fight.
Sheesh. Ragdoll him. Go ahead and ragdoll him. The bonkest to the sweet dismember fatality brutality? Yep. Ooh, riot ribs off Bucks. Nope. Why would you teleport like that? Nope. Nope. Crunch. Squish.
Round 2, fight.
Why would you do this? Quick smoke break, yeah. Woo! My man did not like being in the corner. My man did not like being in the corner. That was the salt. I told you we were bringing a salt that game. Heckin' salt. Actually, I might take this opportunity to. I'm getting a little hungry headache here. Old man Aaron. So I think on that note, I think I'm gonna go grab some food. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna let Merrick know. All right, I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes, y'all. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Sheesh, I got caught in the rain. Hold on. You already know the vibes. It's me, it's your boy, I'm back. Sorry. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? This is a fundraiser stream, marathon stream for Baltimore Abortion Fund. I am the cemetery, and I am hungry. Therefore, I'm going to eat. And I'm kind of mad that they forgot my sauce, but I keep sauce on deck because you know I'm the boss of my own sauce. I got caught in the rain out there. It is raining. What up, Vulcan? Sauceless cemetery? That's me. Let's react to some stuff while I eat. Let's do some React Andy content. Eating McDonald's stream is going well. Raised almost $400 so far. Yeah. I'm very, very, very pleased with how this is going. Let's watch. I got something for us to watch. I think that'll be good. Let's watch this.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. My AdSense revenue has completely tanked in the last couple months. So if you'd like to help support this channel and get a bunch of cool perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Who could possibly think socialism is a good thing?
Socialism is a cocktail that never should be tried.
No, it's turpentine.
None of those ingredients are good.
The last thing we want in the United States is socialism.
According to a new survey, 70% of American millennials say they'll likely vote socialist, and 1 in 3 of them view communism favorably.
The term socialist has been gaining traction for the past couple of years. There's a good chance an increasing number of people around you are using that word to describe themselves. More and more Americans are. Maybe one of those people even sent you this video. Maybe one of those people even sent you this video. This video is about what people mean when they call themselves socialists. I'm going to be covering as much ground as possible in as little time as I can to give you a better understanding of a word we hear all the time, but that rarely gets explained all that well. And before we do, I know that at least a chunk of you will be coming in with a negative opinion of socialism, and that's totally fine. Feel free to voice that in the comments or the invisible to you, but very real to me dislike bar. All I ask is that you stick around for a while after you do. Politics is all about disagreement, but to have meaningful disagreements, you need to know what it is you disagree with.
Facts.
Let's get started. The central idea that unites all socialists is maximizing freedom for everyone, regardless of who they are. Generally speaking, socialists want people to have the kinds of rights that ensure they have that freedom. The guaranteed right to education, healthcare, food, and shelter, to participate in and constitute democratic bodies, the right to free time and leisure. All of these are rights that increase our freedom and the extent to which we can flourish and live a good life. But it's not enough that these rights exist on paper. People need to be able to exercise them. If you have the freedom to an education, but can't afford to spend even 1 hour less on the job to go to class, then you don't really have the freedom to an education.
If on paper you can get an abortion, but there are no clinics in your area, you can't really get an abortion.
The law says you do, but you're not actually free to enjoy it. Think about it like this. We might have missed out on 1,000 Einsteins because poverty kept them from achieving their full potential. Having freedom and the actual ability to exercise it is critical. And this central concern with freedom isn't very surprising. Every political theory wants to maximize or guarantee freedom in some way. If the US had its own ideology, Americanism or something, its advocates would also say it's all about freedom. And to be fair, capitalism did after all become the way of life for most people around the world, at least in part because it allowed some people to be more free than they had been before. Because before capitalism, there was something else. Feudalism. Think medieval castles with heaped tables of George R.R. Martin-esque pigs with apples in their mouths and guys with cool names like Torf. Under feudal society, the people who were free made up a tiny group. Kings and other nobles were free. Everyone else lived under their control and generally had very little freedom. After all, nobles owned all the land in their kingdom. So if you weren't a noble, but you wanted a place to live, to not be in total abject poverty, and to have a semblance of security, you were forced into working the noble's land. A pretty sweet deal for the nobility because once you had done all the work, farming and whatnot, they would collect their taxes and force you to give up the products of your labor, grain, meat, or the money made from trading them with others. But feudalism wouldn't last forever. The emergence of capitalism changed feudal society into something entirely new. Over a couple hundred years, merchants gained more autonomy from feudal lords and became a whole new class of relatively free people. Nobles lost a great deal of power both gradually and in violent revolutions, and the number of free people grew from just a few hundred nobles to thousands of people who weren't just born into the right family. Capitalism was born. And we can see how this new system works today. Under a capitalist society, your boss is part of this new group of free people. He, like the nobility of the previous economic era, has a lot of freedom to do what he wants, and a lot of the decisions he makes for himself trickle down and ultimately affect you. In the relationship between the two of you, it's ultimately him that has the power. For example, your paycheck isn't determined by how good a job you do, but by what your boss decides it to be. He has that freedom. Directly or indirectly, your boss hires and fires who he wants. You work for him and spend your days producing something that he can turn around and sell to someone else. This allows him to make a profit. Regardless of whether he's a nice guy or not, his profit calculation will demand that he take into account a few things, like how much he needs you and how many people out there are gunning for your job. The more those people are desperate, for example because without your job they might end up homeless, the more he can push your wage down. The more homelessness or poverty there is, therefore, the better it is for him. Your salary isn't determined by how dedicated you are or how valuable what you do is, but by how disposable you can be. You can get up and protest him messing with your paycheck like this, but in the back of your mind, you know that if you push back too hard, you risk ending up with everyone else who is fighting to get your job. Under feudalism, people were made to work the noble's land and hand over the product of their labor. They had no choice and very little freedom to do otherwise. You work the land, or you're going to be in a world of hurt. Now, you need to work the corporate, industrial, or service industry gig and hand over your time and whatever you produce while you're on the clock to the capitalist. In theory, you have the freedom not to work, or to work for whomever you want, as well as to negotiate with your employer. But in the same way serfs needed a place to live and food to put on their table, money from employment in the capitalist industry is necessary to live, and it's not like the power is balanced between the two of you. Not long ago, during the dawn of this new economic system, most workers had to hand over the majority of their life, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, to their employers, often from a young age and in unspeakable conditions. We only very recently made this somewhat more bearable. The reason we haven't made even more improvements today is that capitalism did not actually represent much of a fundamental change from feudalism. The relationship of domination and coercion isn't all that different. It's just that this time, the size of the group with freedom is slightly bigger. A couple thousand instead of a couple hundred, and you don't necessarily have to be born into it. This system, for all its flaws, hasn't been all bad. In general, living standards have improved under capitalism for a lot of people. Capitalism is a net improvement, in some ways, from the society that preceded it. But just like feudal society became outdated, so too has capitalism. There have always been problems with this narrative of rising living standards, but recently, capitalism has started to fail even the people who once got a decent shake out of it. 2 or 3 generations ago, it was a no-brainer that a job could get you a house and enough money to support a family, pay your way through college, and get access to healthcare. You weren't exactly free, but you weren't doing too badly either. That is no longer true. The few people at the top have been given so much freedom to keep the money you made for them by working in their offices, at their storefronts, and in their factories that there isn't much left for you. High school and college graduates, once guaranteed stable employment and livable wages, are losing out. Nowadays, between 40 and 50% of college grads are unemployed or working in a job that doesn't require a diploma, indebted at rates that completely overshadow their salaries. And the story's the same across the economy. For someone working at Amazon to make as much money as Jeff Bezos does in just 1 year, they would have to work for 58 years. And that's just with his salary. If we start counting dividends, you'd be working every day of every year of multiple lifetimes just to catch up to Bezos' single lap around the sun. Clearly, it's time for an upgrade. Socialists look at this march of history and ask 2 questions. 1, is there a better way to get the same results as produced under capitalism? And 2,
Yes.
what is it? In other
Socialism.
words, how do we keep the parts we like from capitalism, rising living standards, and cut out the parts we don't like, the exploitation, imbalances of power, and massively uneven distribution of those rising living standards? The big answer for socialists lies in who owns things like companies. The argument goes that so long as there is just one, or at the most a few people who own our society's productive enterprises, they will be able to make decisions that benefit them and not us. Your boss, because he has been given the freedom to do so, will use his power to curtail yours. He will always try to push your wages down as low as possible, make you work the longest hours you can, make your working conditions as bad as possible, because it's cheaper that way and
Jackass,
makes more
thanks
money
to the
for
raid.
him and the other people who own the company. While he has to balance that with what other capitalists will do and try to offer better conditions, hours, or wages, every step he makes in the right direction has to contend with his profit margins. If something
Sorry, Merrick, I'm taking a break because I was starving, so I'm eating.
Less, he can't do it. He can't risk some other company being more ruthless than he is and undercutting his business. The only choices that are on the table.
Yeah, you want to play some Dead by Daylight?
Even if
Or you want to talk for a minute, or you want to do both? ¿Por qué no los dos?
Socialists take stock of all these incentives and try to understand how we can change them. Instead of the most important thing being the capitalist profit, how
Are you ready? Yeah, come through in like 10 minutes. I'll be ready.
than just the ones that make the guy at the top richer. And we have a
Like
lot
5
of ideas
minutes, I'll
on
be
how
ready.
we can do this, from central planning,
I'm just eating some
to
nugs,
associations
spicy
with
nugs.
communes, to worker-owned cooperatives, to
Discord?
cybernetic management. However varied these ideas are, and truly there are a lot of them, they are all united by the same conclusion: that the best way to figure out which ideas benefit everybody to the fullest extent is to let people decide for themselves. Give everybody control over what ideas we want to see happen and how. Instead of a few people at the top setting the rules of the game, everybody should get a say over things like their working conditions. Control over what gets done and how, for everyone, by everyone. Not by some self-appointed class of millionaires and billionaires who get to boss everyone else around. And you intuitively know that this works. How many times has your boss made a decision you know is in the wrong, but you're the one who has to live with it? How many times have you been told that there's just not enough in the budget for a raise, or for you to take that day off, but the company is raking in record profits? How many decisions are kept behind closed doors until they blow up in your face? You might not always have the answers to every problem your company faces, but if the solutions of those at the top are so good, why are their decisions made behind closed doors?
Right.
Why do they always make them better off and not you? Socialists understand that this isn't a system that makes anybody more free or makes things any more fair. Freedom is a two-way street. I can't be free to do what I want if you have the freedom to stop me from doing it. I can't be free if you make all my decisions for me. By all means, when something only affects you, you should be able to do what you please. But if things like my livelihood get involved, it's only fair that we all get a say. And it's becoming clearer to more people growing up today that their odds of living a decent life aren't as secure as they have been in the past. It's going to come down to a lot of luck whether you end up doing well for yourself and living what we might consider a normal life, even if you work really hard. But even though we see how our current capitalist society is leading us down this unfortunate path, curtailing our freedom, or more generally, how the system benefits from things like high unemployment, poverty, and low wages, it can feel scary or even just hasty to jump to socialism for the answer. We can recognize the flawed incentives and inherent economic instability of capitalism and still not know what to do about it. The historical record, after all, hasn't really proved that an alternative system works either. At least, that's what we've been told. But contrary to what is commonly believed, the performance of developing countries in the period of state-led development was superior to what they've achieved during the subsequent period of market-oriented reform. There were some spectacular failures of state intervention, but most of these countries grew much faster, with more equitable income distribution and far fewer economic crises during the bad old days than they have done in the period of market-oriented reforms. Moreover, it is also not true that almost all rich countries have become rich through free market policies. The truth is more or less the opposite. With only a few exceptions, all of today's rich countries, including Britain and the US, the supposed homes of free trade and free market, have become rich through the combinations of protectionism, subsidies, and other policies that today they advise developing countries not to adopt. Free market policies have made few countries rich so far and will make few rich in the future. That's a quote from economist Ha-Joon Chang in his book 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. There's more interesting stuff in there, and it's a pretty casual read if you're interested. And he's not even a socialist, so you don't have to worry about consuming commie propaganda or anything. He's just honest about the shortcomings of capitalism. So what does this mean? Is socialism just when the government does stuff? The answer is no. For starters, that question implies a lot of really horrible things. You think the DMV sucks? Just wait until the government takes over everything else. You think the government is screwing you now? Just wait until they have even more power. Obviously, a world of DMVs as dictators isn't what socialists want. Who in their right mind would defend something like that? Part of the problem is that that question is being asked in a pretty deceitful way. What counts as the government doing stuff? Sometimes government programs are measures for wealth redistribution, like Social Security, welfare, public libraries, and food stamps. Other times it's basic stuff that every government, regardless of its economic model or ideology, takes care of. Things like fire departments, garbage removal, sewers, or streetlights. In this list are also institutions like the police, the military, the FBI and CIA, courts, and prisons. Wherever you are on the political spectrum, there are going to be things on this list that you don't like and other things that you do. When you imply that socialism is when the government does stuff, and you're already primed to be wary of the word, your mind easily jumps to whatever thing the government does that you don't like, or that the present government does the worst, hence the DMV and authoritarian stuff. But regardless, that's not what socialism is. Socialism is a society in which the means of production, factories, farms, offices, basically the things that produce for the economy, are held by all in common and subject to democratic decision-making, rather than that of a few individuals. Nothing more. While governments are one way to coordinate this ownership, it's not the only one. What's more, there's a deeper problem with this question. The way we think of government isn't absolute, empty of all context. As humans, we have a hard time imagining a world that isn't like the one we have now, which means we also have a hard time imagining how our governments could be different from the way they exist today, under capitalism. And you already know what that's like. Companies pumping in billions to get some guy elected and in their pocket. Public services working on razor-thin budgets and being genuinely infuriating. The people you cast a ballot for not doing their jobs and getting paid quite a lot to pretend it's not their fault. Every election going to the lesser evil. The default vision of government we all inherit is one of incompetence, unresponsiveness, corruption, and elitism. It benefits a select class of 1%ers and only tosses a few crumbs to the rest of us. The main promise that socialists have to keep is that we can turn this all on its head. That we can truly arrive at democracy, one that isn't awful and out of touch, by directly involving people in the democratic process at their job and stripping all the power away from the billionaires that sit at the helm of massive corporations with the power to lobby democracy away. That we can coordinate, through planning or otherwise, the production of things in such a way that we are producing according to our needs and desires, not for the profit of a select few. Profit-driven markets sometimes get this right, in all fairness, broken clock and all that, but are still very often terrible at delivering on our wants and needs. Hence why housing is so unaffordable for most people, why homelessness is always so high, why education is out of reach for millions, and why healthcare costs continue to skyrocket. The demand is there. Capitalism is terrible at providing the supply. The mission set out by socialists is to deliver on the promises of capitalism that capitalism can't actually provide. To give you and your loved ones the security, the stability, and the good life that you deserve.
Me too, Freckle.
Our means to provide to all, were it not for a few leeches taking advantage of their undue power and getting in the way of everyone getting a livable baseline to build upon. In short, no. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. You get to decide what gets done. You participate more directly than before in the decisions that affect your day-to-day life. Socialists aren't against competition. We're also big fans of innovation, but we don't want to see competition and innovation being used as excuses to push most people towards poverty and make the lucky remaining few ludicrously wealthy. Still, this all sounds well and good in theory, but socialism doesn't work in practice, right? And here we have to pause for a second and understand that socialism, like capitalism, exists on a continuum of policies and ideas. There is no fully capitalist experiment, just like there is no fully socialist experiment. Saying socialism doesn't work is as wrong-headed as saying capitalism doesn't work. More generally, though, it's not like there's a good experimental method to base that conclusion off of. It's not like we can take two countries, control for all their differences, and let them run loose with each economic model. No two countries are the same, start off from the same point, or exist in a vacuum. We can't compare country A to country B and call it a day. Socialist experiments often happened in countries that were poorer to start off with, and generally speaking had to contend with a global economy managed by capitalist adversaries.
Discord?
If this were a scientific experiment, it wouldn't get published. That being said, we can look to the archives of countries that have experimented with mostly socialist economics and see how successful they were, despite the circumstances. One place we might look is Salvador Allende's socialist Chile. Allende was a socialist who won the Chilean presidential election of 1970. In his few short years as president, and we'll get to why they were so short in just a minute, Allende brought incredible changes to Chilean society. He raised wages. Real wages increased by around 22% in the first full year of his presidency. He lowered taxes. 35% of Chileans were no longer taxed at all. He reined in inflation, lowering it by over 10 points. He funded massive housing programs, building tens of thousands of affordable homes all across the country. Education also got a big boost, and enrollment at
this is my new place. I moved here in February.
Universities in particular were made free, increasing enrollment by nearly 90%. Hospitals and other medical centers were opened across the country, particularly in underserved, rural, and poor areas. Allende extended maternity leave, doubling it from 6 to 12 weeks. Chile saw a dramatic decrease in poverty, and generally speaking, more people could more fully enjoy their lives. And interestingly enough, the bulk of this new economy was organized through Project CyberSign, a decentralized network of computers that would take anonymous, self-reported, and voluntary updates from workers in productive enterprises across Chile to identify areas where resources needed to be redirected. The democratic economy in Chile was highly responsive to fluctuating changes, and Chileans reaped the rewards. GDP grew 7% in the first year, production by 13%, and consumption by 11%. By kicking out capitalist enterprises, not only did the Chilean economy work for more people, it worked better, period. This kind of response wasn't welcomed by everyone, though. Allow me to pull quotes from a particular document, the Church Commission Report on Chile. One of the only documents released by the American government to the public about the extent of its intelligence agency's intervention in a foreign country. These are all things the U.S. is actually admitting to.
Sheesh.
Covert American activity was a factor in almost every major election in Chile in the decade between 1963 and 1973. In several instances, the United States intervention was massive. The 1964 presidential election was the most prominent example of a large-scale election project.
Sheesh.
The Central Intelligence Agency spent more than $2.6 million, $24 million in today's dollars, in support of the election of the opposition. More than half of the Christian Democratic candidate's campaign was financed by the United States. The most extensive covert action activity in Chile was propaganda. It was relatively cheap. In addition to buying propaganda piecemeal, the station often purchased it wholesale by subsidizing Chilean media organizations friendly to the United States. The CIA supported or even founded friendly media outlets which might not have existed in the absence of agency support. The United States' covert efforts to affect the course of Chilean politics reached a peak in 1970. The CIA was directed to undertake an effort to promote a military coup in Chile to prevent the accession to power of Salvador Allende. In summary, the White House, intelligence community, multinational corporations, and military wasted millions trying to stop a popular candidate getting elected in a democratic election, and when it failed, wasted another set of millions trying to depose the guy who had improved Chile by nearly every metric. Their first coup attempt in 1970 would fail, but 3 years later, the US efforts would succeed. Allende was ousted as president, opting to take his own life rather than be captured when the Chilean army, hopped up on CIA money, took over the presidential building. What followed was a new era of American puppet government that imprisoned, tortured, and killed hundreds of thousands of people. And Allende's story isn't particularly unique. There are echoes of this story all around the world, everywhere socialist alternatives started doing a little too well. We don't have a magic button to rewind the clock and try this again. We can't for sure know if things would have happened differently if by some accident of history, socialism had become our global economic model all those years ago when capitalism was born. But we can still try to imagine what we can do from this point forward. There's no doubt that this video won't have answered all your questions. Imagining a different world is a tedious thing to do, and there are a lot of concerns to be addressed. And it's also usually easier to ask questions about something in the future than turn around and ask those same questions about the system we have right now. If we were as critical with our present society as we are with that of the future, would we still choose it? In any case, I've put a link below to a short pamphlet put together by Verso and Jacobin magazine. Most questions people have when first encountering socialist theory are answered in a few short conversational pages. There's answers to questions about human nature, property, authoritarianism, laziness, and other things that are typically concerning, answered in a fair way by people who believe in a socialist future. I'm one of those people who believes that a better world is possible.
Likewise.
You've probably seen absurd caricatures of socialists on TV. The Red Scare never really went away. But I hope this video helps to show that we're pretty normal people. We just think that what we have right now isn't working.
Yep.
And it's time to make a change.
Yep.
This video was intended for a slightly different audience than usual. If you're a longtime subscriber, I know this one was probably a little simple. But the point is for you guys to send this to your friends and family who may not really understand what socialism is all about. Maybe it can spark some useful conversations. If you've stuck around till the end, I really appreciate it, and as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, YouTube has really been screwing me lately. My AdSense revenue completely tanked out of nowhere, and subscribers have been reporting not getting notified. If
Whack.
you'd like to help keep the channel afloat, remember to click the bell to force notifications, and maybe consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Even if you just chip in $1 a month, you get all the perks. Early access to every video, and access to our patrons-only Discord server. The Discord is a really cool place. We've got a book club, a reading list, and I try to do a live Q&A every month. My patrons are literally the only thing keeping this operation running, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, that's all I've got. I'm gonna go not be on camera anymore. That was really hard. It's been a long time since I've been on camera. Let me know what you thought of the different format in the comments. Thanks for watching.
I like it.
And I'll see you next week.
I don't know. I know Frackle said he was disoriented, but I was also disoriented, but I like it because I never knew what he looked like. I always wondered what he looked like. Seems cool. But let's talk to Merrick. Merrick, where you at? We're going to talk to Merrick. We're going to play Dead by Daylight. The more you know. The more you know. The knowing's half the battle. Bum, ba, da, 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 dum. They in twilight. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm calling Miracle in Discord. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. Beep-doop, beep-doop. All right, let me make sure I have Dead by Daylight installed. I'm going to just play it on PlayStation. Because I already have my PlayStation turned on and booted up everything. I don't feel like messing with PC. We'll watch the opening cinematic. I haven't seen it in a while. The snitching ass birds. You know. There's this dude I was playing on MK earlier that was so mad, I made him hit the Joker laugh. I Joker pilled him. go ahead and get into a game. I'm on the Deddies. You know I'm on the Deddies. You know I stay on the Deddies. I'll be on the Deddies. I'm not going to name any names. No shade. You know what I'm saying? I cannot stress enough that this is not a shady statement, but some people say that they be on the Deddies, and they don't be on the Deddies like that. It's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. It's a very sad state of affairs. I got into a game quick that time. That's what's up. Actually put me in a game in a decent fucking, in a timely manner. Double cap. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me... There we go. The homies are jumping on, I think. Dun 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 dun. It better not be Mikey either. Spawn us all together. That's what's up. The great skill checks, boy. You already know. The great skill checks. I can't see the killer. That's not good. It's probably Ghostface. It's Ghostface. working on this gen. He can only come in and get me from one of two directions. Oh my fucking god, he saw me. Oh, that's it. That's it for me. Ah, I was juking him. Fuck, I should have made it to the pallet. Oh nah. Oh nah. Oh, answer the call. Oh my god. I'm about to die. Yo. Hey, what's up? How you feeling? Oh shit.
Scared the shit out of me.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I had the call open. I had the call open on Discord, but I had like minimized Discord so that I could go to bed in Stardew, and I didn't have it on my screen, so you just scared the fuck out of me.
My bad.
God, sorry. Oh, good lord.
It's lit.
Give me 1 second because I gotta go put my chick in her bed, because if she doesn't get in her bed, then it won't save the game. And then I can't open the other thing, and then my stream will crash, and then I'm gonna cry, and it's gonna be a big whole thing. So
It's all good.
yeah, I'm gonna piss and shit my pants. So let's see. Oh,
Shit
I have your
and
stream
fart.
open. So there. Yeah, I'm gonna shit and fart and come and scream. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was like, is that better, guys? You don't have to. They keep typing scuffed, and I was like, I don't get it. What's so scuffed? Because I got scared, and then now they're like, no, idiot. Like, we can hear him like 3 times. Okay. Professional streamer. I totally know what I'm doing.
High level streaming.
Yeah. Okay.
Tournament level.
Let's see. So you're already playing, you already have Dead by Daylight open, don't you?
Yeah, I'm already in a game.
Okay.
I can stop
So-
or I can do whatever.
No, it's okay, it's okay. We'll figure it out. You guys can't hear him? Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yikes. Fluff, you can join us. You know you can join us. Also, what's up, Meet the Boy? What's up, Hey Listen Look? What's up, Dangerous?
Okay, guys, how's
King
that?
Jar Jerk. I am a misogynist, yes.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's see.
What's up, Tyrannix? What's up, AK Cruiser?
Okay, so here's the deal.
What's the donation link? Hang on, I got you. Big Richie's got
We
you.
were going to. Oh yeah, where's the donation link? I want to put it in my. Okay, here
It's
we go. I'm gonna put it
yeah.
in my thing as
I'm just
well.
forwarding all of my donos for today to them. I just got finished.
Okay, cool.
I actually was just talking to Ashley Esposito from. She's on the board for the Baltimore Abortion Fund, and we talked for like 45 minutes or so, just about like, because I didn't know that. It's really like just Baltimore and the surrounding like Tri-County area where abortion is legit in Maryland, and everybody else is kind of unfuckwittable. So we talked about that, and just like, you know, just the stuff that I usually talk about, grassroots stuff, like how there needs to be a focus in terms of like how we actually win, and like doing lefty shit, how we have to cultivate actual relationships with people, and like just kind of move through that. Is really based. Is really cool. She's cool as fuck. And we're interviewing her again on Tuesday because she's involved in a unionization effort. So
Let me see. I'm gonna put your Hold on, I'm gonna put your name in on stream real quick.
We're in a private voice call, Fluff, but I can add you to the call in a minute if you want to join up. If you want to play some Dead by Duluth.
And then him is good, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it work? Is it working? Can I see it? Oh, it's very small. Okay.
Ladybug, thank you for the
Sorry.
follow. Thanks for the follows, everyone.
I'm learning new things right now about my own stream.
I'm a boomer. I have no idea how to use any of this shit, clearly.
True, me too. They're constantly making fun of me for being boomer. Is that good? How about that? Ooh, how about that, guys? What do you think? Wow. All right, cool.
Is there a generator in
I
here?
did it.
No.
Okay, so you are generating funds for a network or some sort of like abortion fund in Maryland.
Yeah, it's just Baltimore Abortion Fund.
Okay, cool. And then we were gonna play
my
Dead
God.
by Daylight,
Here he
which
comes. Oh my God, no. And you're gonna run him right over here. There he is! Oh my God!
Okay, let me see
Alright,
if I
he's
can-
tunneling. Alright, cool. Where's the hook? Where's the hook? I'm gonna sab it. I'm gonna sab the hook.
Do you want to tell my chat a little bit about you?
For sure, hang on, because I'm on the gen and the killer is like 20 fucking feet away from me chasing my teammate, so. Oh, alright, time to go, time to go, time to go, time to go. Alright. So I'm in the cemetery. Oh, he went to a different hook.
Okay, I'm gonna get Dead by Daylight open on my end.
Alright. I'm gonna probably get SpongeBobbed up real quick. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Let me de-SpongeBob. Oh, she's dead. Never mind. Yeah, we're about to die, so hang on. So basically, I'm in the cemetery. I'm a lefty streamer. I guess, like, in terms of politics, I lean towards, like, anarcho-communism, that whole vibe. As far as what I talk about on my platform, it's usually news and just, like, headlines and basically, like, on-the-ground stuff from that perspective. I talk a lot about local news and local organizations, and one of the main things I like to do is do fundraisers to support local organizations that I vibe with. The last fundraiser that I did, or at least the one that I hosted, was it was for Baltimore Food Not Bombs, which is an anarchist organization that addresses food insecurity, and they have, you know, organizations all around the world. The last fundraiser I participated in was actually Gremlo. Shout out to Gremlo. It was Gremlo's fundraiser for the Innocence Project, which are also based in Baltimore. We talked to a couple of gentlemen who were serving, or who had served, extremely long prison sentences. They got 25 to life. 2 of them served 24 years. Another served 18 years for murders that they didn't commit. And I'm about to get my cheeks detonated. Hang on. I know he sees me. Yep, there he is.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my God. Hold on, let me get my cheek slapped really quick and then I can finish with him. There we go. Alright, cool.
Okay.
So basically that's the time I'm on. I established my platform as oh, and he's teabagging me. Excellent. That ball sweat is so delicious. Anyway, so I established my platform as a safe space for black people and black revolutionary thought and people sympathetic to that. My community is super tight. I curate it very well. Have zero tolerance for bullshit. So 100% of the people.
You yeet people
Yeah.
so quickly.
Yeah. It's not even me either. It's Fade, band runner in the house.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I very meticulous about who I keep in my chat, and everyone. If you see people in there, they're based. 100% of the people in my chat are based, and you know I like to do panels sometimes, but I don't really like to do the whole blood sport or debate shit. I like discussion panels, and I like panels where we actually can even if it's people I don't necessarily agree with, I'm far more interested in discovering the nuance and how we bridge the gap than I am just like dunking on people and making people look silly or whatever kind of weirdo shit a lot of people are on. But yeah, that's kind of where I am and what I do. I'm known, unfortunately, for other goofy things, but if you look at the vast majority of my content, as in like 90% of my content, that's what you'll find. Aside from video games, which is, of course, you know, we're all here gaming, I play Mortal Kombat 11. I am a tournament level player. I'm ranked, I think, 33rd in North America on Mortal Kombat 11. I'm one of the best Jax players on planet Earth. And, yeah, I like Soul Calibur 6, and I like a bunch of other games, including Dead by Daylight. It's one of my favorite games. Hunt Showdown's another one of my favorite games, but hell yeah.
So, okay, this is cool. So I do have a couple of questions. Hold on, let me actually.
Sure.
Let me include. I want to include the charity link in my bio real quickly.
Sweet. Also, all cops are bastards.
Ooh. Okay.
All cats are
There
beautiful.
we go. That's true. That's all. Oh, so true. So true. Bam. There we go. Okay, cool.
Also, I 3D print. I do 3D printing, so.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
I always forget to mention that.
Okay. So, a couple of things. One, nobody have any expectations for me when it comes to playing this game. I've never played it before. I'm really bad. I will lose. I will die a lot. I will not know what I'm doing. It's going to be very embarrassing for me.
It's
yeah,
okay.
You're very welcome to laugh.
No, it's cool. I got plenty of room in the JanSport. We'll get you in there, wrapped up nice and tight, zip you up nice and cozy, and we'll be in and out of there.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, throw me in the backpack.
Yeah.
Run me around. I'll just shoot people from the back. That's good. Okay,
Well,
wait,
you don't shoot people in this. So this is, yeah, it's an asymmetrical multiplayer game. So there's 4 survivors and 1 killer. The goal of the game is there's 5 generators on the map. Basically, you just have to get the generators complete, then you have to get a gate open, and then you escape the map. There's certain stuff that you can do to escape from the killer. So there's like pallets you can drop on the killer to impede his momentum as far as coming towards you. But the killer moves faster than you. So if you get into a chase in an open area, he's probably going to kill you. But aside from that, the thing that requires skill in the game is like knowing where the loops are in the maps and just being able to be an elusive survivor. There's items you can use, like there's med kits to heal up if the killer hits you and you get away. There's flashlights that you can blind the killer with. There's toolboxes that you can use either to speed up your generator repair or sabotage the hooks that the killer has to put you on to sacrifice you. But that's basically the long and short of the game.
Okay.
And what's that?
How do I get into a game with you? How does that work?
I can invite you. Are you playing on PC?
Yes.
All right. What is your like name on there with the little hashtag and numbers behind it?
Like for my Steam account?
No, you're Dead by Daylight. It should say it in the game.
Oh, let's see. Let me go to options.
Yeah, or if you want to add me, it should
is
be
it
in
my
the
player cloud ID?
Yeah, it should be like if you hit plus, like for invite a friend, it'll be in the top left corner of the screen.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Let's see. That is friends.
If you want to type it to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Either or.
Okay, I see. I see me.
I see you.
Yeah. Let me send it to you. Is this like a secret thing that if people get it, they can all just start adding me and being really annoying? Is that what this
Only
is?
on Dead by Daylight.
Okay, cool. And then it's number.
I'm gonna add Fluff in here as well because Fluff wants to play.
Okay.
The fluffiest Fluff, big Fluff vibes, real Fluff
Wait,
hours.
how do I? is this?
Hello.
Are you people are friend requests in this game?
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm about to send you the request now.
Okay.
And you should get it. Should pop up.
So, how did you? I guess they kind of want to do like a little mini interview type thing.
Sure.
Because, oh, yeah. Here we go.
Sorry, the cable for my headphones is knocking shit off my desk. I was confused. Yeah, hell yeah, Eden. If you want to join up, I'll shoot you a message in a sec.
So then I'll just say join party.
I just invited you. Yep.
Sweet. And then, oh, I need to. Do I get to like design what I look like? Or?
Yeah, you can. So if you go to customize, like the fourth square on the bottom, you can change. There's different skins and stuff you can get. I usually use the. Oh yeah, I use common stuff just because it's the hardest stuff to see. Like you can hide in bushes and stuff.
Wait, I don't want to be a guy.
You can use. You can pick different people. There's different people you can pick.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my link for this in chat because I don't have you added on my PS4 fluff. Whoops.
Oops.
I'm on my PS4 right now. I'm not on Steam.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's my PS4 ID. Shoot me that invite.
Gucci.
Shout out to Lefty Al. I see you.
Okay, so we got like 5 different people. This is like what is it called? Left 4 Dead, where you have like a set number of characters you can choose from.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna invite you in here because we're already together, Fluff.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
It's all good. But there's there's the characters didn't really have any lore. Like the killers all had lore, but the survivors didn't really have a lot of lore, and that's actually one of the things that recently dropped. The character David King is like gay canonically, so it was pretty cool.
Canonically see him do gay stuff.
That's neat.
You don't see him do anything gay aside from get his cheeks clapped by the killer, but yeah, it's like part of his backstory, and like you can like read in the little cards or whatever, the lore cards.
That's cute. Okay. Okay. All right. I have me. I'm ready.
Very, very cute. All right, you can. All right, yeah, we're ready.
I've got my babysitter class on. Don't worry.
I have my killer monitoring class on. Hold on, let me take self-care off and put something else on. I have Dark Sense and Spine Chill on.
Oh, Fluff, are you the purple shirt with the black skirt?
Yes, the cutest fuck.
That's so cute. How did you get that outfit? I want that.
I paid money for it.
Oh, you can buy like outfits and stuff? Okay.
Cosmetics, yeah.
Okay.
I've had this game since like 2018.
We've been playing this since 2016, I think. Me and Fade Runner and them.
Oh, okay. So
okay.
So Endless. When did you start getting into politics? Like when did you know that this was something that you were interested in?
I would have to say probably around the time of like Occupy. I always identified as anarchist, but when I was like a teenager and a kid and stuff, it was more surrounding like, you know, I was heavily influenced by 2 movies, Giant Mnemonic and Hackers. So I got super into like hacking culture, and you know, those people are pretty much anarchists by nature, but also the music I was into, like punk and metal and stuff. I like the anarchist aesthetic, but I didn't really have any actual politics or philosophy behind it until Occupy hit, where we knew capitalism was bullshit and we knew that there were obvious problems with the system, but that was the first time in my life where there was like an actual movement kind of coalescing, because it was around the same time the Arab Spring was happening. So I got an interest in politics in terms of wanting to be part of the revolution, right? And that was where I got my start in terms of like consuming political content. So I'm ashamed to admit, but I admit it openly just because I feel like people benefit from the knowledge, and it's like it should be encouraging to other people who come from that sphere. But like my introduction to anarchism as a political philosophy, like my gateway to Kropotkin and Emma Goldman and like all the black anarchists and Black Panthers and stuff, is ironically Stefan Molyneux. His video, The Story of Your Enslavement, it was called back in the day, was like, he was like spitting hot fire to me, because he was talking about all of the issues of capitalism, but it was like very close but very far in terms of him being a gross fucking white supremacist and fascist and like capitalist. So I was in that kind of pipeline for a while, not really participating in or consuming that content heavily, but watching from the sidelines, the anti-SJW movement, the Atheism Plus movement, all that stuff happened, Gamergate, watching all that stuff pop off. I was watching Skeptical Heretic and like people like that go back and forth with alt hype, who is still around apparently. The race realism shit is still around, which is extremely, it doesn't surprise me, but the thing that surprised me is that people still choose to engage with those people for whatever reason. But I only became solidified in what I believe now, and how a lot of people became radicalized recently. Two things happened. I went to jail, but also Trump got elected, and I watched a lot of my friends get put away, and we're potentially facing Fed time for protesting, just protesting. And it made me get involved in local organizations, because at the time I was also in a band that I discovered members of that band were neo-Nazis, and the organization that they were in was a white supremacist organization.
Whoa, I'm sorry, what the fuck was that? I'm sorry, I just got stabbed by someone. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was really scary.
Oh yeah.
I also don't know how to play, and I just.
We probably should have did a practice game first. Yeah. After this, after we get clapped in here.
After this, don't worry.
Yeah, but basically that was my story. There was a General Defense Committee that was organized here that I was involved in briefly. Maryland Antifa I was involved in briefly. A lot of that stuff. And participating in protests and stuff, and things kind of really came to a head for me in terms of making politics like a focus of my streaming and like my content creation. After George Floyd and Breonna Taylor in 2020, I was at the protest here in Baltimore City, cop watching, because the police were doing stuff very similar to how they were operating during 2015 during the Freddie Gray uprising, where the police showed up in riot gear, they were beating on unarmed protesters and all that stuff. And so I was filming them doing that to counter the narrative of the mainstream media. And it was from that point on that I decided that politics wouldn't be something that I drip fed into my content, because before I kind of thought that the path was like similar to like people like Destiny or whatever, where you get good at video games, you become known for being good at video games, and then you start talking about politics, which is, you know, it worked for me because the whole Mortal Kombat thing, the fighting game thing, it was perfectly acceptable for me to just be an FGC streamer and then talk about politics on the side. Sonic Fox is a prime example of, I could never in a million years be as good at video games as Sonic Fox, but Sonic Fox's politics are solid. But as I became Oh, shit. Oh, it's Mikey! Fuck! Alright, as I became aware of, like, the fact that there is people on Twitch who specifically do the politics thing and do panels and discussions and that sort of thing, it just kind of was hand in glove for me trying to get in where I fit in and find my place in the space. Let me get you these heals. Never mind. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. I know he sees me.
I think it's really interesting. Yeah, okay, so after this, you guys have to like teach me how to like actually play.
Yeah,
this.
for
I don't know what
sure.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the controls or anything. But I do think it's really interesting how many people who are like in our spaces now, who kind of fell into this space where they were listening to right-wing creators or listening to like even alt-right creators many years ago, before a lot of us were, I think, like more educated and as savvy as we are now about like a lot of the dog whistles and about what it is that a lot of these people actually believe.
Oh, for sure.
And a lot of the like really toxic underlying things. And it's really interesting because like me, a woman and a sex worker, like I watch some of these content creators too. You, as a black man, like you listening to some of these content creators, it is so like interesting.
It's off-putting, yeah.
Well, I don't know that it's off-putting, but I do think that it says something very interesting, and I think that it comes down to like people who feel people who feel like they don't necessarily fit in the way they feel like they were told they were supposed to.
Oh, right.
Or people who feel like they have grievances, and how these guys can come in and sort of exploit that and like play to the ways in which you feel disgruntled or disillusioned with the systems around you.
Oh, yeah.
And it takes a while before you realize like, oh, the thing they're selling me is not an answer to a lot of these problems. The thing they're selling me is actually just bigotry.
Right, yeah, for sure. Because that's how fascists recruit, is that they find these like, oh my goodness, oh, and he's gonna come for me. No, he's coming for me. Get away from me. Oh! Okay, but yeah,
They find like vulnerable people.
right, yeah, they find people who experience alienation in one form or another, whether it be, you know, cultural alienation, socioeconomic alienation, whatever, and convince them that the reason why they feel dejected with society is not because of capitalism. It's actually because of the Jews, or, you know, the Mexicans, or the blacks.
The
Muslims, right, yeah. And it takes a certain amount of self-awareness, but also cultural awareness to, like, get outside of that bubble, because there's so much positive reinforcement once you're in there, in terms of like just people who will encourage you to be as toxic as possible there. And yeah, shooting in Buffalo.
Oh yeah, we covered a little bit of that earlier. So there was a shooting in Buffalo. Have you seen it yet?
Nah, not yet. I've been kind of just jamming this all day.
It's really depressing. We talked about it for a few minutes. I really didn't want to like make a big huge thing of it on my stream, because I figure, yeah, people can go look it up. It's pretty bad. So 10 people are dead. But
White supremacist manifesto and all.
Yeah, it's the Great Replacement. He specifically references.
And it's so wild that we still feel the need to talk to people like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, and like, it's just, I don't get it.
Literally the first thing I said when I saw this, I was like, oh wow, and Lauren Southern recently had like a comeback where like she was on Twitch and she was allowed to be on panels, and people were like, oh, she's changed, she's not so bad, and it's like, this is her legacy.
Right.
All of these dead people are her legacy.
Right.
And it's just, it's so crazy.
It's not only that, it's just the leniency that people have, like the charity, like for me, because I had to come up with this when people were talking about oh my god, he came out of nowhere and got me. I almost shit myself. So people were talking about my former bandmates who were in the Nazi organization, because of course they're going to be friends with people in the music scene and shit. And it's like, okay, he said he is sorry, he ripped the patches off his jacket or whatever, like what else needs to be done? And like my formula was like, if you're going to, oh my god, if you're going to do this thing, then you have to do some kind of restorative, or like there has to be action demonstrated.
Actions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to do
It
three
can't just
times
be
as
your
much.
words.
Yeah, you got to do 3 times as much work in the opposite direction, because it can't just be a thing where you do the shit and then you're like, okay, sorry, or I was memeing or whatever, and then you don't do anything to demonstrate that you're not on that time anymore, because that's how organizations get infiltrated like that. And it's, yeah.
Well, I think it's also like a question of like, well, yeah, one, how can we ever trust you again? And two, someone who I like to bring up a lot, I really, really, really like to talk about this guy. His name is Christian Piccolini. Have you ever heard of him?
The name sounds familiar, but I'm not. It doesn't ring a bell.
I love talking about this guy because I think that he is such a good example of like restorative justice. So Christian Piccolini is.
Was he the guy that was in the Proud Boys or whatever?
Not the Proud Boys. He's old school. He's like 1980s.
Oh, like a skinhead, like an old school, like hammer
He's an
skin.
old school skinhead. Yep. So he helped build up. He helped build up a lot of the white supremacist networks in Chicago and in Middle America in the 80s. So he was indoctrinated into Nazism, into a far right-wing cult when he was a teenage boy. And so he then spent, I think, like the next like decade or so of his life recruiting people and building up white supremacist networks.
Sheesh.
Well, he was to the point where like he was running a white supremacist music store, and he was like very firmly entrenched in the culture. And then something happened. I think it was that he lost everything. Like he lost his family, his wife took the kids. She was just like I can't with this anymore. Like you have to get out. And so he shut down the bookstore, the music store, and he turned his whole life around. And then he has spent the rest of his life rescuing and rehabilitating people who are trapped in right-wing cults.
That's
and
pretty
gone
rad.
through and well, yeah, he's gone through and he's talked about like the ways in which they manipulate their recruitment tactics. He's talked about like the kinds of kids they target. And now they have a group called Life After Hate where they will literally go in the middle of the night. Yeah, they'll literally go in the middle of the night and scoop these kids up and take them to like a secure location and like have people de-radicalize them. And they have like Jewish families and black families that work with them. So they have these kids like go in, and whenever they're ready, when they feel it's safe enough, they have these kids like eat dinner and like spend time with these families so that they can show them like black people and Jewish people are literally people just like you.
Right.
And they work to like reintegrate these people back into society. And so when I think of something like restorative justice, like the idea of Christian Piccolini, who felt so fucking ashamed and so fucking disgusted at what he had done and the person who he was, that he has dedicated the rest of his life to trying to do whatever he can.
That's
to
crucial.
Keep other people from going down the path he went. And that seems like really extreme, but he was like a very, very, very influential gang leader, essentially.
Right.
Because white nationalist crews are fucking gangs. And
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's really interesting, with Lauren Southern, that she was a thought leader. She was a major player in the spread of the Great Replacement. So it's like, she's on that level. Like, that is the kind of shit that I would want to see. from
Correct me
someone
if I'm wrong, but like I don't know if she invented that phrase, but I definitely because I was gonna say I associate that term with her specifically, like the Great Replacement. Like obviously it's just a bonus. Yeah, it's just the bonus 14 words, but yeah.
So she popularized it, and now she tries to downplay her association with it, but it doesn't change the fact that it was her.
Right.
Like, she can't get away from that. But yeah, I mean, like, that's the kind of stuff that, like, I would expect or I would want to see from someone who had the level of involvement that she had, because, like, how else do you...
No doubt, yeah. You would. That's the bare minimum, in my opinion. You have to at least counteract the specific harm that you did, whether it's making amends with people that you've beat up or whatever. You know what I mean?
Sure, and like the more harm you did, the more I'm gonna want to see from you.
Facts.
In terms, of you showing that you're not that person anymore.
Facts.
Exactly.
Which would be because, it would be the same for literally anything, but that specifically, it's especially.
I got some fun news for you, Endless. I looked up great replacement theory. Guess what? Guess what nationality the person who came up with it was?
Who's that?
You're gonna love it.
It was a French gay man.
He's French.
God fucking damn it, dude. I told y'all about these fucking toad sucking, fucking baguette munching, fucking cigarette chain smoking, fucking snail slurping, fucking Eiffel Tower building, fuck these people.
Endless loves the French. They're his favorite people.
No, fuck them. What's up, Minnie?
Incredible.
But yeah, let's do a custom game so we can actually teach you how the game works.
Yeah, show me how to play. So what do we do? Do I just hit ready, or what do I do?
How do we do this, Fluff? I'm just gonna hand this off to you because I don't know how we do this.
Hey, well, I don't know if I'm a leader.
Yeah, I'm trying to make you leader.
Pizza and Dog Fan, we are talking to Endless Cemetery. He is doing a fundraiser for an abortion funds network in Baltimore.
Yeah, it's
So
just
we're
a
playing little
Baltimore.
bit of Dead by Daylight.
It's the Baltimore Abortion Fund.
The Baltimore Abortion Fund.
Here, I'll just invite you and we'll do that.
Bet, yeah, we can do it that way because I don't know. I'm having a boomer moment.
Then you can just invite Barrett.
Bet. Alright, I joined you. Big Richie Lizzie said Jewish and black solidarity against the frogs.
Oh, I'm sorry, operator Emma. I apologize. Have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, you could send to my donos. All of my donos today are getting forwarded to the Baltimore Abortion Fund. They're a based organization here in Baltimore that focus on bodily autonomy, bodily autonomy, reproductive justice, and destigmatizing abortion and the work surrounding reproductive health care. Very based organization, very democratic, very inclusive, very diverse in terms of the work that they do, the people that do that work, and the people that they help, and just their goals as an organization.
Love it, love it. Okay, so it
I
looks
shot
like
you the invite.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Okay.
All right, cool. I'm gonna ready up. Great replacement is just classic French philosophy, of course.
One second.
Wait, you're gone again.
I know. I have to.
Oh no!
Out of that.
I'm all alone, guys.
Invite her again.
Oh my God, Skeeter63. If I send money to the BAF, I'm imperiling my immortal soul. That's weird because I don't have one of those. I sold it already. You see my tattoos?
Send money to the BAF.
That's true. That's true.
Man, dude, I really just want to do an abortion. Like,
I'm destined for annihilation already,
like,
friend.
Really, just getting involved.
On a
like,
man that's already born. So true.
I wish I had a uterus so I could get an abortion.
I'll
dog.
go to this dude makes me want to get like a doctor's, go to med school just so I can perform one.
Before you
abortionist to own the libs.
Before you ask him what his thoughts on Ligma are, make sure he understands the severity of the new Supreme Court justice. Satan knows his own. That's true. I'm one of his. Fuck God.
Based anti-theist Satanists.
Jesus, look at all the channels this motherfucker's banned in. Mowdy, Fines, Poly People, Alec Gunter. Jesus Christ, dude. What about the new Supreme Court justice? Yeah. How do you feel about the new Supreme Court justice, Skeeter63?
All I know is Katanji sounds weird, and I'm not okay with it.
Take some sunscreen to hell, SPF 10,000? Nah, I got enough melanin to protect me from the flames in hell.
kind of melon in his head.
All of the mixed children that I'm gonna have, they'll pray for
Oh
me.
yeah. Endless is a. How do you describe yourself?
Miscegenation terrorist.
Miscegenation terrorist. Have you guys
invite-
seen the meme that's like this could be your daughter, and it's the white girl making out with the black guy in the Jewish star with the hammer and sickle over it? That meme is literally Endless. Literally miscegenation terrorist.
How do I feel about it being a conservative court? I feel like you could conserve my nuts in your mouth. Get that ass banned.
Inshallah, brother.
Get that ass banned.
Be with God.
Go with God.
Okay, wait.
Invite
So when am I
Merrick.
gonna get? Yeah, what's happening?
Did we? I don't know what happened. Oh, you're
Merrick.
killer. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm inviting Merrick. You know, I got distracted. I got stun locked by that holy roller in my chat coming to tell me that
Holy man.
my soul is damned to eternal hell for giving an abortion fund money.
I love that for you. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Living my best
I've already
life.
read the hungry caterpillar.
So what are the controls? Like, what are the keys that control things?
WASD is movement. You look around with the mouse. Shoot, I'm playing on PS4 right now, so I can't remember the controls
Shift
on.
should be to run,
Yeah,
control
shift
should be to
is run,
crouch.
control is crouch. Spacebar
There's a button
is
to interact.
yeah, spacebar is usually.
Do anything.
Spacebar, if you have you right click to use items. So if you have the new version of the like wiggle and stuff, then you can press spacebar whenever you need to press spacebar. I think QuickTime events are spacebar. So like if you're repairing a generator, you right click on the generator, you're repairing it. Whenever you get a skill check, you'll hear the noise and you have to get ready to press square, or excuse me, you have to get ready to press spacebar.
Okay. And I'm just supposed to be running around looking for generators, right?
Yep. Avoiding the killer, but also looking for generators, because the killer will, he'll kill you.
So I don't have a weapon though, and I don't
Nope.
have like a block button either.
Nope.
No.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing that you could really do to the killer is if you have a flashlight, you could shine a flashlight in his face and it'll blind him for a second. Or you can drop, if he's chasing you in mid-trace, you drop a pallet on him, it'll stun him for a second, and then you can run away. So,
Okay.
you see me here? Follow me.
Yeah, so control. Okay, you're over here.
Are you playing as Mikey? What a dick.
I'm playing as Mike. I'm playing as Trapper. I'm not even gonna try to kill anybody.
Bet.
And are the killers like characters from horror movies? 'Cause
Some of
that
them
was
are.
definitely Michael Myers.
Yeah, some of them are.
Most are originals.
So you hop on the gen. The killer is right behind us. I just got a skill check.
How do we know he's right behind us?
That red
We just
stain.
assume?
So you hear the music going crazy. When the music starts going crazy, you start hearing heartbeats. The more the heartbeats are pounding and the louder the music is, the closer he is to you. There's perks that you can put on that can tell you. Like I have a perk on right now called Spine Chill that lights up whenever the killer is looking directly in my direction. But other than the perks, you can't really tell exactly where he is. The only thing you can rely on if you have no perks is just the heartbeats.
Okay. So, I keep seeing the red light, which means he's behind us. Why didn't he attack us?
He's letting us learn. Yeah, it's him. Fluff is killer.
Oh. Okay, that's neat.
No, not perk 30s, unfortunately. No perk 30s. It's all perk 10s.
So you can play as the killer as well?
Yep.
Yeah, imagine like a circle around the killer, and the first thing you'll hear in distance is a heartbeat, and then you'll hear music in this inner circle.
This
So, you know,
particular, yeah,
right?
this particular killer lays those traps, and if you step in that, it's not good, obviously, but he can come get you because you'll get stuck in it for a minute.
Real quick.
Okay.
Where you at? Hold on, stop moving. I want to explain something.
Okay.
So, survivors have three different states. So you have regular, like running around, If I hit you once, you're gonna be in the injured state, which means you'll start moaning really loud, and it's easier to hear you. You'll leave blood drops as well.
Okay, let me turn my audio back on because I turned it. Let me see. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
And then if you get hit a second time, you'll be in the dying state where you crawl around, and you have to make a decision. Either you're gonna stay in place and hold left click and like get your backup bar as close as possible. So when somebody, go ahead and bring her over. Healer on this.
Yeah. So
they have to help you get up. Somebody has to help you.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I can pick you up like this. And if you don't have a perk called self-care on, then someone else has to heal you as well. So I'm going to keep healing you.
Oh man, this takes so long.
It
How
does.
does anyone survive this game?
Distraction and just, you have to move quick and quiet.
Okay, cool.
There's like stuff like firecrackers that you can get and stuff too that...
Alright, so come to the shack, follow me. Let me show you. So here's another way of how you get away from the killer. You see this window? Go over.
Over? Oh, okay.
So if you jump, if you're running and you time it right, you'll go over it quickly. Now look at me. Watch how long it takes me to get over it.
Gotcha, okay.
Takes way longer than it did this.
So
Alright, now
let
come
me
right
try
here.
that again. Wait, hold on. I want to try that again because I wasn't running that time.
Go ahead, try it.
Yeah, it does it faster, but it also makes a noise. So if the killer's not chasing you, don't do it that way, because he'll hear that and come get you.
Okay, cool.
Alright, so now look at this. You see this? Push space
Yeah.
for your next this. Or push your interact button. Whatever it tells you to push right next to here.
It's not telling me to push. Oh, okay. Space is cool. Oh, I can block you.
So you stun me for a second, and so you can keep running and watch. It takes me. I can't get over this. I have to spend
You have
time
to
to
break
destroy
it.
it, but you can
Okay.
vault over it.
Gotcha. Oh, I can hide too. That's neat.
Yeah, but if it's a good killer, he'll check that shit. And even if you're fully healed, if he opens that locker while you're in there, yeah, I used to do it a lot. Yeah, Fade Runner always makes fun of me because I would always get snatched out the locker. But yeah, even if you're fully healed, if the killer opens the locker while you're in there,
I'm gonna knock you down.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it gave me points for being bold. I guess that's the nice way of saying stupid.
Nah, you get bold points for being close to the
I'll explain
killer.
the point stuff to you in a minute. First, I want to show you like the basic stuff. Wait, no, and let's move. I'm trying to show her how this works.
And this is how you wiggle.
It was quick.
Pulling me. Oh yeah, and then.
So you can wiggle, and if that meter gets full, I'll drop you. But so let's say you get on the hook, right? You get 3 of these. You get hooked a 3rd time, you die. So what you want to do is don't do the left click. Don't try to wiggle off because you only have a 4% chance of getting off the hook. It's better to just wait for somebody to come and get you.
Yeah.
Once your bar gets to like 50%, you'll enter stage 2, and it'll act like it'll basically take away one of your 3 tries. So you'll have 1 try left. So, and this can now get you off the hook. You'll be injured, but then you can run away.
Okay.
Make sense?
So yeah. So gotcha.
That's the base game. Your goal is to.
Go ahead.
Also, skill checks can happen anywhere in that circle. They don't happen in the same spot every time.
Okay.
Your goal is to get all the generators that you need to, and then the exit gates are open. So just go ahead and do the remaining 2 generators so you can see what the ending looks like. And so
Okay.
And you can get a little more practice on generators.
What do the generators do? They just turn lights on?
Yeah, this is how you find them. You can look up and see the spotlights.
Spotlight, yeah.
So you just repair the generators, and yeah, those are the skill checks.
Okay. And then whenever this whole space thing comes up, there's like a part of the circle that has an extra like layer
Light.
around it. You want to press the space bar when it gets there?
You can do it on either, but if you get it on the white, you'll get more progress.
Okay.
And so there's 3 criteria that you'll get points, or 4 criteria that you get points on in the game. And your goal actually isn't to survive, really. It's actually just to get as many points as possible. And so doing things like repairing the generator, outrunning the killer while in the chase with them, helping people will get you points. And if you get and doing those skill checks and getting in the white area will give you much more points than regular.
Okay.
Harder.
Yeah,
I'm
it
so
takes
bad.
getting used to. It takes getting used to.
There's an
To
audio cue that you can get used that'll let you know when the skill check's coming.
Okay.
This is why I'm letting you do the remaining 2 generators that you used to.
Because the killer can hear that. The killer can hear and see that across the map when you do that.
Yeah, if you mess up, well, after this, we're gonna let her play killer. That way she can see like what I think is really important to see the killer's perspective.
For sure. Because I didn't play killer until I was already like 50, 60 hours deep in Survivor, and it completely changed the way that I play once I actually saw how the killer sees the world.
Okay.
So let's see. I think there's another gen. Yeah, here we go. Follow me. To your left.
Wait, 1 second.
Sure. Also, the missed skill checks pause the progress in the generator, and depending on what perks the killer has on. So if the killer has like Hex Ruin on, it'll actually decrease the progress on the gen.
Perks are just like extra abilities that add extra
Yeah.
to the game. Basically.
Yeah, I thought there was a gen over here.
Do you buy them or do you get them from playing?
You get them from playing.
Playing.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be really dumb. If you had
The only stuff you have to buy is cosmetic and different like killers.
Okay.
Cool. Yo, Selassie I, thank you. Hell yeah. So we beat our goal. $400. Let me bump that motherfucker up to.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Hey, Salsa, I appreciate that. That's one of my chatters.
Hell yeah. I fuck with Selassie. Selassie comes into my shit too. Selassie's the homie.
Thank you so much. So that's why whenever I don't get it in the white, it's like actually putting us back a little bit. Okay, so I have to pay attention.
It'll become easier as you do it.
Yeah, the more you do it, the easier it gets. We'll bump the goal to $500.
$500 Dim dollars.
I'll tell you what.
No, it's okay. I told them they're allowed to be mean to me. All my chat does is be mean to me. It's fine. They just bully me every stream. Oh! Oh!
You went into the trap.
I went
that.
right into the trap. Thank you so much.
Oh no! No one escapes death.
Oh. Thank you.
Now you can go to the gate.
Okay.
So now one of two. Once all the generators are done, one of 2 electric gates will open up, and you have to pull a lever for a certain amount of time, and then the gates will open up, and you can escape.
Okay. Cool.
Getting you used to the music of the killer, so you don't freak out every time you hear it.
Well, so something is happening. Like I'm not hearing anything on my end. So let's see.
Yeah, this game is pretty big audio based. So you have to
Oh. So, what the fuck?
What?
I just realized I did a thing again. I have 2 different dono links, Streamlabs and Stream Elements. Rest assured, it's still going there. It just, hold on, I have to add the tip alert.
Yeah, I agree. Effie, getting roasted by chat is definitely. If my chat was always just like always nice to me, I think I would be bored. I kind of like it that they bully me. It lets me know that they're like actually my friends. It's good.
There we go. Alright, cool. Alright, so alerts should come up when people add now. Cool.
Okie dokie. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're hurt. Hold on. I'll save you. Oh, and I see you. You're highlighted in red. Okay, cool. Is it faster if I help you?
Yeah,
or
he
is
can't
it
get up
faster if
without
you
your
help
help.
yourself?
It's much faster. He can't help get up. He can fill up the bar to like make it quicker, but not.
Okay. There we go.
Now you can open the gate.
So the whole thing is that we're like trapped in an area with you.
Yeah.
And opening the gate is how we like get out of this area we're trapped in and get away from you.
It goes to the same spot. Hold on.
Exactly. So now you wanna this gate. You wanna.
Oh, right
pull
here.
the lever.
Okay.
You fool!
Oh no!
You didn't look down. You did.
No.
All right, now try wiggling out.
Okay.
So you can see.
I'll work on a gate. This is how we do it.
It's kind of like a rhythm. Get it down quicker. Yeah, there you go.
So this is the number that we're at right now
You did it.
for donos, not including my contribution.
Okay. Nice. Okay, cool.
Oh, you made it out.
Yeah. Wait, did I just abandon you?
Yeah, I'm about to get SpongeBob. It's okay though. You're learning.
No. I'm so fucked up that it lets you do that.
Yeah, that's what people do though. Like when you're playing with randoms, they will literally wait till everyone else in the map gets clapped and then just find the hatch.
That's so mean. That's so cutthroat. I hate it.
It's a cold game. It's a cold world.
Effie says, easy clap. Is there a hard mode? This game is too easy. There's definitely gotta be a hard mode, right?
I mean, it would be me trying.
Right. There's ranked killers. Like there's
actually very, very good at this game.
I was gonna say there's definitely sweaty killers on here that it's just like when you see people burn like ebony moris and shit, that's when you know you're about to play against a sweat.
What does that mean?
Alright, so now you're gonna switch to a killer now, Merrick.
Okay.
A mori
Do I
is
just hit
something.
continue?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go back to the lobby.
A mori is a thing that lets the killer kill you when you're in the down state without having to put you on the hook.
That sounds like cheating.
Low key, but there's conditions behind it. Like you have to hook at least 3 people or something like that.
Oh, you have to earn it. Okay.
There we go.
Gotcha. Someone says you should ask them to explain the
Oh
hack.
shit, Tyrannex. Thank you.
The hash is
There's some money?
For the $100 dono. Fucking A.
Oh, that's so sick.
Now we gotta change
So
that
you
shit
got
to
500?
6. Yeah. Now I gotta change it to
That's
600.
So cool.
Hell yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you.
I appreciate what you've done here today. Yeah, alright, you gotta switch to killer now. It's on the bottom left.
Thank you.
Merrick.
Friends, options. Oh, no. Switch to
There you
expected.
go.
Switch to killer. Okay, there we go. Here
Pick
I
any
am.
killer you want.
Okay. Ooh, wait, how do I want to see from a different angle. How do I, oh. Ooh, I'm so scary. Oh, wow. I'm very Silent Hill. Yeah, I'm so spooky.
There's actually a Silent Hill. There's actually Pyramid Head for the killer.
Yeah.
Here, oh, that's neat.
And there's the nurse.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at the nurse.
The nurse is a bit very difficult.
Okay. It's difficult to be her, it's difficult to fight against her.
Be her.
Oh, why?
Because the way she works is different from normal killers.
Nurse main.
She uses like a blink system.
Oh, okay. I'll be the huntress then. Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, I'm ready up.
Look how scary I am, guys.
I'm ready. Oh my god, why is Kyle Rittenhouse trending?
Oh, no.
Maybe he got shot.
Oh, he's trending because of the Buffalo shooting.
Oh.
He's probably like, if I was there.
Right.
Did he actually do something? Did he actually tweet something?
Nah, I retweeted Josh Patash though. Just because he always is correct and based.
Not as much as me.
I'm always correct and always based. I wouldn't tell you that if it wasn't the case. That's my brand. That's why I made it my brand, so that you continue to give me money. Because how based, like, nah, I'm just kidding.
I wasn't.
Okay, so what are my controls for this then?
Same, except it's
Same
left click to
grab
attack
you. Okay.
with the melee,
Bars.
and it's right click and hold right click to ready your hatchet to throw.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
You're about
Society has progressed past the need for France. I just saw your note attached to that. That's funny, Selassie.
Be done.
Wow. Look at me. Oh my goodness.
Left
So,
click
yeah,
basic
you're
attack,
person.
right click to charge hatchet, left click with charge hatchet to put it back.
Oh, what? Oh no, I only have so many. I just wasted one. Okay.
You can go to the
You can
locker
pick
and get
up
them
by
though.
searching a locker.
Okay. Is the locker the thing in red over there?
Yep.
Or what is that?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Gotcha.
I'll never find you, so you can learn. As you can see, you're first person instead of third person now, and the map is much darker.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
Oh,
Yep.
hello. No!
Hear the
No!
heartbeats.
That's fucked up.
Get blinded. I'm out then.
Oh no, where'd you go?
What's all this then?
So I can't hear anything. There's like no sound coming from this.
Yeah, you should try to fix it.
See, you hear that? Did you hear that?
I did not, but I saw a red thing.
Yeah, that's what happens when you fail a skill check on a generator. Did you hear it that time?
No, but this is like a fucked up horse. Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
poor
so
horse.
Wow, they're all fucked up. That's rude.
Well, look at him. He's all fucked
He's gonna come
up.
to your house and be like, "Wow, this is a fucked up woman."
I mean,
The horse is literally just vibing.
wrong. He has a third eye, and he's not just
He's
vibing.
enlightened.
He's enlightened. Why don't you open up your third eye chakra? Maybe you might have a third eye.
Bleeding from his jowls.
Yeah.
He's just vibing. Just let him cook. Let that boy cook.
Attractive.
Okay.
You want? Yeah, you definitely want to try to fix your audio real quick. That's actually a big part of this game.
Yeah, you need to be able to hear.
Yeah, it's not deaf friendly.
Calibrate headphones. Mute focus.
Focus just means like if you can hear it when you alt tab.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm looking at your screen to see. Click audio.
Oh no.
It should be working. It's just.
It looks like maybe a Windows thing. You might want to check the volume mixer real quick.
Because it's. You think because it was in a window instead of full screen?
No, I mean like check the Windows like volume mixer.
So true. Okay.
We live in a society.
I had that dude Joker pilled. That dude I was playing against on Mortal Kombat, I had him hitting the Joker laugh and everything. That dude was so tilted, he started talking about games we weren't even playing. He was like, "Did you platinum over? You didn't even platinum Elden Ring yet. You're not even good at Elden Ring." And I'm like, I'm pretty good at Mortal Kombat though.
It's not a competitive multiplayer game. So
Right. Fat, what it do, what it be's like, what's poppin'?
Eric definitely right now.
We're playing Deddies with Merrick, but she doesn't know how to play, so we gotta teach her how to play. Nice, yeah. It's pretty lit.
Well, you
I put ketchup and mustard on it and ate it. I don't even care. And I start doing a stanky leg. Daddies. We're on the daddies. Merrick's in here with us, but she's deafened right now. She figures out our audio.
Oh, what's happening? Sound settings, maybe?
It might take us a
I'm gonna
little
restart
longer than
it.
that, Fade.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna restart the game because
Bet.
maybe
Okay.
that's the issue. Okay, oh, one second, I'm sorry, guys.
We got room, but we're not really in games yet because we're still teaching Merrick how to play.
Ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Yes, Big Richie Lizzie. Fade will be passing the banhammer, it seems. You will be in charge of the hammer. The hammer of banning. The plus 20 hammer of banning.
Is this leave? How do I get out here?
There's not a whole lot of things in life that bring me as much joy as banning people from my chat.
Isn't it great? Like when I was a bartender, it was just so good to be able to just tell people, like, leave.
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't get to drink here anymore. Okay. Alright, so let's try it again. Like, especially, I think after working service industry for so many years,
Yeah.
just being like,
I was a
I don't have
bouncer.
to put up with your bullshit.
Yeah, just telling people to get out. Yeah, get out.
Yeah.
That was my fucking favorite for sure. Just get out.
Yeah, so I remember so I bartended during South by Southwest one year, and oh yeah, I had a girl reach across my bar and try to throw one of my shakers at me.
Ooh, nah, yeah,
oh
that's
yeah,
that's
yeah.
you don't. That's a no. You don't do that.
Yeah. So our guy who was running security, Miles, just like grabbed her and threw her out, and I was just like, it's so satisfying. Like, I just don't have to put up with any of your bullshit.
Right.
It's amazing. Okay, let's try it again.
Fade Runner wants to join up. I'm gonna get Fade Runner up in here. I think.
Okay.
Young Fade.
Another gentleman thou had met before.
Yeah, I think we talked to him the other night, right?
Yeah. He came in for a minute.
Yes.
He's one of my best friends and my coworker.
And volume mixer. Okay, so this should be.
Bink wants to come into. You guys just want to go in BBC because everybody wants to come in this shit now.
We can if you guys want.
All right, I'm gonna join BBC's voice chat.
Okay, cool.
I bet. All right, we're in BBC, Bink. The BBC. Fade is the #1 mod. Yes.
Abortion talk.
All right. The most lit abortion conversation.
Yeah, free abortions for everyone.
I'm gonna get a degree in the field of genetics and be the first scientist to invent the artificial womb and personally get a artificial uterus transplanted into me specifically so that I can get an abortion.
Amazing. The transhumanist dream.
Yeah.
The
The
end point.
postmodern Marxist dream.
So let's see. Should I be hearing sound at this point? And that I'm in the menu.
Yes.
Chris.
This is a nightmare. Okay.
on Elm Street.
I've actually never seen it.
This is the future
Is it actually
liberals
worth
want.
It's pretty campy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it's so like old now, and like the horror movies I grew up watching were like The Grudge and shit. So I feel like if I
Yeah.
try to go back and watch like the old school stuff now, I'm just gonna be like, this sucks.
Well, The Grudge is a poop movie, so I think you'll be fine.
I think the old school joints are my favorite. Like I'm a big Giallo head. Shout out to Big Richie Lizzie. He's a fellow Giallo head of mine. And just like old school European horror, like Dario Argento, Lucio Fulci, Umberto
Basically
Lenzi.
saying like
I do like old
He's basically
Italian.
saying like how
Yeah.
vinyl is like the only way to listen to stuff.
Low key, it's that argument.
Okay, guys,
Vinyl and cassette.
I can't get it to work. I can't get the audio
It's
to work.
okay, we
so...
can do something else.
We can
No, it's okay.
or we can just hang out or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I've been streaming for like 4 hours anyway. I'm tired, so I'd rather just like talk and hang out. Cause like I did still like, I mean, you guys can play. I don't mind. I
Hell
did
yeah.
still want to like ask you more questions.
Oh
about,
yeah, totally. You can totally ask me
yeah, 'cause-
questions.
Sweet, cause I want my chat to get more acquainted with you, and like I want them to. Follow
Likewise, I like you guys. You guys are fun. We're gonna have fun together.
Yeah. So
Fade,
we
get in
met we met through Aston.
We did.
Yes. So if you guys remember, I had Aston on a while back. Aston is the Orlando activist who he does like data work down in Florida. So I met Endless through Aston, and then of course Fluff, who's been on the call with us, is friends with Aston and Endless as well. So I guess you were telling me, I was asking you like how you got involved with politics, and you were saying that it was around the time that like Occupy Wall Street happened.
Mhm.
When was that? That was like I feel like that was
Like
forever
2011, 2012, about a decade ago. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
actually
you're-
wasn't. I was gonna say I talked about it a little bit with Kevin and Frackle, but I was actually involved in a little bit of hacktivism at the time. So like, in Blaine County in Florida, ironically, which is just one of those weird things of like serendipity things where we do things and don't think about it, but then our paths cross and we kind of talk about it and laugh later because Frackle is familiar with that area. But there was a Food Not Bombs that had set up in a park there, and the Blaine County Sheriff's Department came and, you know, destroyed all the tables, charged people with feeding the homeless, all that stuff. So we defaced the Blaine County Sheriff's Department's website. We changed the diversion program website to say smoke weed every day, and changed the sheriff's resume to say being a bitch ass cop. And then after they fixed it and locked us out, we just DDoSed them so that no one could go to the site. There was stuff like that, and yeah, that was what I was doing when I was like 20, 21.
Amazing. So you're like 30.
Yeah, 32.
Okay, yeah.
I'm turning 33 in
yeah.
August. I'm a boomer.
Yeah. So okay, what is it about anarchism that draws you to it? Because anarchism was, whenever I was like first getting into leftism, that was really what drew me as well. So I'm just curious.
So for me, in the beginning, it was just, you know, basic teenage anti-authoritarianism. But when I got into like black anarchism, it struck me more as like when I got deeper into like anarchata politics. It goes beyond just like I hate my teachers, I hate the police and everything, to a more nuanced examination of systems of power, and also just, you know, methods of survival that people use in those conditions, like Food Not Bombs, the Black Panther Party for self-defense, even though they probably lean more towards Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, but a lot of individual people that I look up to who are involved in those sorts of things. Like I talk about Eddie Conway a lot on here, who was he tried to establish the Baltimore Black Panther Party chapter, and they were successful. But of course, we know about COINTELPRO and everything. Two of the people that he formed the party with were feds, with the sole intention of trying to find revolutionaries in the area to, set him up, to get him locked up, assassinated, or whatever. They charged him with a murder he didn't commit. He spent 44 years in federal prison and was just released, I want to say, in like 2017, 2018, something like that, maybe. And he was, all throughout that time, was organizing prison labor unions, was establishing a prison library, organizing classes, all these things that didn't exist in the prison system before he fought for them to be established, working with his fellow inmates. And of course, since he's been out, he's been nothing but based, of course. He works with an organization called the Tubman House here in Baltimore that focuses on like community gardens and just community, just building, just community work in general. But
and so real quickly, for like
sure.
the first
Ready up, Fluff.
70% of that, you were hardcore robot voicing.
Oh,
so
sorry.
No, it's okay. I think it was on my end. I don't know. But so I missed where you said you met this person, or this is someone you know, or you were inspired.
Oh
by,
no,
or,
it's sorry. It's cool. Yeah, no. What did happen? Why am I? Oh, we were in the wrong lobby. Sorry, we're still gaming. But yeah, so I was just saying that like as far as like my the allure of anarchism to me, at first it was of course just youth, anti-authoritarianism, but as I got deeper into learning about basically just anti-capitalism, it became more about anarchata politics to me and examining all these different intersections of hierarchy. So like, cis heteronormativity, patriarchy, white supremacy, all these things, and also examining black anarchists that I look up to, like Quasi Balagoon, Maroon Shotes, you know what I mean? All these different people who did all these actions that are based, of course, in labor history, stuff like the Haymarket Affair, and my birthday is on the anniversary of the Battle of Blair Mountain. Yeah, August 25th. Cool. Yeah, every birthday stream, I do a stream where I talk about the Battle of Blair Mountain and the history of it and all that stuff. Yeah, but someone who's closest to me in terms of proximity, I don't know Eddie Conway. I would love to meet him and interview him in the near future.
You said Eddie Conway?
Yeah, but he tried to form the Baltimore chapter of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, and unfortunately, because of COINTELPRO and all that stuff we know now, he was organizing the group with two feds who were here and doing that work for the express purpose of rooting out revolutionaries and the communities here. So naturally, they targeted him. He was arrested, charged with a murder he didn't commit, spent 44 years in prison. But during that time, he was just organizing prison labor unions, prison library, GED classes, all that sort of stuff that didn't exist in the prison system before that. And since he's been out, he's been working with the Real News Network, which is here based in Baltimore, that covers things from a kind of I'm not sure exactly what I would call their specific political stance, but it's definitely like independent journalism, like outside of the talking points and propaganda of the mainstream media. And he also works with an organization called the Tubman House, which focuses on like community gardens and stuff like that, which are important here in Baltimore because we have a lot of lead contamination, which is also in the soil. So like there's a lot of like vast quantities of area. Like the last house I lived in here, we couldn't grow anything or eat anything out of the ground in our own backyard because the soil was completely contaminated with lead. So just that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So this, I mean, like, this is the stuff we talk about when we reference like environmental racism. Like, it's so fucking insane.
Of course.
That it's okay for you, like, it's considered acceptable for people to live in conditions.
No, I haven't heard of that, Melody.
Right? That's so wild. So I've never heard of this person. You said his name is Eddie Conway. That's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Check him out.
It reminds me of a person that I learned about when I was young, named Mumia Abu Jamal.
Yes, very similar to him. Yeah.
Yeah, like you know, supposedly they say he killed this cop, but from what I've read, it seems more likely that it was his brother.
I was gonna say I thought the other cops killed this guy and then he just set him up for it. Like it was friendly fire type deal, and then they just set him up for it. That was my understanding of it.
What I read is that they think it was that his brother and that he took the heat for it, but like it really wouldn't surprise me if it actually was other cops.
I also might be thinking of something else just because of how common that is. So.
Well, yeah, unfortunately. But see, it's cool. Like I don't really know. I like that you bring up this person that I've never heard of, because like I'm always trying to learn new things, but like I also don't really know anything about Black anarchism at all. Like I'm familiar with like Emma Goldman, Kropotkin, like old dead people.
Right, of course.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely something that I would like to learn more about and read more about.
For sure. A good place to start would be like if you just like want to do the passive learning, like straight like me, like I do himbo vibes. I just straight YouTube search like Anarchata, and there's entire playlists dedicated to like Anarchata politics, which talk about specifically when it comes to Black anarchism, like African Americans, but like everything from how we used to like just resistance in all forms and at all times, from when they tried to take us over here on the boats to how we acted on the boats and stuff that we did in the plantations and how we moved when we like weren't allowed to read and we were largely illiterate, and various different things that exist that were just means of survival first and foremost, but also just means of resistance. And that's always been the thing that's been most appealing to me. And maybe it's just, toxic masculinity on my part or whatever, but like the fight was always the fight was always the most interesting part. The organization was always secondary to me. It was like, cool. Basically, my vibe and my role is just like point out to me what needs to get done, where it needs to get done, or like tell me where to shoot. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. And for me, the last few years, and that's why I really enjoy having the conversation with people like Bink and people like you, is like, my background is just like Antifa, like, oh, there's Nazis that are coming into the venue or whatever. Let's go beat them the fuck up and get them out of here. And I'm learning more and more like, okay, there's food not bombs. There's all this other stuff that doesn't directly involve like violence or self-defense. That's just like community focused and,
like really constructive stuff.
Yeah, centering the needs of the community and not just let's go beat up these Nazis. You know what I mean? Happy upcoming African Liberation Day. Hell yeah. I appreciate you, Lasu.
So what does Anarchana mean? Because I've seen that word. I've seen it in your bio, but I don't know what it means.
So Anarchata is basically, so if you've never heard the word Akata before, there's really no reason that you would. But Akata is a word that so like Africans use to refer to African Americans, which is the way that they use it. It means house cat, because we are referred to as like subservient or whatever, but it also can mean like a wild animal or a wild beast, like a wildcat.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Anarchata is just kind of a fusion of the two words, anarchist and akata, just specifically to refer to the unique conditions and ways that we move as African Americans who fall under the purview of anarchism or like, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism or whatever.
So so I guess the word meaning like house cat or wildcat, like how do you interact with that? Like what does it mean to you? What is your interpretation of it?
For me, what it means is just I lean more towards the what it's actually intended for in the context of Anarchata is just like a wildcat, where for me it's about colonial power, imperial power had this design for us. They viewed us as beasts of burden, and I'm a beast that cannot be tamed, right? I am going to, no matter what level, what it is, I will resist the entire way. I will meet you with any.
I am the BBC.
I am the BBC, but nah, just kind of like, no matter what it is, what my capability to do so is, I will always resist. Shit! He's on me.
my gosh, I just died. Oh man.
It's the trapper.
It is the trapper.
All playing it?
No,
Okay.
not. Oh my god! I don't know how he saw me, but he got fluff. Okay.
Was it Snake.io right
Oh
now?
no!
Okay.
That was wild how you said it like that. You're like, oh, he got fluff. Oh, okay. God, at least it wasn't me. Oh, God, he's on me now. Woo! He missed.
This is not good.
Actually, shout out to.
You can only get one of y'all. You ain't gonna get both.
Shout out to my girl, Asada Shakur.
Yes.
By her, I do not care if she murdered anybody or not. I really don't care.
I mean, it was probably self-defense if she did. It's probably deserved.
No, but like
Okay.
it was a shootout out of nowhere from like a pop. So like, dog, but like also like, she regardless, like she's
But
a
yeah,
right now 'cause she had to flee, but like.
For sure. When I think of yeah, but I think of like the Black Panther Party of self-defense, even though, like I said, they lean more towards. Oh shit! Never mind.
It's just Spanglish for me. Really
Y'all unprofessional as hell.
true. I'm very unprofessional.
Oh, my man's dropping traps.
Wrapped up.
Nope. Oh, there he is. We stand upright. Yes. Burkina Faso. Thomas Sankara, one of the most based black leaders known to man. Planted trees, vaccinated children, gave women equal say in the government. Like, yeah.
Oh shit! All the homies are fucked up.
Yeah.
Welcome back, man.
Rip.
Hey, sorry, I was explaining to my chat what's going on.
It's all good. Yeah, sorry, we're all gaming right now.
Yeah, chat, just keep up on the wall.
After this game, I'm gonna chill for a minute. Apparently, the Buffalo Shooter today live streamed his spree on Twitch.
Yeah, apparently it was on Twitch.
Jesus Christ, he's chasing you. So, but yeah, for me, that's kind of where I come from, and I am just like I'm in a stage right now where I'm learning theory. Like I kind of know the most important part of the game and where I fit in there, which is like stuff like Baltimore Food Not Bombs, Baltimore Community Fridge, you know, jail solidarity organizations, abortion funds, like all this stuff is like I just gotta contribute funds or time or energy or whatever to them. I know that, but I'm like learning the theory just like for enrichment and for funsies now, like reading Frantz Fanon, you know, reading Kropotkin, reading like Michael Perenni. Fucking my housemate just got a copy of Black Shirts and Reds that's sitting downstairs that I have to read still, but all that stuff has been cool.
So,
Oh, the rando got me dealt with.
So earlier
Mr.
today,
Cheeseburger.
earlier today, we talked about how you actually had what would you describe it like an anarcho-capitalist phase almost?
I guess you could say that, where it's like I don't know how it was anarchist, but I myself was kind of anti-capitalist, but the people I was getting my information from were very obviously capitalists. Like, so it was hard for me to reconcile. That's kind of where I ended up where I did. It was because
He's about to get you. He's about to get you.
About to
Going
get me?
right for you. Yeah.
Oh my god!
I told you. Oh my god.
Nope.
Mr. Cheeseburger, help me.
Nope. Oh my god. He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing.
So sorry, Meg. Mr. Cheeseburger did not help Flo.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
But yeah, I guess you could say anarcho-capitalist. So when I was on the Satanic International Network, I guess anarcho-capitalist was accurate. I was one of those free market absolutists, like, because I didn't quite understand the dynamics of poverty yet. So yeah, I was one of those people that's like, yeah, the freer the market, the freer the people. Like, I genuinely believe that goofy shit. But that was when I was, oh my god. That was when I was like 19, 20. and Occupy Wall Street happened right after that. So that didn't last very long for me.
What was it about Occupy that interested you or drew you in, or like, what do you think you learned from Occupy?
So the thing that drew me to Occupy was because I played in a band that played Barack Obama's election night. We did an election night show, and everyone had so much hope and all of this like promise.
Damn, that sucked.
That did suck. There was all this hope and all this promise that I was told was coming from this. But what followed was like one of the worst periods of austerity in American history in terms of the massive economic recession that happened, all those people losing their homes and on the subprime loans and all that subprime mortgages and all that stuff.
Yeah, the recession.
So it appealed to me just because with the limited understanding of politics and like dynamics of poverty and socioeconomics that I had, the revenge is what it just seemed like revenge. So I was like, hell yeah, this shit sucks. They fucked us. Let's do something about it. And
so it really is that like that. It was the class struggle.
Yeah, for sure. Because I grew up in a pretty privileged environment in terms of my upbringing between the ages of, you know, when I was born to 17, 18, but there was definitely periods of pretty serious struggle between then and now, and like I was just trying to figure out how I would best be able to, like, I thought the revolution was happening. That's what allured me to it. Because I like I said, I was into hacktivism and shit, so I fucked with Anonymous. I made these fucking little like anonymous like suit with a question mark for a face stencils.
I want to move you two into the streaming voice channel I just made, so you guys can finish up the interview real quick.
Cool, thank you. All right, cool. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, sorry.
So yeah, I was really just into the like the class struggle aspect of it, and through that action and watching everything play out on the world stage from that perspective, like watching the Arab Spring and stuff happen during that period of time, it kind of radicalized me in terms of getting me off the capitalism shit, because I was like, when I first entered the Occupy space, I was like, the problem is that there just needs to be wealth redistribution, but I came out the other side of it with the understanding that no, the entire system is what the problem is. That's what we were out there fighting in the first place.
Yeah. So how do you think of the concept, like how do you conceive of the concept of revolution now? Like what does revolution mean to you? And do you think that that's still a viable pathway for us?
Oh, revolution is happening right now. So revolution at the time, I would have said it's us strapping up, getting our guns and doing like running down on City Hall, that kind of shit, which can't happen. But the more I became educated and the more I understood how class struggle actually works, I would say that shit's happening now. I forget, his name escapes me, but there's a quote from a dude talking about the phrase or like the syllogism that the revolution will not be televised, right?
Yeah,
and
I think it's Willie something.
Yeah, it was talking about how like there's the obvious read of that where like the mainstream media, even a lot of media here, is not going to cover what is considered the revolution. Yes, Gil Scott Heron. Yep. Heron. But also that, thank you, Big Richie Lizzie, but also that the revolution is a revolution in consciousness first and foremost. So you have to change the way that you think and also change the way that other people think. And I think we're seeing that now. I was kind of doomer-pilled and black-pilled about it at the beginning of the pandemic because I was impatient. Like 6 months into 2020, after going through everything that I went through in the streets with the Breonna Taylor and George Floyd stuff, I was like, if this isn't it, then it's never happening. We're going to die under neo-feudalism and it's going to be fucked forever. But now, where I'm standing now, just in my city, I see so much unionization effort, even if it's Apple Store, Starbucks, whatever, combined with I did a Food Not Bombs fundraiser, and I had my friend Gary come through, who cooks and serves for Food Not Bombs. He cooks every Saturday. And just talking to him, the vibe I got from him and the energy that I see amongst the younger people, both in the streets and online, that's what the revolution is to me, is the actual building of dual power. Not so much directly tearing down the systems that are fucking us, but just kind of establishing our own network and our own system that exists independently of that. And which isn't to say we won't have to fight, because self-defense is always going to be necessary when it comes to imperial powers. But yeah, the revolution for me is stuff like feeding and clothing our kids, educating our children. Like, that's what it is. And, you know, labor organization, that whole thing. And that's kind of what we're seeing play out now, is for better or worse, with all this like don't say gay shit and everything like that, people are trying to find ways to like become more involved in the things that their children see and do. And we have more and more exposure, maybe not specifically to stuff on the super far left, but just the intersection of people's identities and all of the stuff that comes along with having an intersectionality when it comes to people who call themselves feminists or whatever, right? Like, the liberal politics is getting pulled more and more left, and the stuff that we, like, actual leftists do on the ground is getting more and more intense because more people are getting interested in it. And that's kind of the role that I think I play here on Twitch, or at least one of the roles that I play, rather, which is that I saw a niche. Like, there was a very a space that I saw open for more people like us, more people like me, because of how quickly we get shunned. And it's like, nah, I don't want to cede the space to like shit libs and fucking crypto fascies and blatant fascies, right? Like, there's got to be a way for us to carve out a space, and there's got to be dope representatives of us to make what we do seem appealing to the average person who has no clue what's going on, but just wants to find base content. And that's kind of what I want to do, is have inspirational stuff, talk about people like Eddie Conway, talk about what the Panthers did, talk about people like Angela Davis, Ashala Shakur, Mumia Abu-Jabal, like these types of people, and just build a community. Like, that's the one thing I harp on, and is the most awesome thing about Twitch, is the fact that we can meet like-minded people, and you guys can see me, and we can interact, and the community that's kind of coalesced around me is fucking amazing. And I wouldn't have foreseen any of this like a year ago, but I have so many awesome people that rock with me, and just like I rock with them. And people have inspired me to do more, and stuff that I've done has inspired other people, like Frackle, and like Aston is a huge influence on me and stuff. Frackle and I and Aston and I talk all the time. We're trying to figure out now what to do for Juneteenth, to do this master like Juneteenth stream. Catarana, shout out to Catarana. They put us on for the Black History Month stream all February. Every week in February we had panels and stuff. So that type of content was stuff that I thought, at least, that is stuff that I wanted to see. I didn't know if it was out there, so I did it with, at least, like, if it's already existing and it's already out there and I'm just not seeing it, at least now I'll be able to find it and see it. And if it's not out there, we're doing it. So that's kind of what I want to do with that. Sorry, I'm like rambling, but
No, it's okay. It's okay. I like it. No, I think you're right. Like, I do think that there is, like, Twitch politics is very white.
For sure.
And that's very true. It is very white.
A consequence of the internet itself being very white, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but
in certain aspects, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely room for more Black representation in politics, and I do like that you guys are. I do like that you guys, like you, Aston, Katarana, like, I like that you do real politics. I think it's really cool because there is also like so much drama, I think, in Twitch politics.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Because I was just talking to when I was doing the interview with Ashley, who like didn't really understand the space, and I was trying to explain to her like this is kind of unique because most people won't admit it, but what they want to do is just like read a headline or two here or there and like watch MasterChef and get paid $500 a week to like react to other people reacting to other people reacting to other people about what this streamer said about this streamer. And it's just, there's this whole feedback loop and pipeline of garbage that I want to cut through and not even be associated with, honestly. That's why I'm very careful about who I appear on panels with and who I allow to like add me to tier lists and all that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is like, you will hear people on here be like, oh, we're entertainers. And I think for those people, like, if that's what works for them, that's what works for them. But
the thing about that is, though, it's like it's a cop out because what do they go to? Because I was actually just talking about this too. They go to like professional wrestling. It's supposed to be professional wrestling, right? Do you know what wrestlers call people who watch wrestling?
No.
They call them marks.
Fair enough.
So it's like when you call these people grifters for pretending to be leftists or whatever, when all they want to do is scream into the fucking microphone, it makes you the bad guy. But it's like, what else am I supposed to call you? You're making these direct like you're the one making these comparisons.
Well, I do think there's a difference between like someone who pretends that they're all about advocacy and then does drama versus someone who is like, I am an entertainer. Like I do have respect. I have respect for people that are like, I am an infotainer. Like I am here to deliver you infotainment because like I think that at least those people are like telling you up front.
Yeah, that's the lane that I'm in where it's like, for me, it's infotainment, but it's like, it's just because the information that I'm presenting, I kind of have to present it in a way that is entertaining because of how repulsive it is. Like, we watched a thing on medical experimentation with radiation on black people a few nights ago. This dude literally had a giant ass hole in his head. He was like 80 years old. When he was 5 years old, they sent him in for a radiation experiment where they shot a beam directly in the middle of his forehead that just destroyed his shit. And he had just this open, festering wound in his forehead for his entire life, from age like 6, 7 up until whenever he died. When the interview took place, he was like 80. And it's like, if I just showed that by itself and like said how I really feel about that, even the black people, even the black people wouldn't really want to watch that all the time. So you got to kind of make it lighthearted, make jokes about it or whatever. But I feel like there's a difference between that and then just kind of engaging in the same behavior that you're criticizing when you're criticizing certain things or using certain leftist talking points, because leftism is, by its very nature, the questioning of the status quo that we have right now. So just as an example, like, it's one thing for me to do that, and it's another thing entirely for you to say that you have like trans advocacy or that you are with Black Lives Matter or whatever, but you still call people subhuman. You know what I mean?
Sure, I do think that part of being a leftist is doing, is like criticizing yourself and like criticizing the things that you believe.
For sure.
I definitely believe that. And I think that that's like one of the things that I struggled with the most. I think that's really hard though. You know?
Everyone does. Yeah, for sure. And the more entitled you are, the more privileged you are, the harder it is because you've never been accountable to anyone in that way before.
I think that there's layers to it. I think part of it is privilege, but I also think that part of it is that like people are bloodthirsty.
That's facts.
People are really bloodthirsty, and so like when I first blew up in this space, something that happened was, oh my god, Caesar, something that happened was that like people wanted my blood, and that was really, really hard.
I've noticed that. That shit is really weird. I'm not gonna hold you. That shit's weird as fuck to me. Like I've never understood this shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that this is something that a lot of women.
What up, Alex Goddard? No doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
And I mean, also the fact that I was like an open sex worker, like people are still very puritanical, whether they want to like cop to it or whether I think they even realize it sometimes or not. But so it was like really, really, really hard for me, I think, when I was first in this space to like understand why people came at me the way they did over certain things. And because it was so fucking aggressive, it really did take me a long time to be able to look back at things and not just be like actively in the moment hurting.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
for sure.
I think that one of the things about Twitch politics that's difficult is that a lot of the conversations happening in Twitch politics are also happening on Twitter.
Right.
And so instead of us having conversations with each other where we're like, hey, you know, when you say subhuman, like these are the roots of subhuman, or like when Vosh says the R slur, like I don't like Vosh saying the R slur, but I'm not
Facts.
going to attack him on Twitter over it because I don't think that's going to do anything good, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think that so much of what happens in Twitch politics is that we don't just talk to each other. And so it can be really hard, I think, to like kind of check each other's behavior and like call in instead of call out.
Yeah,
so,
I can
you know,
see that.
I do think it's hard, but I think that's why like it's important for us to make sure that we do carve out different spaces in Twitch politics so that there is like different ideas that we can get, because there are a lot of liberals, but I do think that we need a lot more leftists. I think we need Black representation. I think we need more sex worker representation. I think we need more representation from people who are actually maybe a little bit older too.
For sure.
And I think that you know, that helps you in that regard, as I think that you're probably not as like maybe like looking for drama or drama prone, because like you're in your 30s, you know.
Right.
You're not, like,
yeah. I just straight up don't even know half of the people that get involved with this shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good thing. I think like drama pulls numbers and pulls viewers. But I do really think that it's important that we remember that as leftists, what we want to do is see the world around us shaped in a more positive way. And I think a part of that is like talking about serious stuff. And you're right, it does have to be entertaining, because like I can't just talk about all the horrible shit that's happening in the news and be like, hey guys, more evil shit's happening.
Right.
And then everyone's like, okay, Merrick, more evil shit is happening, you know? And then it's just like really depressing.
It's difficult for me because it's like, like, I struggle because I'm extremely fucking cynical, having literally dealt with like actual fashion in real life and having my background be like beating Nazis the fuck up and getting them out of spaces. So it's when I smell that shit, it becomes very hard for me to be like, okay, this person's probably like 18, 19 years old. They don't understand the context of any of this shit, blah, 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 blah. And like also the fact that, like you were saying, when like Twitter shit and Twitch shit is happening at the same time, and one of the things that I've noticed is that people love to wield their audiences against other people. So when people see criticisms of themselves, their knee-jerk reaction is to go into drama mode. Like, I gotta respond, I gotta do this, that, and X, Y, and Z. Which was honestly always my original criticism of the space. When I entered it, had my experience with it, and decided to kind of move and go my own way in it. And that people talk about certain things, and that's all well and good, but when there are certain instances where you can be pointed out as having inconsistent principles, right? Not even in a really over the top, like I'm calling this person out way, literally just being like, from a curiosity standpoint, like I wonder what this person feels about this. Because people are so hypersensitive to their image, because, and I guess it's because people make money off Twitch or whatever, they're really concerned about their brand. They take that shit to heart.
Incentivizes it.
Yeah, for sure.
It definitely incentivizes it. Well, I think it has to do with the fact that people monetize Twitch, but I also think it has to do with the fact that, like, again, like, I think we are so vicious to each other when it comes to making mistakes. And I think that, like, something that it's been, I think I try to be more patient. Like I had someone in chat earlier who, when we were reading the news about the white nationalist shooting, he immediately started bringing up like black on black crime.
Oh,
and he
God.
said he was, well, yeah, he said he was black, and he was like, it's really fucking frustrating that people don't want to talk about that. It seems like they don't care. Like, it seems like, you know, this just doesn't get to be part of the conversation. And so like my reaction
Thank you for the
was
follow.
to be like, well, listen, the reason why we do talk about these things. We do talk about Black people being the victims of crime, of gun violence, of systemic issues.
Just not in
but the
that
reason why we
context,
don't
yeah.
Exactly. The reason why we don't frame it as black on black crime is because that's like literally a dog whistle.
Right.
And I was like trying to explain to this person, like, I think people are really sensitive to dog whistles. And I
Right.
think that a lot of people online are like really, really, really hurt, and they've just seen so much nasty shit that when they see something that seems like it's problematic or seems like it's drama or seems like it's a personal shot at them, I think that we've all just like been through so much like abuse online.
For sure.
That people tend to be like really fucking defensive and really protective of their image and their name.
And it's me being a cynic, because that's why it was fucked up for me when I made the criticisms that I made originally. It wasn't even from a standpoint of like I'm criticizing these people, and I tried not to do it. The way that I tried to do it was from a standpoint of curiosity, to allow space for people to make mistakes. You know what I mean? Because I'm literally an abolitionist. Like, I don't believe in irredeemable people. So like, when I first came upon a lot of that shit, it was like, okay, this is the case. What about this though? And you can't even do that. I'm guessing because of the things you just talked about, where people slog through toxicity constantly, that they're just like, you know,
we have so many barriers up,
yeah,
so many walls to
for
protect
sure.
ourselves.
But also the fact that, because this was something I said about Vosh, where it's like people don't know how to deal with people like me or like Professor Flowers or anything like that, because they spend so much time talking to fucking white supremacists and fashion shit, that when we talk about like ironically being on like black separatist arcs and shit, they're like, oh, this is just like the stuff that the white supremacist says, so you must be on the same time, not understand like we don't have any fucking power, dog. Like, even if we actually felt this way, we have no wherewithal to actually enact these feelings, even if we really wanted to do that. You know what I mean? But you'll talk to people like Lauren Souther all fucking day. Like, it's just a weird double standard there, too.
So, okay, I do think this is interesting. I think this is something that we could get into, because like Vosh specifically, if you know, contrasting like Professor Flowers and Lauren Southern, Vosh will go, I think, just as hard, if not like harder, on a white supremacist than he would on like Professor Flowers.
Oh, right. Well, that's kind of that's the point though, is that like you have to treat Professor Flowers or someone like that differently, because you have to understand where they're coming from when they say certain things. And also just the fact that, like I said, we don't have power. Like, when it comes to like even a space like Twitter was owned by Jack Dorsey, who fucked with like Trump and shit, and is now about to be ostensibly owned by Elon Musk. So it's like, you just, it would be like treating a fucking like teetotaling like teenage Boy Scout the same as you would treat like Mike Tyson on a coke bender. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. But because your brand is built around being correct at all times and dealing with people a certain way, you have to deal with, I think Elon did pull out, but I was making a point.
Yeah. Well, so, okay, the Professor Flowers thing I think is interesting, because it seems like, it seems to me that he was probably, I think, a little bit too harsh with her. But at the same time, like, I guess for me it is a little strange, I think, to like bring up a conversation of like, well, what even was it that she said? It was like that people should have the right to, that in
like
order
self-determination
to be
or whatever. Yeah.
Well, no. So what she had said was that in order to be autonomous, people like have to have the ability, I think, to do like ethnic cleansing, I think was what the issue was. Because so like I think I understand why, like, I mean, you understand why people had like a problem with her phrasing the rhetoric.
Oh yeah,
way, right?
it was more so a problem of like, fam, like I feel like because Joe talks about this a lot too, because you know how Joe ended up in hot water with the whole you're white passing or you're white presenting or whatever thing, because
Yeah, I was on that panel. Yeah.
right, because just because we say and mean a certain thing doesn't mean that it'll be received that way, especially in the context of I'm trying to dunk on you, I'm trying to destroy all of your points, you know what I mean? So when she says stuff like that, it's loud and clear to me, because I analogously, or like an analog would be like, okay, if we wanted to give like all of the indigenous people in Oklahoma the right to self-determination, and they wanted to be like, this is our shit, y'all got to get the fuck out, and the white supremacists were like, nah, like the ethnic cleansing would be the only logical conclusion to that situation, right? But like when you don't present it that way, because you're speaking to people like white supremacists all the time who have power and maintain that power and use the same talking points, because what they're appropriating all the things that we talk about. When you hear it from us, it feels like that, even though we don't have the power to even do anything on that scale. In the context of South Africa, though, even if they did, it would still be kind of a thing where the question for me is, if we don't know what to do with either people, right? We don't know what to do with these people who are settlers who've lived there for generations and that's all they know, even though that's stolen land. And we don't know what to do about the people who've had their land stolen from them for generations, have lived through apartheid, et cetera, et cetera. Why is it always on the people who have been wronged the most to just take it on the chin and accept things as they are, right?
Mm-hmm. So, okay, I guess this feels like, it kind of feels to me almost like a false framing of like forcing an entire ethnic group to move versus like just keeping an oppressive power dynamic. Like to me it seems like there's like something in between where you do things that touch on restorative justice. Like
no doubt, yeah.
Like with Native Americans here at home, like I think if we were to be like, well, actually this is native land, so like all white Americans or all black Americans are like you and I, like we're settlers, you know, and I think like in the case of black people, it is obviously very different because black people were forcibly brought here. But if you're talking in terms of like, okay, well, everyone just has to be like exported out, I think when we're talking about being like hundreds of years removed from the initial settlement, things do get a lot murkier, and it's like, okay, like, are you going to displace like millions of people, or is there a way that we can like figure this out in a way that like gives land back? Like I think land back is a really great thing. Is that something that you've ever like read of anything about?
I have cursory knowledge of it, but like I haven't gotten super deep into it because I'm not super in touch with like my indigenous heritage just because of the nature of it. But in terms of like giving the land back to the people who best know how to use it so that we don't fuck it up and we continue to have a planet to live on, sounds pretty base to me, honestly.
Yeah. Well, so that's why I think like the conversation, it was really frustrating for me because it seemed like the discourse that came out of his conversation with her was like, you people wanted genocide.
I'm going to talk to you in a minute, Lawsuit, because I want to hear what you have to say as well.
You people are like anti-black and you're, you know, being racist. And it was just like, oh my God, guys, like I'm sure if we actually sat down and actually talked to each other, we would find
middle ground, yeah.
Most people literally just want everyone to be able to live in peace with each other. So like the discourse that came out of that was so fucking frustrating for me. And it was like, you know, I guess it did seem like really frustrating because it did sort of seem like she was coming at it from a place of like anger.
Yeah, I get
which
that.
I think, which I think made it like a lot harder to talk about, right? Because regardless of how justified that anger is, it is such a heated, like such a messy topic to navigate that
True.
It did make her seem like very vindictive.
Yeah.
And then I think whenever she was like
especially when you have like an audience that's not really exposed to those ideas as much as the average person or a person who's involved in that stuff would be.
Well, sure, and she clearly didn't like Vosh, and he was like
that always
not
going to play a
being-
factor.
And he wasn't being patient with her, and so I just think it led to like. I think it led to like both sides of this discourse just being like really fucking uncharitable with each other.
Yep.
And it was really frustrating. And
Yep.
I feel like this always happens whenever we deal with any sort of like racial or land back thing. And I don't know. I guess I do
can see
feel
that.
bad because it did really seem like when I initially was watching all of it, it did really seem like she literally just wanted to like deport millions of people.
Yo,
And
thanks for
now
the tip.
And now
Sorry.
I don't even know if that is her stance.
Right.
Because now that I've gone back and like after everything has settled, I'm like I haven't even watched or engaged with a ton of her content. Like it, so I don't even know. But
Right,
I know
exactly.
That the feelings that I got left with that discourse was that Professor Flowers like literally just hates white people and like wants to deport everyone from South Africa. So
Yeah.
it's like it's so fucking messy.
For sure. And it sucks because like there's effort that gets put into painting any type of black revolutionary that way. Like just look at the Black Panther Party where like if you ask the average person on the street about the Black Panthers, they'll probably tell you it's just like black people in leather jackets and berets that carry guns. And during, you know, when Obama got elected, there was motherfuckers talking about how Black Panthers were at the voting booths forcing people to vote for Obama. Like just weirdo shit like that. Like the neo-Nazi talking point, the white supremacist talking point, the racial revenge talking point that we're just like constantly, because it's a self-report, because they understand even if they deny white privilege, they know what it is. Because if you ask them if they would be, if they would be born again, they had the choice if they would choose to be black or be born white. They know the answer to that question, right? So they have to see us as constantly seething with this invisible rage, which some of us are. I won't lie. That was how I lived for a long period of time. But just like you were saying, when you get down to it, we just want to party and live, bro. Like we just want to make dope art, dope food, and chill the fuck out. And the easiest avenue to that is the way that we want to take. If we got to fight to get there, then we'll do that. But we're not like horny to fucking retribute all the same bullshit that was done to us to white people. And that's just such a weird talking point that comes back over and over again. That I'm glad that there's finally a little bit more care that's taken when dealing with like BIPOCs when it comes to that topic from people like Vosh and so on and so forth, to where there's actually space to hear us out and understand our struggles and why we feel the way that we do a lot of the times about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I think Aston really helped me to understand. I think Aston really helped me to understand this because when I talked to Aston about it, he basically was like, you know, when he watched her videos and when he watched her talk about this, he saw a young woman talking from a place of trauma.
Yep.
And he saw a young woman talking from a place of pain and from a place of anger.
Yep.
And that's something that, like, I guess was hard for me to grasp when I first watched all of that stuff go down.
Like it's when I hear like a woman is like men are trash, I'm just like understand where that comes from or understand where that comes from. It'd be really easy for me to be like, well, not all men, and then we go into that, and you know that wouldn't necessarily technically be incorrect, but at the same time it's one of those like read the room moments where it's like, you know, she doesn't mean all fucking men, just let her have that one, because you know she's not wrong to feel that way. It's one of those types of things.
So I think I have a bit of a different stance on it, I guess, because I was that woman at one point. I was that girl who was like, I fucking hate men, you know, or like I'm scared of men. And I think especially when I was a sex worker, I really had this weird.
Oh, well deserved.
Well, yeah, I had this really weird like negative feelings towards men. So now I think that I'm a little bit older and that I've lived in my skin and I've lived in my identity, and I've I've realized that a lot of my negative feelings, yes, they do come from actions that people did to me, but at the same time, like, my trauma is my own. And at the same time, I have to be constructive with the way I interact with the world around me. And there are times where my trauma should not, where there are ways and things that I should do to make sure that my trauma plays as minimal a role as possible, or as constructive a role as possible
That makes
in the
sense.
way I interact with the world. Yeah, so like I'm actually at a point where, like especially in my feminism, I don't like the fuck men, I hate white men, men are trash. Like, I don't like that, and it's not rhetoric that I would ever use for myself, because you know how you talked about, like, when you first joined up with Occupy and you first saw the things that were happening in the financial sector, like, your first thought was, your first thought was like, this is fucked up and there are things that I should do to get like retribution. And then after that you learned like, hey, actually I think that I find more fulfillment and I think it's more practical to look into things that help and build my community.
Yep.
That's where I am in terms of like dealing with identity and trauma.
Yep,
if that
I'm
makes
right.
sense.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I just give people.
Yeah.
I try to give people the space. You know, I try to leave room for messiness. You know what I mean? Where if you're like that, then it's like I feel you, but maybe we could convert the energy into something a little different. You know what I mean?
Sure. So like I want to make room for messiness, but I also want to I want to make room for messiness, but like I also want to encourage the people who feel messy to maybe look at things in a more constructive way. And I think like obviously as a white person, like I don't think that it's my place to tell Professor Flowers like, hey, when you approach the topic from this way or when you bring this energy into this topic, you're going to scare the shit out of people who can't empathize with you, who can't know what you're talking about or the feelings you're talking about or the
Right.
experiences, or like people who haven't read the theory, people who don't understand like Black perspectives. That's not my place to tell her. So that's something that like I try to stay out of. But where I can influence, I think, this sort of like patience is in terms of like feminism and women. And so this is why like I talk about how our feminism has to be egalitarian, and it can't.
Yep.
I don't think that it's productive when it's angry, because I don't
Agreed.
think that just I don't think that just being like I fucking hate men, men have hurt me, makes our world a better place.
I feel the
Like,
same way about Black liberation. Like it can't be from a place of anger. It's got to be centering the community and the needs of the community first and foremost.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like really what it comes down to is like trying to get people to, instead of basing their politics off of retribution, I think basing your politics off of love and a desire to see progress, right?
Agreed.
And I think that you can do that while also acknowledging that there are power differentials between identity groups.
Yep.
Without necessarily like essentializing identity groups. And I know that like a lot
Right.
of people don't like this because it sounds like you're kind of just like giving leeway and telling people. I think like the bad faith interpretation of this was a tweet that I made where I was like, ladies, like if you genuinely really like care about patriarchy and you like want to be able to help it the easiest way you can, like in my opinion, one of the best ways you can do that is that you can give men the space to be like vulnerable around you with their feelings. And you can like not prop up toxic masculinity in your own home environment, because there are women who are like, oh, I'm turned off by men who are vulnerable, or oh, I'm turned off by men who cry, like that's weak. And to me,
Yeah, that's-
that
You're
that's
you're
what I-
contributing to toxic masculinity.
you are upholding patriarchal norms and toxic gender roles. And so I don't think as a white person it's my place to like tell Black people the analog or the equivalent to that in terms of Black liberation, or like trans people the equivalent of that in terms of trans liberation. But I do think there are analogs, and so I think that that's
For sure.
why I think that that's why I always want to encourage people to come at things from a perspective of like literally just loving other people and like wanting to make the
Yeah.
world a better place instead of being like, I've been fucked over.
Right. But also kill Whitey. It's like, nah, I'm just chilling. I'm just playing.
You're like, also I hate all white people.
Yeah. Nah, just French people.
That's true. That's true.
Just French people.
But yeah, I just think that like, I don't know. And so like, after Aston and I talked about it, and he was basically just like, you know, I see a person who's struggling. I see a person who's struggling with themselves on the inside. I think it gave me like a different perspective on her, and it gave me a different perspective on that situation. And I still don't know much about like Black nationalism or Black separatism. The idea of Black separatism scares me because I'm selfish and I like my Black friends and I don't want them to go away.
We're not going anywhere. We're just vibing. You know what I'm saying? We're just vibing.
Yeah, but I still don't know much about it. But my understanding of I think I have a healthier, better understanding of Black nationalism now, which is like, it's literally just like a healthy way of engaging with your Blackness, correct? Like,
yeah, for sure. The way that I read it is like, it's different. So white nationalism, there's that power dynamic where they're the ones enforcing that dynamic, but Blackness is literally only defined by your distance from whiteness, right? So like, you don't, at the end of the day, a person really doesn't get to decide whether or not they are or are not Black. It's kind of one of those things where like, you can accept that burden in terms of your how that will affect you socioeconomically and just in day-to-day life, but the one common theme is the things that we have to do to survive, and the consequence of that is that we got to stick together as we whether we like it or not. We're treated as a monolith on all sides, so we kind of have to move that way. And, you know, I don't read it as an exclusive thing, the way that white nationalism is. I just read it as, like, we're trying to move as a unit for the best for all of us. And the way to do that is to identify positively with this condition that's been thrust upon us, whether we like it or not.
So, and I think like this is the big difference between like white power and like Black power, right?
For sure.
Because white power, I think, is more of like an aggressive, like trying to do something stance, whereas the way I perceive the phrase Black power is more of like
reclaiming of Black power is just about empowerment and trying to take back power that was taken away from us, and because we're supposed to have so much shame in everything about our lives, whether it's our socioeconomic status, the texture of our hair, the shape of our nose or lips or anything like that. We're supposed to be constantly ashamed and hidden. And it's like, nah, I want to be visible. I want to be me. I want to feel powerful. You know what I mean? I want to feel comfortable enough to walk down the street and get an ice cream without fucking worrying about if people are going to be looking and pointing and laughing, or the police are going to fuck me up or whatever.
Yeah, like exactly. Like to me, I have my understanding of Black power now is more like a positive reaction and a rejection of the. It's like a rejection of the negative stereotypes and a rejection of the like negative stories that you're told about yourself, that you are told. I hope this is clear, that you are told about yourselves.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
The ideas that circulate around you from the time that you're young, because it's really interesting. Like I've been reading that when we talk about things like implicit bias, this was totally crazy to me. The idea that even Black people, when you poll people on this, even Black people have implicit bias against other Black people.
Unfortunately,
that was crazy to me.
Some of the biggest white supremacists in America are Black people. It's crazy. Look at people like Candace Owens, Hodge twins, Jesse Lee Peterson. This motherfucker Jesse Lee Peterson posted a picture of himself with the cotton picking bag on his shoulder, happy as shit. And it's just like, dog, like, the money that you get from the powers that be is that good, like to the point where you're just willing to completely stick your head in the sand and not even acknowledge your own history, fuck my history, fuck identifying with your people. You're willing to turn your back on your own shit. Your fucking mother, your grandmother probably flipping in their graves. You got this fucking cotton picking bag on you, but you got a smile on your face because you're getting a different kind of bag from these white executives and these white producers.
Yeah, like there's a real darkness there. There's a real fucking like evil there.
Y'all never saw that? Oh, let's pull that up because that was some fucking A1 Raccoon City.
No, I never saw that. But yeah, I guess it's really wild to me. But I suppose it makes sense, right? Like we all know about.
He did it more than once. Oh, I'm sorry, I googled it, and there's more than one picture. He did it more than once.
Is it a whole photo shoot?
Nah, it's not a whole photo shoot, but he posed more than once with the same fucking. Hold on, I'm pulling this up on stream right now. Okay. Jesus Christ.
So this is actually like on this subject. This is actually how I met Aston. Oh God, it's on his Twitter.
Yeah, yo. This shit is it's fugazi. This shit is nuts. Look, check it. Oh my so God. Yeah, it's on his Twitter. Yeah. A friend gave me this cotton picking sack. Proud of my #roots. Oh my God. This is why Black History Month exists in the first place, just so everyone knows. Cotton picking sack, just like the one we used to use in Alabama. Oh man. This is the only man I know that's drunk and sober at the same time.
The first comment I can see says full grown man. Jesus Christ.
Unchained, free at last, proud of my heritage. The second comment I see. First comment, great. The first comment, great friend. Second comment, beta. Third comment, this is sad, because it is. I have to laugh at this because I'm going to cry.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's an interesting character. He's got the Beijing in his mustache and everything.
Good Lord. Yeah, so this is actually it's interesting. This is what I started talking to Aston about was the Candace Owens Cat Black thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I don't know if my chat knows this, but the reason that Aston and I started talking was because I initially, when I saw the Cat Black tweet, I was like, what the fuck? Because to me, because to me, I understood that she was, like, I get it. I think that there's different kinds of, there's different varieties of the Black experience. Like, I understand that Black people are not a monolith. I understand that conservative Black people exist. I get that, right? So when Cat Black was saying, like, I would rather talk to Candace Owens about the Black experience than, like, a white professor, who has studied the history behind this, my contention was that I was like, but she literally lies about her own life.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
That was something that I was really, really upset about, was because I was like, how can you, the reason why we respect standpoint theory is because standpoint theory potentially allows you to glean some knowledge from a person's experiences that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise, that you wouldn't be able to get from data. So then when she was like, oh, Candace Owens, like, I understand you could say, oh, standpoint theory, like Candace Owens' life experiences, you could learn from those. But the reason I was so angry about that is I was like, she literally gets
lies,
paid Coke money to lie about her own life experiences. We have it on record. She used to talk about the fact that, I don't know if you know this, but Candace Owens won like $30,000.
Oh, she won a lawsuit. Yeah, she won a
through the ACLU.
Yep.
Yeah, because she
the NAACP got involved with that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, it was yeah, through the ACLU and the NAACP, and now she never talks about it ever.
Nope.
She says that like racism is not a problem for Black people,
Bootstrap.
or like the Democrats are the real racists. She's all about bootstrapping. She said the NAACP was the worst organization for Black people in this country.
Oof.
So when I saw, oh yeah,
Snaky behavior.
snake shit. So when I saw Cat Black say that, I was like, girl, what could you possibly glean from a conversation with like what is the word when you're like
grifter or race hustler?
When you're constantly lying.
Oh, pathological liar.
Yeah, I was like, she's a pathological liar. Like, what are you talking about? How are you gonna glean something from information that's not real? That goes against the entire reason why standpoint theory is valid.
Right.
So then I was like getting really upset because Noah Samson was like going for my throat over it. And so I was like really fucking mad because I was like, no, I'm making a good point. Like, come on.
I feel like both things can be true at the same time. I also don't really, I'm not unfamiliar with Noah Samson, but I hear both really good things and really bad things. So it's just like, all right.
I think his heart is in the right place, but he's just kind of.
That's true of everyone, though.
Well, not
everyone, well, very rare circumstance, but I feel like everyone thinks that they're morally consistent. Everyone thinks that they're like the road to perdition is paved with good intentions. I feel like everyone is doing things that they think are the good thing. You know what I mean? I don't think anyone necessarily. I think very few people are actually Joker pilled, and they're just like, fuck it, I'm the villain and I don't care. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. So my issue with Noah Samson is that I think he just doesn't like put in anywhere near the level of work required to do the kind of analysis that he wants to do.
That's
fair.
So
anyway, so I got into a back and forth with him, and basically Aston came to me and was like, okay, here's the deal. He was like, as Black people, we know that Candace Owens is lying. We know that it's a lie. We know we can't trust the things that come out of her mouth. And I was like, okay, you have my interest. like okay, this is how we started talking. And I was like, okay. And basically he said to me that that this idea or this like archetype of like a race hustler, like that with that term that you use, that's something that like he used with me too. He was like, this idea of a race hustler is not new.
Right.
In fact, this is like a common archetype of person that's like known in the Black community. And I was like, okay, like I've never heard of this before. And he's like, yeah, like for as long as we have had history, we've had people who essentially do the race hustle, and Black people know about this. And he was like, there is stuff to be learned from that as well, from like learning about the race hustler, from learning like how they talk, how they present their information.
True.
And there is stuff to be gleaned from that too. And it was really crazy to me because like I don't think there's any way that I ever could have like known about that, because I don't think that anything like that in the white community exists. Like that's not really a thing. And I don't know that, like, I guess maybe there's women like that, but I don't really know. And so it was really interesting. He was like, yeah, like that behavior is actually a trauma. It's one of the ways in which Black people can have a trauma response to living under a white supremacist structure. And I was just kind of like, my mind was blown. Like I'd never really thought about that before. And so I thought that was really cool. That he was willing to like take the time and explain that to me. Him and I talked for like 3 hours. Oh yeah, pick-me's. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, pick-me's.
Yeah, like we talked for like 3 hours, just from like a little Twitter spat. And I just thought it was really, really cool because he taught me something, and I think it really like changed my perspective on the way that I thought about like race issues in this space, the way people talk about things, like and it kind of made me, and I don't know, I guess I saw something in that where he was willing to be patient with me, and he was willing to be like, okay, I know there's no way you could know this. I know that you are white and you don't have this perspective. And he was patient, whereas like a lot of things that I've gotten on from other creators, like other Twitch streamers or, you know, people on Twitter, is just like, you're fucking racist. Like when I didn't understand something, people would be like, you're fucking racist. And so it was really cool to me how Aston was like, willing to just be like, okay, do you want to listen to me or not? And I was like, yeah, okay.
Aston is a fucking saint. Shout out to Aston Mac TV.
Yeah. And then after that, like we got along so well in our conversation that was started by fighting with each other that I had him on stream after that. He's just so fucking cool.
Yeah.
But that's one of the reasons why, like, I like you and why I like a lot of the other people that I've met through him as well. It's also one of the reasons why I like Joe Lewis a lot, is I think that it's really obvious to me that you come at this from a perspective of, like, wanting to educate people and not like immediately jumping. This is gonna sound weird, but not coming from a Tumblr, like a Tumblr refugee perspective, because I do feel like there's like a lot of Tumblr refugees in our political spaces.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, and I think that was like another reason why I wanted the chat to like get to know you a little bit better and hear you talk about your politics and your own perspective on things.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool. Like, anytime you want to talk more, because I know my my podcast co-host wants to sit down and talk to you too. We can get a nice conversation going. We were actually talking about doing like a Vampire the Masquerade or like some other kind of tabletop game. Just like live, like me DMing or someone else. I think I told you about this last night. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. Is that Fade? Is he your co-host?
No, Fade's my coworker. My co-host, he doesn't stream or anything. He just does podcast stuff. But
okay.
He's he's the co-host of the podcast. It's also not my podcast either. I don't know why. I just feel like I need to throw that out there. It's his show. I just replaced another guy that didn't want to do it anymore. So I've only been doing the podcast with him for like maybe like 6 months because I'm not a huge consumer of podcasts or content like that. I'm a boomer. I have a full-time job and I have my own content creation to worry about. So like I just straight up don't have the time to sit and listen to like 2 hours worth of shit. Like I'll watch like a YouTube video or like 30 minutes or whatever on the forklift or whatever. And that's kind of it. And on road trips, I'll listen to like It Could Happen Here just because I feel like that's interesting. Or like Mr. Ballin or something. But yeah, I'm not a big podcast person.
You are literally a forklift operator, right?
Yeah, I'm a freight handler.
Amazing. It's so good. Yeah, I really appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Merrick.
Thank you. I've been streaming for like 5 hours. So I'm probably going to end stream here. I hope that you make so much money.
Thank you.
And we're gonna raid into you as well.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yep. What are you at right now?
I'm at 550 and I'm getting a headache, so I'm wondering if I'm gonna make it to midnight, but I'll get there. If you're gonna raid me and we're gonna rock and everything's gonna be cool, I'll fight through it. I got my boy Fade with me. We're gonna run some deadies and stuff.
You gotta pop some ibuprofen. You'll be good to go.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Have a good rest of your charity stream, and I'll talk to you later. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. I appreciate you, Merrick. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. That was Merrick DeVille. That was cool. Let me jump in with the homies. Yo, oh shit, I'm live. Hold on. Let me jump into another room so I can play Dead by Daylight with the homies. I'm gonna jump back into my Discord. I'll join y'all in like an hour or so.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Bye. Arun and Lost Sue.
He didn't jump out of here.
Oh shit.
Shit.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
Oh shit! Hey, what's up?
How y'all feeling?
I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing
Are we
okay.
live?
Yeah, you're live. You're live right now. Is that cool?
Yeah. No, that's
No,
cool. No,
That's
it's perfect.
cool. Hey,
Yeah, no, it's
first
perfect.
things first. Endless Cemetery. First things first. My deepest and sincerest apologies. I didn't know that you were also a native as well.
So
My
here's the
deepest
thing.
apologies.
No, it's cool because so here's the thing. Like, I've never spent any time on a res, like anything like that. That experience is very foreign to me.
That does not fucking matter, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? And
I feel
secondly,
it. Thanks for the raid,
your
Merrick.
pronouns. Do you have pronouns?
Yeah,
Do
he,
you use
him,
pronouns?
he, him.
Okay,
He, him's
okay,
cool.
okay. I just got to make clear so I don't be rude or disrespectful.
No, I appreciate
in a
you.
fellow,
What are your
in another
pronouns?
streamer's house. I usually go by Sue to honor and respect my culture and my people and my nation.
Hell yeah.
As I am a survivor of the 60s coup up here in so-called Canada, as well as a residential school survivor.
Wow.
Who literally had my culture, heritage, tradition, and my family and my people, and my community stolen and stripped from me.
Damn.
Growing up from the age of 3 months old till I was about 18, 19. So I use that. Although I don't fit into a lot of the normal pronouns that they have with European culture wise. Because
I feel that.
fit underneath two-spirited, but it's more of a how do I put it? It's more of a spectrum rather than a box.
Gotcha. Understand that completely. Yep.
Yeah. So some of the things I noticed,
Nice fuzzy slippers.
I'm always
Thanks, Raiders.
dealing with people who have no idea what land back means.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right? Like land back isn't an ethno state. Land back isn't a kick all whitey out kind of shit. It's got nothing to do with that. Right? The reality is that majority of us indigenous people, people forget that treaties were signed, and that's the only reason why both either Canada or US government exists.
Right.
In this continent. Because treaties is the ultimate land or ultimate law of the land. And you can't have treaties when you have a conquered nation. You make citizens out of conquered people. You don't make treaties with them. Treaties are made between two sovereign nations.
Facts.
Right? So, and I know there's a lot of things going on right now. I have a lot of people that come and go, well, hey, Lost, I'm only part native or blah, 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 this much. And I'm like, we don't go by blood quantum.
Right. Actually, it's based as fuck.
Yeah. We don't go by blood quantum. The U.S. government goes by blood quantum because it needs to eliminate the amount of indigenous people
Right.
population on paper.
For me, it was less about doing the blood quantum thing and more honoring and respecting people like you who have the experience that you do, that I haven't had experience like that. Like I'm dark skinned, my family is black. We were owned by indigenous people and then rejected by those nations once they got their freedom and we didn't get ours. But
which tribe was that? Because there's a long history.
Yeah, either Choctaw or Chickasaw, because my family, my mother's side of the family hails from Mississippi.
So I do know, because I've like that was some of the things that came up, especially when they like to say, well, indigenous people own slaves. There was 3 separate nations and small bands within those 3 separate nations in the southern parts that did partake in slavery.
Yep.
The rest of those nations went to war with them over it.
Right.
Because that's not the indigenous way of life.
Right.
That's not our culture. That's not our heritage.
Facts.
So, and I know there's some stuff going on with between the freedmen and them. Because the United States is constantly going, well, if you allow these people over here to still have land and be part of your community and tribe, well, then you're going to get less funding. So you might want to, annex them. It's the same
For
thing
sure.
that we do with the southern tribes and stuff, tribes that end up getting a casino. And why all of a sudden people who were part of the tribe are all of a sudden being ousted out of the tribe is because that's how the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is a federal government institution, the chief and council system that we have today is from the Indian Act or Bureau of Indian Affairs. That has nothing to do with indigenous way of life or indigeneity in any way, shape, or form.
Right on.
It's constructed to control, manipulate, and keep down the indigenous population and people.
Hell yeah.
And this is a lot of stuff that we're always talking about. Like, the other thing we always talk about too is that we remember.
Yo, thanks for the tip.
Yeah, we remember
Sorry.
we remember the pacts and treaties and agreements that were made when the whole entire underground
Hell yeah, Van Gogh room. You're right.
Underground slave train was going on, railroad.
Mm-hmm. The Underground Railroad?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most of the stops were on reservations.
I did know that. I actually got a book. My ex, who was my best friend, her father gave me a book called Black Indians for my birthday a couple years ago, and I read a lot into that.
Yeah, like, we literally were like, okay, you know what?
Because there was maroon camps and stuff too with the Seminoles.
Yeah. And that's the whole entire thing. Like, people don't realize that. Like, even still, a lot of, how do I put it? European settler colonialism belief systems and education and stuff does not want us people of color to remember these things.
Right.
They want us all fighting each other.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't want it.
That's
like,
big facts.
Yeah. Like, I forget what it was. It's almost identical to like the the Willie Lynch syndrome thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's the exact same identical shit that's being done to this very day. And people don't realize that. Like, they don't know about their history. Because it's not being taught properly in school. It's not being educated that way.
Right.
You like literally have to like go to like university or college and what do they call it? Specialty.
Electives.
Yeah, you have to like literally go to that kind of fucking that process. So this is by planet design. It's the same thing with like down in Texas and that where they're like talking about, oh, we don't want CRT taught in like kindergarten to grade 12. It's not even taught in any kindergarten to grade 12.
Right, it's a college course. Yeah.
Exactly, it's a college course, but they're like, whoa. Try playing CRT on Twitch. See how quickly your bod gets fucking banned and deleted. You know what I mean?
Right.
Seriously, yeah. But it's not even within the legal compounds of either United States law, Canadian law, or any other country's law.
They're both Indian vibes, to make a bad joke, but I wanted to talk to both of you. I wanted to ask you first what land back actually means to you and what the main talking points of that is. But after that, because Arun and I have been talking about getting together on Indian politics for a minute, I wanted to ask him about that too.
Yeah, could you do me one favor? So I just logged on to my desktop. I'm on my laptop right now. I'm gonna log on to like the waiting stuff. I'm gonna go into the waiting room again. Could you pull me?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thanks, man.
Oh yeah.
All right, so land back basically means this.
Thanks for the donation, by the way.
Land back is basically very much simple. Okay, being that the treaties that were made were ratified, changed without consent of the other party, which is us indigenous people, either before it got to Congress or in Congress. Without our consent, without pre-informed prior consent, or even knowledge of it, it would just change. And then they would come around again with other papers going, well, you either sign this paper or we're going to reduce your food rations. Now, many people don't know reservations are open air prisons.
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't know that, and it's wild that they don't. But yeah, that's definitely. I don't feel like if you know even the least bit about them, that would be up for debate.
Yeah, and it's like literally the whole entire process of a reservation was to remove indigenous people away from being able to, like, it wasn't until like the late 70s when we were finally allowed to leave the reservation without having to have the white Indian official giving us permission to leave to leave the reservation and enter into our own lands. Like, we had to have that permission. And otherwise we were considered to be hostile natives and were either shot on sight, arrested and thrown in jail.
Thank you, Dialectical Daddy. I'll check that one out.
Or hung and executed.
Right.
And that's what we lived with. To like late into the 1970s, which isn't that far away. That's not.
Oh no.
Still within most of our lifetime.
We still had, we still had chattel slavery in the late 60s. So that's totally,
And I mean, you know, one could argue we still do have chattel slavery.
Through the prison industrial complex.
Exactly. The 13th Amendment just removed it from privatization of the cotton field pickers and that to the prison industrial complex.
Yep.
And, you know, and people go, oh, you know, racism is over with. What are you doing? No, it's not over with.
Definitely not over with. Oh, no matter who you are.
Yeah. So land back, what I usually tell non-indigenous people is very simple. Okay. It eliminates landlords. So you don't have to worry about some landlord banging at your door telling you, oh, you need to pay me rent.
Based.
As many of you in the United States know, as well as in Canada too, during COVID, both U.S. and Canadian government paid the landlords your rent for the whole process of the rental moratorium. The landlords, every single one of them that sits back and says, oh no, we didn't get that money, they're lying to you. Them greedy parasites went out of their way to make sure they got that money. Then they flooded the courts, the lower courts, with millions of applications for eviction because they wanted extra money on top.
Oh, they did the same thing here.
Yeah. Yeah.
They put a moratorium on evictions, but still filed all the paperwork for it.
Yep. So what that does is land back eliminates that process period. If land back happens, indigenous people become the rightful landlords, so to speak, but in the way and sense of that we're not demanding rent from you. We're like going, hey, what skills do you have? Can you fix this? Can you do that? You know, okay, well, hey, we have people in the community that are going to need this help. Are you cool with that? Cool? Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Hell yeah. That is based as fuck.
Yeah, and like the people who are on disability, who are disabled and elderly, you don't even have to fucking worry about it. We got you.
Right. As it should be.
Dude, yeah. And like, I always use a prime example. Take a look at Cuba. Even though Cuba's been under embargoes for like a couple of decades, right?
Mm-hmm.
99.
Thanks for the follows, everyone.
Of the population own their own homes. They have free healthcare and some of the best healthcare in the fucking planet.
And their literacy rate is like 99.8, right? Like the only people who can't read are the people who like don't have eyes.
Yeah, pretty much. They have free food, even though, yes, granted, that food selection is smaller due to the factor of the embargoes, but it's still free food. when COVID hit, Cuba came up with multiple different vaccines for it. What did we get? Oh no, we only got 3 companies because someone bought the patent and forced us all
That's
to
facts,
have
Fuzzy.
these 3 and use these 3. Right?
Hell yeah.
All these things went through, like this is all damn the things, or you can look at like the Zapatistas.
Oh
right?
yeah.
These are prime examples of what land back will look like.
Right.
When land back happens in both Canada and United States. Now, many people go, well, land back is far away. No, it's not. Wyoming, Oklahoma, and other places are literally doing land back as we speak. Some places in Canada as well are also literally doing land back. Same with Australia and New Zealand. Most colonial set up places or countries are doing land back at this very moment.
Oh yeah.
Most people don't know that.
I mean, there's a concerted effort to keep us from knowing that, because we
Yeah,
might ask
right.
for that shit too.
And we indigenous people don't have any issue with our black relatives going, like what the fuck? Because y'all didn't make a choice to come here.
Right.
You were brought here on the boat under slavery.
Facts.
That was not your choice. You were dragged over here. Unwillingly. Yet, y'all built the USA and Canada.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Facts.
them motherfuckers owe y'all a fucking huge chunk of coin.
Oh yeah, I think the number there, because there's an actual number. Like there's research that's been done on. I think it's like $6 trillion, something like that, and that's not in today money. That's in like 1700s money. So
Shit, that kind of money, and even 1700 money, that kind of money is chump change to the 1%.
oh right, yeah, for sure. Bill Gates,
You
Jeff
know what I
Bezos,
mean?
all of them, they definitely got it.
Yeah, that's pocket change to them. Like, well, we just watched fucking Bill Gates there fucking going to space in a dick-shaped rocket ship, all paid for by us.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Facts.
he literally was like so fucking egotistical. He's like, oh yeah.
He was
thanks
so
to
horny,
all
he
of
couldn't
you.
help himself. He was like, "Yeah, thanks for all the Amazon employees," and they're like, "I want healthcare, please. I want I want to not get crushed by pallets on the job. I want to take piss breaks, please."
Yeah, I want to have a longer break, piss or bathroom break, so I can actually take a shit.
I'd like to not die on the job, please. That'd be fucking
Right.
Exactly.
That was a fucked up thing that people don't know about. That is like they legit have ambulances that just park outside the warehouse because they know.
Mhm. Even the same thing, while many of them were trying to do unions, they were doing hardcore anti-union busting.
Yeah.
Hardcore. Even
For sure.
fixing light fixtures, like the street lights that
Oh
were leaving down
yeah,
there,
to make people
leaving-
late to the votes and shit. Yeah, that shit was nuts.
They were doing all kinds of fucking crazy ass shit.
Facts.
Oh yeah,
this dude
they're,
mercy me.
They're just like the people that are running Amazon are just like the snakiest, are like the dirtiest bastards on the planet. Like, it's so fucked up.
The other thing, excuse me, sorry, my lungs. I have severely damaged lungs and COPD, so forgive my lungs.
Damn.
Oh,
sorry to
shit.
hear that.
Oh, sorry to hear.
Yeah,
my grandfather actually had COPD.
Yeah, well, that came from at 4 months old, while I was in foster care system waiting to be sold to a white family. They took such poor care of me, I ended up catching a severe case of pneumonia that completely damaged and destroyed my lungs and almost killed me.
Fuck,
dude. Christ. Oh my
So,
god.
yeah, so, I mean, I've had to deal with this shit my whole life.
Yeah, I was gonna say you are the fucking. I'm glad we met, man. I'm glad that we fucking hell yeah. Fucking A.
Yeah, dude. Sir. Can I call you sir or?
Well, I mean, I am 50, so by standards of indigenous life expectancy rate these days, I am considered an elder. So
Yeah,
because this is what fucking I was just talking about with Merrick too. Is like we need more voices like yours in the space that to share this fucking experience and wisdom with us, like real shit.
Like, don't mistake it. Land back does not mean that we're going back to like the 1400s, living all in teepees and wigwams and whatnot. That's not it. We've grown since then, and yes, we're not a monolith.
Yeah,
we have indigenous people who are fully hoodwinked by colonialism due to residential schools, boarding schools, and being brainwashed into thinking white is right.
Right.
We have those people too, just like every other group. Right?
Yeah.
So, but we're not interested in like going back to like, the 1400s. We've grown since then. We've grown, we've grown along with the times as well. So, I mean, granted, maybe the Midwest areas might need to take a tip from like, the 1400s.
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers are poorly stuck in tornado alleys. And like, are still being forced to build homes there, and every year have to like beg the insurance company to rebuild their home.
Yeah. So I'm gonna chime in with like a very puerile take, honestly, but so I'm like a big linguistics nerd, right? And so a lot of politics that I look through, a lot of the way I view politics is through like the lens of linguistics, right? Because I'm very big on the idea of preservation of languages, and I'm very big on the idea of preservation of cultures, because one, I come from a culture, first of all, I come from a culture where the language and the land is like the most important part of the culture. And in that sense, and so there's a sense of like, oh, I understand, like, I don't understand the pain and suffering, obviously, but like there's a sort of resonance that I feel because I come from a culture where those two things are very important. They're integral as part of the culture as well. And like, honestly, I gotta be honest, like, so I've studied a little bit of like to speak to the diversity of like all the different to speak to the idea that indigenous Americans and indigenous peoples are not a monolith. That's a fucking understatement.
Right.
That's a fucking understatement. I think there's like 25 something language families in North America alone, let alone like comparing all of America.
There's a lot more than that. It's just there's only like 185 recognized tribes in the United States or in Canada.
Yeah, exactly, but like,
and yet there's like we're like in the like thousands.
Yeah, exactly.
That aren't recognized.
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Sandy and Sheik.
Sorry to put it that way, but that's the truth, right?
Yeah, it's super fucked up, like what's happened, and yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything meaningful to say other than the fact that like
no, you're not far off. Like indigenous cultures
genuinely
around the
think
world.
like no, I was just gonna say, like, I think Native American language or indigenous American languages are like the coolest languages on the planet.
Well, thank you.
Because like, no, it's because like if you look at the grammar of a lot of them, it's not like a lot of other languages on the planet. Like you have like polysynthesis.
Yeah, by far, it's more to the point and straight to the point and direct, comparatively to like the English language, who has like multiple different words, or like the same thing.
Yeah,
it's just a way of like using your words to deceive what it is that you're actually saying, so it sounds different, right?
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah. It's funny how languages work, and like how like they influence a way of thinking about the world, and it's like I think it's super important to preserve that as well. It's a paramount thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Like-
In addition to that, like, oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know my mod is in the chat right now.
Nice.
Cool. Hello, mod.
Yeah,
You're a
there
runes
she
mod.
is.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So I do the same thing for him, but yes, good weekend. Yeah, she bullies me on stream all the time. So. No,
Like,
she's a.
literally-
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, literally, indigenous people from all over the world. That includes our black relatives. That includes our Asian relatives, our Eastern. Fuck, why can't I think of it right now? Like, you know, our relatives from India.
South Asian, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Or Southeast Asian.
Yeah, and like, you know, all across there, right? Even Ireland, Scotland, even in Norway, because the Norway people, the nomadic, the Norse people don't believe in white supremacy, and they had equality for women. That's why you have stories of shield maidens. It wasn't until Christianity came along and decided that, you know, you either believe in our God or we're gonna kill you.
It was the same thing in Africa. We didn't really have like gender roles or any of that type of stuff.
No, you even have a god, Umatu. Please forgive me if I got it wrong. That was literally your god for multiple genders.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. Like, this is everywhere England and Europeans went to colonize. They kept running into us who did not conform to their strict gender identity forms, right?
Right.
You either are a male or a woman. That's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
You know, they kept running into this, and it's just like, we're everywhere, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Right. No, in India we have like a history of trans people that dates back thousands of years, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like they're called different names in different languages. Recently, so my mother tongue is
Thanks for the
Tamil.
follow.
I don't. You may or may not have heard of it before, but
yeah.
Basically the Tamil language, it's a very old language, and the government does its best to keep up with like new technology, so they coin new words. So they recently just coined a new word for trans people to be more inclusive, because we've had that history of like trans people for a very long time, and it's called the word is called
Orishas, yeah.
which means it means Mr. or like Dira means Mr. basically, or it's like it's like a gender neutral version of like it's like saying sir or madam, basically, that you can kind of think of it that way. So it's like it's a very, and especially Tamil culture in general, it's a generally more inclusive culture, and it's been like that for a very long time. Like multiple different religions have passed through, all the religions have passed through actually, whether it be Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, everything's passed through, right, through Tamil Nadu. And so, I mean, again, I'm not saying that Tamil Nadu and Tamils don't have their problems. They absolutely do. Like there's definitely toxic masculinity in the culture for sure, but it's generally been a lot more inclusive than what you would expect from the old world for sure.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, go ahead.
Like, okay, well, first two things. First and foremost, what we found is the same thing here with indigenous, within indigenous community. It wasn't until after residential schools or boarding schools and being forced into Christianity that we find the unacceptance of LGBTQIA+.
Right.
Prior to that, or anyone that actually still continues on and follows the culture and traditional way of life, accept that completely and fully as you are just another human being. Your path between you and creator, if you will, is between you. That's not our place to say. That's not our place to disrespect that. It's not our place to try and do otherwise. You are a human being, equal and valid, just like anyone else. Now, hey Jared. Now, Sandy, I have to correct you in a little bit in there. Okay? Samis also were indigenous people in Germany. Just so you know. Actually, Samis were like indigenous people in a lot of different areas, but Germany
Oh, you
was
mean?
one of them.
Oh, I thought Samis were like Finland, Norway, Sweden.
Some of them, yes, but there are some. There's also the indigenous people in Germany as well.
Huh.
That
By the
are
way-
outside of what's presently, right now, currently in charge in Germany.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's also like a lot of indigenous people in India. There's also like a land back
Mhm.
movement going on in India as well.
Yeah, because everywhere European or England decided to go colonize, they
It's
needed to
just-
take and extract land. It's not, these colonies are not an actual government or country. They're an extraction corporation.
Right.
Oh, 1,000%.
Pretending to be a government or country.
Yep.
Oh, 1,000%. Like the British built railroads basically in India to extract the resources so that they could bring them to the sea. There's a lot of defenders of, there's a decent amount of defenders of British imperialism over India, and they're like, oh, one of the biggest talking points is like, oh yeah, well the British built railroads in India. India has a fine railroad system.
Oh my
But then-
God.
That's so
But then-
gross.
Yeah, but then like, yeah, the refuting, like the truth is that they built those railroad systems in the first place to extract the resources from the country. Like they did that to screw over the country. And on top of that, like, and this kind of gets into Sri Lanka a little bit, they also, like, because they controlled both they controlled both India and what was then called Ceylon at the time, Sri Lanka now. They literally exported a bunch of people as like serfs, as like plantation workers to Sri Lanka in order to work the plantations there. And this is like in the 1900s, by the way.
Hey, like, I mean, you know, we can look at Haiti.
Yeah,
Haiti fought and won its fucking freedom from slavery from France. France went crying to the rest of the fucking colonizer world,
Yeah.
and was like, because France was literally so much in debt, France would have went out of existence because of how much debt they were in to the rest of the colonized world or countries.
Oh, Sandy brings up a good point. Also, the British assured English investors that each mile of railroad in India would cost 4 times the amount as it did in Australia or New Zealand because of the tax you could exploit in India.
Wow.
Yeah, it's super fucked up.
Yeah.
That's
And
so
it's
nuts.
like Haiti, just like within this last decade, managed to fucking pay off that because France won a loss of property, i.e. being slaves.
Oh yeah, like Europe has done horrific shit. Like, like Leopold himself is responsible for what happened in the DRC. Like,
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
the King of Belgium. Yeah, fuck all that. That shit's nuts. People don't know about that shit either. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, like, oh god, Jesus Christ, it's
Yeah.
horrifying. Oh
So
my god.
basically, like, yeah, okay, you may find a small group or a small percentage of the indigenous people who may have a different aspect of what land back means because they're still stuck in, how do I put it, brainwashed by whiteness,
Right on.
right? But for the majority of us, land back
Thank you for the follow.
has so many different benefits. Are you sick and tired of like it costing you over $10,000 just to have a child? Are you tired of pharmaceutical needs that you need for medication costing you hundreds of dollars? Some of them over $100 just for a fucking pill. Are you tired of of constantly having your whole entire life threatened because landlords are telling you need to pay rent, while corporations are like giving you chump change for your hard manual labor that they would not be able to make the wealth that they've made and are making if it wasn't for you working? Like, this land bag is all about getting rid of that shit.
Facts.
100%.
So, like, why would you want to shoot yourself in the foot and go, yeah, I need to, say, no, land back is bad and not have land back? That's horrible. Like, why would you shoot yourself in the fucking foot? You know what I mean? Like, seriously. And people don't even realize.
It's just people that just don't understand, yeah.
And, and it's like, there are so many different things like around the world of this, right? We all know that capitalism is a dying breed. It's late stage capitalism we're living in. It's on its last legs. That's why it knows that, they have to do the whole, climate change cutbacks, by 2050. And they're literally making it so that they're waiting to like the last 2 years of that before they actually do anything. That's not going to change fuck all.
Right.
Like, they know we're fucked, but they want to make as much profit as possible so that they can continue on this little dream world that they have. This is why you see so many of them buying fucking, $10 million or more valued yachts to be on the ocean. Because they know that water level is rising.
Facts.
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about you and me. They don't give a fuck about none of us. They're like, look at these dumb people. They don't even realize we're fucking them over.
That shit's sad. Yeah, hell yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many different, scientists were paid by these corporations, like, back even in the fucking 1940s to lie about climate change.
Oh, yeah. Exxon's known since, like, the 70s, I think, right?
Yeah. Exxon's known since the 70s.
Yeah.
And literally, they've known it. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about you and me. They don't give a fuck about your mom. They don't give a fuck about your dad. They don't give a fuck about your brother, sister, your kids. They don't give a fuck about any of that.
Can they buy their next yacht?
Yeah.
Can they buy their next yacht? That's the more important thing.
Hurry up, slave, and work your ass off for barely any money so that I can buy another yacht.
Facts.
Hurry up. And that's exactly what it is. And literally, it's got fuck all to do with color anymore.
Facts.
Like, literally,
Paradigm. You called that, though.
Fuck all to do with anything, because there's plenty of poor and middle class white people who are like maybe 1 or 2 paychecks away from homelessness and poverty.
Facts.
Exactly.
That's why I do. I did a fundraiser a few weeks ago for Food Not Bombs.
Mm-hmm. And this is all stuff like I talk about this constantly on my channel.
Hell yeah! Let me go ahead and give you a follow after I finish getting my cheeks clapped by this fucking cheap ass katana. Ooh.
I appreciate the follow.
Hell yeah.
Big on fighting games, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I was originally an FGC streamer, and then I got into streaming politics. I was always into politics, but I didn't think it would be like, I didn't think I'd find based ass people like y'all on this platform, basically.
Oh. No, I'm actually kind of recent to the game, so that's probably why.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel like a lot of us have gotten in here fairly recently, within the last 4 years, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm still a hardcore Dungeons and Dragons type fucking RPG, fucking MMO,
Nice.
fucking video game player.
Oh, I played D&D before.
I've never played before. My housemate plays. He DMs every Thursday night when I go to play poker, and I've been thinking about trying it out just because it looks cool. I want to play Vampire the Masquerade too.
You should. Like I'm like old school. I'm like started off playing Dungeons and Dragons when it was only dice, books, and paper and a pencil.
Yeah, that's the only tabletop I played as a kid was Car Wars, the Steve Jackson game.
Oh my God, Sandy!
God damn it!
That is just tragic.
It's crazy because you don't know if that's like irony or if that's real.
Oh, you can't. Oh, you. My mod never misses. Oh, you don't have.
Never misses.
Oh, you. Never misses. Oh, you don't have a bathroom break for your 12-hour shift? I can relate to your struggle because my daddy told me I can't get my Range Rover. And ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, this is why Sandy is my mom.
I'm liking Sandy, by the way. I'm just saying.
Sandy's legit. Sandy's legit for sure. I'm glad you guys came through.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
Like. This is some like serious shit that we're looking at, right? It's like, and I've noticed even on the left, or so-called left, if you will, the European leftists that are on like Twitch streaming in a lot of spaces are like, the moment that the latest stats came out for North America or the Americas, that white people are now a minority and people of color are the majority, is completely like mask off face change.
Oh yeah, I mean the thing is like, we can get to like why that whole thing is nonsense to begin with, because like white people are not a real thing. Like,
right, it's not a real. Yeah, it's made up.
It's not a real
it's not a real race.
There's Irish people, there's German people, there's Anglo-Saxon people. Like, there's no such thing as white people.
Even the idea of like French and Italian is already tenuous because they're like different ethnicities within those.
That's true. States. That's very true.
Even that's like a tenuous thing, right? But like the whole reason is like it's largely dependent on what is defined as white, right? And like. And it's largely, it's largely looks based, to be honest, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And that is largely looks based, right? Like, and then like the nerds, the racism nerds, the racism weebs will be like, oh, are you Muslim but you look white? Okay, you're not white.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Oh, you're from India but you look white. Oh no, you're not white. Like, it's just like it's stupid, right? But like,
yeah, it's the same thing like Scottish and Irish. For a very long time, weren't even considered to be white. At all.
Right.
Yeah.
They were considered to be people of color.
Right. Swarthy, I think Ben Franklin referred to them as.
Yeah, and then United States came into existence, and all of a sudden this whole whiteness concept came out, and they were like, oh, well, we don't want to fight all of these, the Scottish, the Irish, the Italians, the French. We don't want to fight all of these people that were previously people of color and not considered to be white, so we're going to uplift them to whiteness so that we don't have to worry about having that group as well in a huge number to deal with.
Right.
That was the whole thing. Like, even like the Irish in the United States became cops.
Oh yeah.
There's like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
Like Chicago, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just like if I'm not mistaken, also like the modern idea of race was also invented by Europeans, like
yes.
what what Lost Who said, yeah.
It literally it dates back to some guy in like the
Thank you, Curb. I appreciate you.
Who's seen a skull, borrowed it from some anthropologist, professed that he was an anthropologist, and made explicit sexual content poems about what he wanted to do with that skull, and then claimed it this must be a Caucasian white skull because, well, you know, it's so beautiful.
Right.
Yeah, and the fucked up thing is that I think that skull was actually from the Caucasus. I think the person was like Georgian or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they weren't even white.
Yeah, like a lot of people from like the Caucasus would not be considered white. Like Armenians are kind of like in that position. Turks are in that position. Like
yes, exactly.
But like for example, to me, like I don't know if you know, I'm sure you've probably heard of this guy, Hassan, right? Hassan,
Yeah, of course,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Hassan is white. Like let's be honest here, right?
Right.
To someone like me, he's white.
Facts.
But like to like
a white supremacist, he's definitely very Muslim. He's brown.
very Muslim, which is like it's the dumbest shit ever. It's like racism nerds are like the ones that are like saying, oh yeah, well Turks and what is it, Azerbaijanis, yeah, they're Muslims. They're not like
Arun is Indian Hassan. Yeah, I get that vibe. I'm getting those vibes.
oh my god. Okay.
Oh, Sandy, look out! You look
people,
like you're gonna get a talking to later.
Fluff, one of my mods tells me I'm Black Hassan, so I feel it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
like that's the whole entire thing.
She literally there's also an emote in chat of me doing like the ooh woo like fingers together like thing. You know the thing that I'm talking about. I was like, okay, there's a story behind that, right? Basically, I was reacting to like Desi memes, which is like you can kind of, it's a tenuous term, but basically it's supposed to be South Asian memes, but like in reality it's just like North Indian Pakistani memes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And like there's this one like I was one of the people doing it was like doing this like the ooh thing, and I was like, oh wow, I don't know what I was saying, but I was just doing that just to imitate them, and then that forever got clipped, and like that got turned into an emote, and that was it. That was the end of the day.
That's funny. I'm getting my cheeks destroyed. I got a headache. I might have to end stream soon.
Well, I mean, I guess before then, you want to talk about what's going on in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. So basically, okay. So I don't know how much of the news you've seen.
I've just seen the news like about the people that the prime minister resigned or the president resigned, and the former prime minister's like holed up in his house and everything.
Yeah. So basically, the reason all that happened is, so if you don't know, the prime minister, the former prime minister and the current president are brothers. So the current president and the former prime minister of Sri Lanka are brothers. And then those two actually had like several other family members in like high-ranking positions.
Okay.
Right. So it's a lot of nepotism, a lot of corruption there as well. But basically, the reason they had to leave is because Sri Lanka's been having like a financial, like economic meltdown, right? And basically, what's been happening is that people have not been able to afford food. They have to like wait in lines to get like cooking oil, to get cooking gas, to get petrol, to get basic necessities. Schools are shutting down because they can't fucking get paper. And basically, this has been building up over the past like 10 years. Like, basically, the prime minister, the former prime minister, made some very bad, very unsound economic decisions over the past. Oh, he's not holed up in his house. Oh yeah, no, he's.
They burned his house down. Damn.
Yeah, they burned his house down. Yeah. They burned down like several.
Hey, I really don't mean, and I really hate to interrupt, but at the current moment, y'all, all of you in chat, we are $26 away from hitting the goal.
Facts.
That's like 5 of you giving like, you know, $4 each, or a couple of you giving like $4 each even to hit that goal. Like, or, you know what I mean? Or $5 from like 5 people.
Facts.
Literally. Or one person, $26. Like, come on, y'all. Let's hit that 600. This is for fucking good shit, man. This is fucking straight up praxis right here. Okay?
Facts.
Now,
I'm gonna donate some money after I get off, like 100%.
For sure. And of course, after I go live for today, if you like let me know that that's what it's for sure, I'll just send it. But actually, this whole weekend, I'll just send all my donos for the weekend to, since I was supposed to do a 24-hour stream today and didn't, and now I'm not even doing a 12-hour stream, it's only 11, so.
Like, seriously, even though us people of color have a different history and dealings with that, being that we were more along the lines of, like, you know, eugenics and forced sterilizations,
right,
forced abortions without our permission or consent or knowledge. We have a different history with that, but that still doesn't mean that we don't feel for our European Mayo skin relatives or light skin relatives women who are going through this fucking bullshit right now.
Facts.
Yeah.
We still stand in solidarity with them.
Big facts.
100%.
Thank you for the follow.
Straight up, stand up, be counted for, show some love, show some compassion. $26, y'all. That's all we need right now to hit that sub goal. Or not the sub goal, the bounty.
The dono, the tip goal, yeah.
Donation goal.
It's going to Baltimore. For the people who don't know, it's going to Baltimore Abortion Fund. Sri Lanka civilians got fucked over by their idiot leaders. They borrowed recklessly, then their economy collapsed when they dropped taxes by a shit ton and couldn't keep up.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go back to that in a second. So, first of all, this is kind of a self-inflicted thing. But basically, so Rajapaksa did some really bad financial spending, basically. So one example is basically there's an airport in the southern part of Sri Lanka. It's very unpopulated, right? There's like the entire province has like 2 million people, but the airport is in a town of 8,000 people, right? It's the world's emptiest airport. And basically what he did was he borrowed a lot of money from China and he built that airport that's basically fucking useless, right? And no one it was so empty they had to turn it into like a rice silo, basically.
Wow.
That's how bad it was, right? On top of that, like they switched out the chemical fertilizer randomly. The president ordered that chemical fertilizer be replaced with organic fertilizer like overnight. And that basically destroyed the farmer's ability to actually like grow crops.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, so like they made some really bad financial decisions, right? The airport alone puts the country $130 million in debt to one Chinese bank.
Jesus Christ. And China is sus for doing that shit.
Huh?
I was saying China is sus for doing that shit, but.
Well, you know, like it depends. Like because there is one portion or one section in China that is allowed to be capitalist, and then the rest of China is literally like communist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the capitalist section in China is allowed to be that way because then the Chinese government can make sure that there's enough money to fund all the things that they're doing presently to eliminate homelessness and poverty.
That's
in
true.
the rest of China.
Yeah. All right. Wait. This story gets crazier. Okay. So I promise you that, like, yeah. So basically, these guys have been making really bad financial economic decisions for a very, very long time. They replaced the fertilizer. They built the weird like airport in the middle of the South. They also basically slashed taxes across the board. Just because that was their promise. Basically, they also built stupid infrastructure all throughout the country that largely benefited the rich. It didn't trickle down to your average civilian either, right?
Right.
So
thanks for the tip.
But so basically, the real thing is like, okay, so how are these guys able to get away with this for so long, right? And this is basically where the dark shit comes in. So basically, the former prime minister and the current president were wartime presidents. So Sri Lanka had a civil war for 25 years, and it ended in 2009, right? And basically, what had been happening on the island for a very, very long time was racial tension, or like ethnic tensions between the majority Sinhalese. So the Sinhalese are the majority of the island, and the Sri Lankan Tamils. So yeah, these guys are the same ethnicity as I am, right? So that's why this story is like super personal to me, right? So basically, the British, what they did when they controlled Ceylon or Sri Lanka was they propped up certain Tamils in positions of power, just basically to piss off the majority Sinhalese, right? But then basically what ended up happening after that was, as the British were leaving, there were multiple instances of anti-Tamil pogroms. So basically the Sinhalese fascist mobs, right? The fascist mobs that were backed by the government went down and they burned down homes. They massacred Tamil civilians. They killed they did obviously horrific shit to the women and children that I'm not going to name on stream, but they did basically everything you can. It's an act of genocide, right?
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah, if you look it up, like it's very ugly, right? And then what happened was in 1981, the Sri Lankan
China
police
guaranteed sus.
basically burned down the Jaffna Library into smithereens. Now, basically, to give you an idea of how
Oh my god, we're so
catastrophic-
close. Thank you, Critical Ace Theory. We're only like $9
thank
away
you.
from the goal now.
Hey, what's up,
Critical Ace Theory, thank you very much.
Critical Ace Theory,
I
super
hope you
base.
are
Yeah, hell yeah.
What's up, Critical
base
Ace Theory?
people.
Oh yeah, so Jaffna Library, right? So basically what happened was the Sri Lankan police burned down the Jaffna Library. The Jaffna Library, the Jaffna Public Library had like priceless artifacts, like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000-year-old artifacts, right? About the Tamil language, the Tamil culture, Tamil everything, right? And these are like priceless artifacts, right? They just burned everything down into smithereens. Like there's pictures of it online you can look up, and it's horrific what happened, right? In response to this, one of the militant groups that were fighting for Tamil liberation that ended up basically doing some fucked up shit was the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, right? The LTTE, or the Tamil Tigers, right? And they basically killed a bunch of... So on Black July, which is like a massacre, a genocide that started the Civil War, they basically attacked a bunch of Sri Lankan soldiers, and in retaliation for that, basically fascist mobs backed by the government, they basically retaliated by killing, raping, burning down everything that was remotely Tamil, basically. They basically they started the fascist mob started the Civil War by basically killing a bunch of basically committing acts of genocide against the Tamils, right? And then that's how the Civil War had begun. And then this brutal Civil War had lasted like 25 years. And then as the Civil War came to a close, basically Rajapaksa, the former prime minister, basically said, hey, elect me. I will deal with the Tamil Tigers at all costs, right? I will do whatever it takes to end the Tamil Tigers and end the Civil War. And by doing so, they got elected to power, and they basically showed their face, and they massacred so many people, and they raped and murdered so many people. It's a generational traumatic thing. It's super fucked up. Like, my mod knows somebody that basically found, like, he's so traumatized by the whole situation that every house he goes to, even in India, he finds all the hiding spots in the houses so that he knows where to stick his sisters in case the army comes in.
That's so fucking terrible. Jeez.
It gets
That's
worse.
not much different from like there is some differences per se in like some of the how do I put it?
Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sandy says this. They documented everything. They had official cameramen capturing every horrible thing the army did to the Tamil civilians. Hundreds of photos and videos from the 60s to 2010 are how some people find out their relatives died.
That's
another thing.
fucking crazy.
It gets worse. So basically, to this date, we don't actually have an official death toll.
Wow.
We don't know. Like a lot of people, like they don't have the privilege of even being a statistic. They're just gone. Like there's a Sandy. I don't know if you're allowed to link it. It might be TOS, but there's Isai Priya is a perfect example of what bastards the Sri Lankan army were. Right. Basically, towards the end of the civil war, they basically had mass graves. And what they did is they basically just shot people and they stuck them in the mass graves. There's a genocide memorial day that's happening on the 18th of Wednesday, which is why I wanted to talk to you before then, right? It's commemorating the massacre of a town called Mulivaikal. Mulivaikal was a town of 300,000 people. It was like above 100,000 people. It's now a ghost town. Because it's super bad, right? Basically what happened was everyone in that town was they either had to flee or they were just massacred. They were shot dead on the spot. And they were just buried into mass graves. But I'll provide a link in the Discord later, but basically actually you can Google this right now. I'll Google this person. I put it in the chat, Endless.
Okay.
Basically, Google this person. If you read her Wikipedia page, it is probably it's one of the most disgusting things you'll read.
Because I was just reading about the Tamil Tigers.
Right. So the Tamil Tigers were basically like the scapegoat as to why like the Sri Lankan army did all the fucked up shit that it did to the innocent Tamil civilians. Now, this isn't to like justify what the Tigers did, right? I'm not here defending the Tigers at all.
Right.
Right? Because they also did horrific war crimes on their own. The difference is that the Tigers were a guerrilla group whom no one supported. The Sri Lankan government had the backing of every major power.
Right.
And this isn't even mentioning like the kind of fucked up shit that India also did in Jaffna as well. Like they also committed war crimes in Jaffna themselves.
Jesus.
Right? Just trigger warning about Isai Priya, highly disturbing. Yeah, don't look into her case if you're even a little bit of it's super disturbing what happened to her.
Yeah, that's probably why it would be not shown on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm not showing it. I'm just reading it right now.
Yeah.
Just read this. Yeah. Like you don't even have to say what happened.
Jesus
but
Christ.
Just Google that name.
Yeah, I'm reading it and it's how you're describing it. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. Now the thing is, you're not going to hear about this from any major news outlet except for maybe the BBC and Al Jazeera. Those are the only two that I've seen that have even said anything about Sri Lanka being war criminals.
Yeah.
And like actual like perpetrators of genocide. And the reason is like the US does like, first of all, it's two sets of brown people killing each other in Sri Lanka. So no one
so no one's of course. They're too busy worried about the two sets of white people killing each other in Ukraine.
Yeah, so no one gives a shit here. Exactly. Yeah.
You said it, bro, not me.
No, I mean, but that's unironically true, though.
Right.
Sadly, but yes.
Right.
I mean,
I look at that too, like
it's sad. Don't get me wrong. Like I feel solidarity with the working class and impoverished people in Ukraine and stuff, but it's like, I'm sure there's other stuff going on in the world that we can talk about.
Literally, both me and Endless Cemetery can attest to this 110%. Haitian people came to the southern U.S. border. They were chased down and whipped.
Yeah, they were whipped, bull whipped on horseback. Yeah.
On horseback. The fucking government turned around, retired the horses, and put the fucking guys, the officers, on paid leave.
Yep.
Exactly.
Then all of a sudden, not even 2 days later, our heart goes out to that lady's family for their missing and murdered daughter. But that was the news coverage because it was a little white girl that went missing and her husband or boyfriend, whatever, did the dirty deeds.
Right.
And that was the news coverage. Now, that same month, in that same state, 700 black women went murdered and missing. Also on top of that, another 700 indigenous women went murdered and missing.
Of course, yeah.
Not a single fucking news feed on that at all.
Yeah.
In the same month, in the same fucking state.
The coverage of like indigenous people in like America is just like, it's disgusting. It's really.
Is that Adadarana News might be covering it? Is that how you pronounce that? E-Composer just said that in chat.
Adadarana? I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't heard of it.
I doubt it. A lot of Sri Lankan news outlets, like, to give you an idea of how fucked the situation is, you can't even celebrate the commemoration. You can't commemorate the memorial of Muli Vaikal in Sri Lanka. Like, the police will beat your ass if you do that.
That's so crazy.
Like, everything is like super pro government. Like, the really fucked up thing is like the guys that are perpetrating this, they're being tried not because of the war crimes they committed, because a lot of the Sri Lankan populace put them into power because of the war crimes they committed. Like, they put them into power because of shit like Muli Vaikal. I'll put the name in the chat. Thank you, because
I was just trying to figure out how to spell that.
Yeah. So, Muli Vaikal Remembrance Day is on the 18th, and basically it's the commemoration of the end of the Civil War, where they massacred up to 100,000 people in one month or something, basically, or like one day, basically. They massacred like 60,000 to 100,000 people in that one ghost town, basically.
See, all of us people of color can feel solidarity with each other because we've had to endure genocide.
Right.
Yeah.
For fucking hundreds of years.
Right. This is fucking. Yeah, I was not hip to any of this. I appreciate you both coming on and talking and educating my audience and educating me, because I'm not hip to. Yeah, this is gnar as fuck, to say the absolute least.
The story gets even worse.
I can only imagine.
Oh yeah, basically the Sri Lankan government also did this. They stole the coordinates of hospitals, like NGO hospitals, from the NGOs so that they could bomb the hospitals.
Wow.
In addition to that, they set up government hospitals to round up as many Tamils as possible and then bomb them into oblivion. So they did that as well. And the thing is, Issei Priya's story is only famous because she only got famous because she was a singer back in the day. She already had clout back in the day. So the fact that she was turned into this, what happened to her was atrocious, right?
Right.
But if you look at the video of her, there were 2 other women there.
Oh,
lying in those mass graves. Right? And the thing is, like, for so long, right? Like, the only people that have been protesting this shit have been like Sri Lankan refugees, because even in India, a lot of people have been indoctrinated because the Tamil Tigers basically assassinated one of the Indian prime ministers, Rajiv Gandhi. And basically there's been a massive amount of indoctrination, even in the Tamil state of Tamil Nadu, against like the Tamil Tigers. We literally don't have a death because all we know is that X amount of people lived there before and Y amount escaped. So what happened to the rest? The military called them all LTTE soldiers and collateral damage. Exactly.
Wild.
And even to this day, except like during this economic crisis, right? Basically what happened was, even after the war ended, Tamils have largely been just randomly kidnapped and just put into mass graves.
Yeah, there are a lot
They've
of
just been
Tamil
put.
refugees here in Canada who
Yep.
literally are scared shitless of ever being returned home.
Exactly. Wait, I'm guessing you're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you've talked to those guys, right? You know
Yeah.
that you can imagine the trauma that they've went through.
Yeah, like I have a few of them that come to my channel and shit and hang out.
Yeah.
Like wild as fuck, based as fuck, and solid as fuck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Like I've literally had them sit there and tell me, you know what, homie, you are so real and true. We are gonna sit back, and anyone fucks with you, you just let us know. We'll deal with it.
Zetron, the people in chat right now, it's Arun Eno and is also Lost Sue in here with me.
Right.
Your mods are slipping, bro.
Yeah, Tamil women and girls go missing from their homes all the time and end up dead near army camps. Yeah, that's a common occurrence. And like that's basically this genocide has been like the underpinning of like basically because the Sri Lankan government committed this genocide, right? The Rajapaksa government has basically been in power for so long, and people put up with this shit for so long. And in addition to that, the Rajapaksa have basically taken their authoritarian streak on north and eastern Sri Lanka, and they've applied it to Colombo. Thank you for the follow. I just noticed that.
Yeah, I dropped both the y'all's links in chat.
Yeah, Zetron, thank you very much for the follow. Greatly appreciate that as well.
Thank you. And one other thing. So basically, these guys basically, the only reason you're seeing this right now is that the conflict has bubbled up to Colombo, right? The economic crisis has bubbled up to Colombo. But if you look at the northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka, where the Tamils are predominant, their income rates have always been really bad in comparison to Colombo. They've always been underprivileged in comparison to the south, to southern Sri Lanka. Like there's like it's a systematic form of genocide that the Sri Lankan government has been doing. And unfortunately, even with this crisis that's going on, no one's addressing that.
Yeah.
Right? Because that is the underpinning of what is going on here. Like, that's something you can't just ignore, right? The fact that the Sri Lankan government committed a genocide. Like, the population of Tamils used to be like 25%. Now it's down to 12%, 12 to 15%. It's super bad.
And yeah, I got banned for 2 weeks because one of the streams that I mod for, who happens to be a trans woman, was on a debate panel with a bunch of chuds, and they were stepping all over her and not letting her speak. And I basically was giving her support and strength to speak up and not let these racist people speak over her. And I ended up getting fucking a 2-week ban for hateful conduct for that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's fucking
goofy
wild.
TOS, yeah.
Isn't there like an international genocide court? I mean, there's
Yes,
the
there
Hague.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Hague.
There's the Hague. Why did India not take a greater role in confronting Sri Lanka? Don't they have a significant Tamil population? Oh, they did. But they also did war crimes in and of themselves. So basically what the Indian peacekeeping force did is they deployed in Sri Lanka. They deployed in Jaffna, which is where the heartland of the Tamils are. It's the cultural capital of the Tamils. And they also killed and raped innocent Tamil civilians. They did. They also did fucked up shit as well. And they backed the Sri Lankan government. Raw discretion. Like they effectively backed the Sri Lankan government. The reason is, even in India, there's also a sense of disdain towards the Tamils as well. Tamils also have to deal with a bunch of bullshit in India as well. For example, Hindi imposition, that's the classic example, which is where the central government basically tries and makes everyone learn Hindi. Basically, their ultimate end game is to replace all the government resources that are local to that state with Hindi officers. Basically, it's cultural assimilation that they're trying to do.
Also, I just want to quickly point out, all the so-called world courts, if you will, are either NATO, UN, or the Hague, and they are all heavily funded and stacked with colonizers.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, the other thing is that the other guy, the new guy that just popped into Sri Lanka, so the guy that's the new PM, Ranil Wickremesinghe, he actually oversaw a decent chunk of the war. So he's also he also has blood on his hands, and he's also he's more pro-Western. Like he received weapons from the United States, and he did military exercises with the United States. So again, every country you can imagine has backed this genocide. They have supported this genocide. Every single one you can name. Right? It's just it's heartbreaking to see. And the thing is we
just hit the goal.
Yay! Nice.
It didn't come up on the screen because they tipped to my other donor link, but thank you. I appreciate you.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, whoever it was. I don't know who someone was, but whoever someone was, thank you very much for hitting it and dinging that bell for the donation goal. Fucking rights. Much love.
How can you support the fundraiser stream? If you want to donate here, I'll drop the donate link. I'm probably going to end soon now that we've hit the goal, and I have kind of a headache, and we're coming up on hour 12. But that's the donation link. I'll drop a link for Baltimore Abortion Fund in chat as well, just so you can check them out. But what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no. So two comments I wanted to respond to. So Selassie I, Sri Lanka, you can't say it's a totally Western-backed country. It's not. It's a neutral country. So the war criminal, the massive mask-off fascist war criminal Rajapaksa, was largely backed by China, right? Like the West didn't really back him in that, right? So again, Sri Lanka is more of a neutral kind of country. And Sandy is absolutely correct. The only reason India isn't full mask-off culturally re-educating Tamil people is because the state is one of the richest in the country. They'd fuck up tax revenue if they did anything to Tamil Nadu. Exactly. Tamil Nadu is actually it's managed to maintain its cultural homogeneity, or not homogeneity. What's the word? It's managed to maintain its culture, right, for a long time. Tamil Nadu is a heterogeneous state, right? But basically, they've managed to maintain their culture because it's relatively rich compared to the rest of Indian states, right? So it's managed to integrity. That's what I mean. They were able to.
What's up, Morpheus?
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. They were able to hold.
Hell yeah.
Is India discrimination against Tamils worse than BJP? Worse with BJP or the same as prior? It's worse with the BJP. It's definitely worse with the BJP for sure. Because the BJP, I mean, the thing is, in India, if you're South Indian, you're not seen as an upper caste person at all.
Sheesh.
You're not seen as on the same level as North Indians. You're seen it. A lot of the insults, by the way, that get flung towards South Indians are actually the same insults that get flown towards black people.
Oh wow, that doesn't surprise me.
I mean, there's a BJP minister.
Hey, that's the same thing. Us prairie natives get that same fucking shit slanged against us too, except it's the N-word plus Indian.
Oh right.
Prairie.
Yeah.
No doubt.
No,
we get that too.
In this case, we just get the straight N-word because we're darker skinned in general.
Right.
And there's also they throw caste slurs at us as well. I'm not gonna say them, obviously. India learned all this from England. No, unfortunately, the caste system's always been there for a very long time.
Damn.
Yeah, that's not something. And I want to point something out. That talking point is ironically used by the BJP fascists as a reason, as a point of dismissing the idea that the caste system is still a problem. A lot of fascist rhetoric in India is weirdly, it basically involves co-opting anti-colonial rhetoric and misdirecting it basically. So an example as to why like English isn't used as the link language, that they don't want English to be the link language, is because English was the language of Britain. But the reason that people want to use English is that English is not native to India in the first place, so it allows everyone to have an equal advantage in society. Whereas Hindi puts a group of people above every other group, right? So, but that's India. That's a whole nother thing with India and their politics as well. But yeah, going back to Sri Lanka, for example, yeah, India's involvement in Sri Lanka was fucking atrocious as well. And Pakistan, because they're basically allied with China, and they're also in a debt trap with China all on their own. They also backed the Sri Lankan government as well with China. So it's just like, and it's frustrating to talk about this every single time, because like there has been like zero fucking coverage on this.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
Everything I know about this, I've learned from you in the last hour.
Like literally, this is like how it is so much for every single person of color that is going through genocide right now.
Right.
Exactly. It's so fucked up. It's super fucked up.
It's not top news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't.
Like,
It's not. Yeah.
No, but even in the regional areas, it's not like top news. The only people that actually give a shit are, even like, to give you an idea of what's happened even in Tamil Nadu, like people don't know what's necessarily going on. There's a lot of people that don't know what's going on in Sri Lanka to their brethren.
shit, most Canadians still to this day don't know anything about the residential schools or the thousands of dead children, unmarked graves being found at this current moment. Like,
yeah, we have links to Discord.
Yeah, there's cause I was reading, I covered that a little bit, I think earlier in the week, the residential schools that we have now in America that we're starting to uncover, excuse me.
Thanks to Debbie Holland, all power and much love and respects and support to Debbie Holland, the first Indigenous person and the first Indigenous woman to ever hold that office of Interior, Secretary of Interior, ever in the history of the existence of the fake government called United States and country.
Right.
Straight up though, like, if it wasn't for her getting in, it would still be barely anyone would know or be talking about it. I also know a university student who's an anthropologist studying anthropology, who's been recently digging up some unmarked graves by cotton fields. That are literally of
that's intense.
Black relatives.
Yeah, that's nuts.
They're unmarked graves.
That's pretty
that
nuts.
They're literally right now
because
on digging up.
There's a lot of those black cemeteries, like unmarked, like mass graves and stuff as well. I know, like Wall Street. I think I remember reading that Wall Street's like built on top of a giant black cemetery that they just covered over and never thought about, never mentioned. They just found the paperwork for it randomly somehow.
Christ, that's fucked up. That's super fucked up.
Like, you know, I like, you know, like the brother here said, man, we feel for the people in, you know, the Ukraine, the average everyday citizen who's got fuck all to do with the war going on right now and doesn't want any part of that fucking war right now and is having to deal with that suffering from that war. We 100% our heart goes out to them. But like, seriously, there is more shit going on that is fucking way fucked up.
Very true.
And that's partially why I try and dedicate most of my like coverage to India and like South Asia in general, because like that's just a part of like politics that's not really talked about all that much.
Right, that's crucial.
And like
Central Park, yes, Sandy, and it is also
it
top
is
of what used to be called the human zoo, which is very much a part of history where both all indigenous black people of color were rounded up taken from their homes and put in there to showcase for white people to go and throw stones at them and whatnot, make fun of them, and to be on display.
Hell yeah, that's true as well. Critical Ace Theory. Also, make sure y'all are following Critical Ace Theory as well, because they're based as fuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I already do follow you, I think.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Like, we covered that on my stream not all that long ago about the human zoos. And it's like, because some of my relatives on like the West Coast were talking about powwows and how it's like, you know, this great thing. And I was like, maybe to you, because you don't know, you weren't there for the history of the actual powwows and how it came into being, like our prairie natives were. That was literally what we had to do. We were set up with teepees and made to put on outfits and dance for the white people. And that's how powwow started. That's the history of how powwow started. I still have cousins. I have cousins who still remember when they were kids. They're like in their 60s, and they remember when they were kids that their parents took them to the towns that white people would go and, like, you know, rich white people would go and visit and like go on vacation to.
It's both, Wither King.
And having to dress up in outfits and dance so that the family could get as much money as possible to buy basic needs and essential needs like food and shit and supplies. Like, it's still a fucking thing. This is the history of that shit, right? Like,
yeah, it's just super fucked up. It's just super fucked up what's happened to like colonized people and like just minorities in a particular in a particular environment.
For sure.
Yeah, then, like, I always explain, like, okay, so first it started off with the human zoos. Then for us indigenous people in the prairie natives, it went on to like the Wild Bill Cody show and shows like that. Like, this is literally like, you know, you can when you're watching the videos on like the history of like actual history of the human zoos, you see our black relatives there, you see our Asian relatives there, you see us indigenous people there, you see people of color from all over the fucking world stuck in these human zoos.
Exactly.
Forced to be on display for Europeans to come and Google at and balk at and make fun of and do shit to.
It's nuts. Yo, Fett, we got Arun Eno and we got Lost Sue in here.
Yeah.
But
by the way, when my mod said I'm like Indian Hassan, it's a little bit like so a bit about my name. So Anno is actually like a corruption of the word Anna or Anan in Tamil, which means older brother. My name literally means older brother, which is like the same thing that Hassan Abi is.
Yeah, I knew that.
But the irony is that I tried my best to avoid naming my channel that. because because originally, like, I didn't want it to be like too on the nose. I didn't want it to be like, oh no, this dude is like trying to be like a Hassan ripoff or whatever.
I feel it.
I feel you on
like
that too.
But people literally just started calling me like Anna, like older brother, and I was like, all right, fuck it, I might as well change my name at this point, like just to make it easier.
It's the same thing. Like, my name comes from the fact that when Sitting Bull came up into Canada to escape the U.S. Army and execution and hanging from the U.S. Army after the Battle of Little Bighorn and wiping out most of the 7th Cavalry, including that shithead fucking Custard.
Fuck him.
Fuck him. That's actually my sound alarm. That's actually my sound alarm alert in my channel. Like, literally, kill Custard.
Fuck him.
Just like, fuck him. Or no, it's also kill Columbus as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Rest in piss, motherfuckers.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. Like, so even though our tribes went far into like up into Canada as well. Originally, before first contact. So my tribe specifically came up with Sitting Bull, and we ended up staying when Sitting Bull went back down to the States. And like literally, so the Canadian government was like, well, all the Hunkpapa tribe went back down to the States with Sitting Bull. And we were like, no, we're still staying up here. And they wouldn't fucking allow us to do anything. So we had to change our name from Hunkpapa to Dakota in order to work out having a treaty with the Canadian government and getting a reservation and shit. So back home, down south, the elders down there call us Lost Sioux. We're Lost Sioux. We're the Lost tribe. We're the ones that stayed up in Canada. So that's where my name came from. Is honoring and respecting Lost Sioux in that factor of that history.
That's really
and in the
fucking
same
cool.
token, yeah, and in the same token also, it also honors and recognizes the factor of my experience being stolen as an infant from my home, my family, my mom, my relatives, and my people, and sold to white people. And then, of course, I come back home and shit as an adult, but nonetheless, that's what my name represents, Lost Sioux.
That's really fucking cool. I wish my name had a cool meaning. It's literally just a Cryptopsy song title because I really like that band and that song. When I was like 16, so I just made that my name on Xbox Live, and it's just kind of stuck ever since.
Richard, Wind River, I can't recall if I've seen it, but if it's one of those old fucking cowboy versus Indian westerns, I don't watch those. Because it's not actual indigenous people, that's white people painted in brown.
Right, it's brown face.
Yeah, it's literally brown face. I have, every Friday night I do Indigenous Movie Night on my stream. And none of those films ever get played.
It's a newer crime film.
Okay, well, I'll have to look into that. Richard.
Did you like the movie? There's a movie, Blood Quantum. Oh my goodness.
I thought it was. I watched Blood Quantum.
The zombie movie.
Yeah,
I liked it. Just because I like zombies, though.
But yeah. I liked it because it literally sat there and was like, yeah, all the indigenous people aren't becoming zombies. Sorry, I can't help it. I gotta stay true to my people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it was definitely important.
Hell yeah. But thanks, y'all. Is there anything y'all want to end off with before I get out of here? Because I think I'm going to end it and raid out because I got a headache and I'm tired.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I feel that.
I've been streaming for 12 hours.
I personally would have to say, don't be scared of land back. And don't fall for that thought pattern of like, oh, land back is bad or an ethno state. It is not. What's the tribe again? I'm Dakota Sioux. And for real, like, start standing with people of color.
Facts.
Don't just talk about it, be about it. Like, seriously. And don't have no fear. If you're a white person, don't have fear. Don't have fear of standing up with us and being with us. And standing and being about it. Don't have any fear of that. We're not the enemies that we have been portrayed to be. We are not. So stand true, stand tall, and together as human beings, we can actually do something so that we can improve the living conditions that we currently are living in and having to survive in, so that maybe our species might survive through this climate change.
Facts.
Amen. 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 I guess the one thing I'll end on is this. So basically I want to go back to Sri Lanka a little bit before we go ahead.
Go for it.
And it's yeah, but basically like, so the atrocities. So there's never been any justice for the victims and the victims of the Tamil genocide. There's never been any justice for that. The bodies have been cold for over a decade now, right? And if I'm gonna be quite plain and honest, there's really not much we can do, like here, living in America or Canada, about this, other than we just have to keep the pain and the memories of those atrocities alive. Because what these powers will always try and do is they will always try and minimize they'll always try and minimize the atrocities of the acts that they commit, so they can go ahead to commit more atrocities.
Absolutely.
We see this all the fucking time with Holocaust denial from Nazis. We see this with all sorts of
Holocaust denials from colonizers.
Facts. As well, yes, 1000%, right? And so the thing that we first have to do is we at least have to keep the memories and the pain alive. There's a quote from a Tamil movie that I'm going to quote, and it's about, and basically this one guy, it's called Onion. I recommend you watch this. It's called ANNYAN. If you're able to watch this, just watch it. You don't have to watch it, but it's a quote from that, and I'm gonna paraphrase a quote because it's in Tamil, obviously. But basically, this guy had his brother just murdered. Right, the cop had his brother murdered by like a guy with DID, and he wants justice. This cop wants justice, and he said, and his mom asked him, "Why aren't you crying?" And his answer to that was, "I'm not crying because if I shed a tear, then that means the anger will go. Well, the anger will leave from my body, and I can't let that anger leave. We have to sustain that anger 100%. We have to sustain anger towards injustice, and we have to do everything we can to keep that memory and pain alive so that this never happens again. We have to prevent this as much as possible."
Absolutely.
Yeah. We don't need allies. We need co-conspirators.
We need accomplices.
Yeah,
By the way, one other thing. One other thing. Do you mind if I plug my Discord? Because
Drop it. No, go for it.
yeah. So basically, my Discord actually has resources. So I'm going to be doing a special stream for Muli Vaikal on the 18th, which is basically the genocide commemoration day for Tamils, right? And I'm going to post the link in here. Don't worry, I'll be bypassing. I just set up like a caption there. That inside the Discord, and I'll also like plug my channel as well because that's where I also talk about that. Just my name right there. But basically, basically the long story short is I have resources in the Discord that talk about this genocide, that talk about the Tamil genocide, and essentially what we talk about is. Like a lot of the resources in there are TOS. We can't show it on stream, but
right.
Yeah. So that's basically if you wanna understand like what's going on here. Paradigm Shift, is that you, Lasu?
No, I'm straight on Discord.
No, Paradigm Shift is another based person from my community. That's dope.
Gotcha. Okay, I just welcomed all of you.
Nice.
So basically, yeah, we basically have resources on the Tamil genocide. It's pinned in News and Politics. Highly recommend you take a look at that. And
Next King of Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Wither King.
The way you said you drop your Discord sounded like you were ready to drop a mixtape and said, okay. The next King of Twitch, yes, sir.
I guess I should also kind of do a little bit of a promo or whatever, a chill out in a sense of mine. Like
no shame in
one
that.
One of my mods who's also in their own right a very base, respectful accomplice is Carpe Pax.
Carpe
totally
Pax is
loved him.
definitely based, yeah.
Yes. But if you don't know who I am, I'm Lost Sioux. I'm from the Dakota Sioux Nation. I'm the farthest left on the interweebs. And I hold that title proudly. I stream everything about Indigenous. And that includes Indigenous stuff from around the world, not just my own people. Because like solidarity is fucking 110%. And we don't get anywhere unless we stand together. So I oftentimes have a mix between really extremely based Indigenous music as well as cultural, traditional Indigenous wisdom and knowledge and spirituality and way of life conversations and videos that we watch and stuff. As well as I don't do I don't cover a lot of the current news because there's like 1,001 different fucking streamers that cover the news every fucking day.
Facts.
So I'd rather be, you know, the guy that sits back and does the stuff that no one else is fucking doing.
I feel that.
Yeah. So that's pretty much, you know, what I do.
Yeah.
I appreciate you all coming and rocking with me for a minute.
Yeah. And also, I'll do one more thing before I go. I'll just talk about what I do because I forgot to do that. My name is Arun Ano, so I'm plugging my thing for like the 8,000th time.
That's cool.
Like, I'm just all over the place with ADHD. But basically,
I can relate.
Basically, I talk about South Asian politics. That's almost entirely my focus. This past week or so, for obvious reasons, I've been covering Sri Lanka. But normally, my politics largely revolves around Indian politics and what's going on there. And we will go back to doing that at some point or another. But basically, what I talk about is South Asian politics, what's going on there. I do a lot of South Asian cultural exchange stuff as well. And a lot of Tamil memes as well, specifically. Yeah, it's been a pleasure being on here. I'm deeply thankful for you having me on here and letting me talk about this stuff.
I'm grateful to you guys for coming on and educating us on all this stuff. Twitch needs us. Twitch needs us for sure.
It's been a great honor.
Yeah.
So on that note, we hit the $600. It doesn't say it on the thing, but we hit $600 for the Baltimore Abortion Fund. I'm gonna shoot that over to them tomorrow. Right now, I just gotta get some sleep. I'm beat, you guys. So thanks for rocking with me. We're gonna raid Aston Mac, extremely based activist in Orlando. And then I'm going to get off here and probably pop an aspirin and go to sleep. So I'll catch you guys. I think I'm taking a break Monday. I might stream some more Monday. But thanks for the follows and the tips and the support, everyone. I will see you guys Monday. If not Monday, I'll see you guys Wednesday. If not, I'll just catch you on the flip. I'll try to keep you guys updated as best I can on my schedule and what I'm doing this week. But thanks for rocking with me, everyone. I'll see you later.